A man is gasping for air, coughing and staring at the ceiling in total despair. One question haunts him. Why? Why did this happen to him? He wasn't a hero or a legend. He was just a regular guy who did everything by the book, worked hard, got married, had a baby, and bought a house. But the perfect life was a lie. He ended up working 2 jobs just to pay off a mountain of debt, only to find out his wife was cheating on him. To make matters worse, he was framed for fraud and fired from his job in one fell swoop. Then the real nightmare began. Debt collectors hunted him down, beating him mercilessly for money he never even borrowed. He pleaded for the truth, but no one listened. As his life slips away, he's left with one final crushing thought: where did he go wrong? Just as the darkness closes in, a voice echoes through the void. Good evening. Out of the shadows steps a surreal figure in a top hat and a mask with a permanent, creepy grin. He carries a suitcase and acts like he's just out for a stroll, calling it a wonderful evening. The man barely has time to ask who he is before the entity vanishes and reappears right in front of him in a flash. Suddenly, his beloved dog appears. The kind of reunion people talk about before they die, but the guide reveals a twist. He's not taking him to the afterlife. Instead, he's sending him to another world entirely. With a sharp snap of his fingers, the guide begins the process. As he does, the man's mind flashes back to the woman who destroyed everything. The guide reveals the full extent of the betrayal. His ex-wife didn't just cheat. She pushed all her debts onto him and forced him to pay child support for a child that wasn't even his. And her excuse? She just wanted superior genes. The woman's cruelty is on full display as she mocks the man's hard work and sacrifice, treating his devotion as a mere obligation. He's left shell-shocked, realizing just how terrifying she truly is, while she simply tells him it's his own fault for making her this way. A mysterious, blindfolded figure in a top hat appears, pulling back the curtain on the man's reality. As the man watches his own life unfold like a cruel movie, he's hit with a wave of regret. He should have seen the signs. The figure lays it all out. The man's own kindness was his downfall, leaving him trapped in a cycle of paying debts and child support for people who only deceived him. But just as the weight of the betrayal sinks in, the entity offers a present. The offer is surreal, reincarnation in another world. But the figure isn't done twisting the knife, revealing that even the man's professional ruin was a setup by his boss. The man is reeling, his mind still clinging to his ex-wife even now. The realization hits like a physical blow. He was nothing more than a tool for others to use. While he lies on his deathbed, exhausted from overwork, he sees those who betrayed him enjoying the fruits of his labor. Then comes the question, will he forgive them? The dam finally breaks. Tears of rage stream down his face as he screams his desire for revenge into the void. He'll never forgive them. The mysterious figure just watches with a mocking sorry, as if the game is only beginning. Time is up. The figure tells him to let go of his hate and embrace a happy next life, but the man refuses. He's consumed by a singular, burning need. He wants his betrayers to suffer exactly what he did. He'll do anything to make it happen. The figure tries to sell him on the perks of a new world, science, magic, and intergalactic nations. But the man isn't listening to the travel brochure. He doesn't care about happiness or long lifespans. The nice guy is officially dead. He's done being the victim, done being the doormat. He rejects the idea of a good ending for the virtuous. In his next life, he's not looking for happiness. He's looking for power. He's decided to become the very thing he hated. Evil. The stage is set. He's being reborn into a world of high-tech feudalism as a noble with the power to rule an entire planet. As the mysterious figure wishes him a happy life, the man has a very different plan. He's going to use that silver spoon to crush everyone beneath his heel. A cold determination settles in as the final moments arrive. He's not looking for peace, he's looking forward to it. This is the start of his next life, as an evil lord. The mysterious guide erupts into a sadistic laugh, mocking the very idea of an unfortunate life. To this entity, complaining about misery is just pathetic, because in this world, there are always people suffering far worse. The guide turns to the couple at the table, coldly thanking them for playing their roles. It turns out their entire tragedy was just a game, a social experiment by the guide, to see exactly how far a human being could fall. And now, the entry is finished. The facade shatters instantly. The man tries to call it quits, but the guide isn't done playing. As the lovey-dovey act ends, the woman panics, threatening him for the betrayal, while he simply doesn't care anymore. Then comes the brutal truth. The man reveals he knows everything. The divorce fraud, the betrayal of her ex-husband, and the child she's using for money. He drops her without a second thought, leaving her sobbing and clinging to a love that never existed. Desperation sets in as she begs for him to stay, claiming she did everything for him. But he looks at her with pure disgust, calling her a cheating bitch and mocking her for thinking he'd ever actually love her. The guide watches from the sidelines, absolutely loving the chaos. Even in her ruin, she tries to play the victim, mentioning the husband she betrayed. The guide shuts her down instantly, reminding her how much she enjoyed destroying that man's life. It's a masterclass in psychological torture, and the guide is thoroughly entertained. The final blow. The man who actually loved her died wishing for revenge. The guide leaves her with the promise of a miserable future before finally stepping in to do his job. He's guiding a soul to a world where humans are insignificant, and he's planning to make it a very fun experience. Regret, anger, hatred, it's all just food for the guide. He feeds on the misery he's created, laughing as he sends the soul off to become an evil lord. He practically invites the future hatred because for him, that's where the real fun begins. With his task complete, the guide strolls away, suitcase in hand. He scoffs at how easily humans are tricked by the promise of reincarnation. As he's already plotting his next move, wondering exactly how he'll spend his time in this new chaotic game. A twisted entity with a predatory grin plots a cruel game. He doesn't want gratitude. He wants a spectacular fall from grace. The plan? Start the victim at the top, then end it all with torture and a public execution. With a chilling smile, the entity delivers the sentence to a flickering soul. The next life will be longer. Not for happiness, but so there's more time to suffer. As the soul drifts in a cold room, the entity's final wish echoes through the void. A plea for the victim to suffer as much as possible, just for his own amusement. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a lavish bedroom. A young boy wakes up, blinking in confusion, only to realize the impossible. He's actually been given a second chance at life. Meeting his new reflection, he discovers his identity, Liam Sarah Banfield. He's now part of a Count family ruling a planet in the Algrand Interstellar Empire. A smirk grows on his face. He's not just a noble. He's on the path to becoming a king. Power is intoxicating. Liam already starts dreaming of a harem and the path to becoming a true evil lord. But then, a mysterious letter from his guide arrives, mentioning support and a representative, that leaves him completely baffled. The moment of reflection is cut short as his parents, Darcy and Cliff Sarah Banfield, burst in with beaming smiles. It's a special day. Liam is officially 5 years old. Cliff doesn't just bring cake. He hands over the entire Banfield family legacy, court rank, territory, and all privileges. While Liam is still reeling from the shock, his mother adds to the pile, offering him a customizable maid robot. Time to build the ultimate assistant. Liam dives into the customization menu, geeking out over the ability to pick the skeleton and internal components. Since his parents are footing the bill, he doesn't hold back. High-performance parts for everything. The result is a stunningly beautiful android. While his father praises his interesting hobby, and the staff assumes he's just a kid who likes boobs, Liam spots a specific feature that stops him cold, a sexual intimacy function. Could this be the representative the guide mentioned? The parents are absolutely thrilled, but Liam is just confused. The woman is ecstatic about the loyal robot maid she's provided, while the father is secretly celebrating getting rid of his kids. And then the maid herself appears, absolutely stunning, and ready to take over Liam's care. The trap is set. The parents push a document in front of him, claiming they've bought a mansion on the Empire's main planet and are leaving. All Liam has to do is sign. He's a bit baffled, but when he realizes they're handing over everything, he figures it's a win-win. Enter the secret. While he looks like a cute little boy, Liam is actually a reincarnated middle-aged man. He knows exactly what's happening. He's stealing all their wealth and status. With a smirk and a quick okay, he signs his life, and their fortune, away. Pure villainy. As his parents beam with happiness, Liam is internally cackling. He's not just taking the money, he's claiming everything. This is only the beginning of his reign of evil deeds. A sudden shift to the world's dark history. Long ago, AI ruled everything until humans staged a violent coup and built an empire, making AI reliance a taboo. Now, in this world of strict rules, someone is questioning why a mother would give a doll as a gift. The cold truth. The parents aren't acting out of love. They're just dumping their burdens. The father doesn't care if people gossip, and the mother has zero affection for her son. Their only goal? Push the baggage onto the kid and flee to the capital. From child to conqueror, Liam settles into his new life as the fifth-generation head of the Banfield family. He's no longer just a noble. He's the ruler of an entire planet. A powerful figure? No, he's a king. The new arrival. Just as Liam is soaking in his power, the butler announces that the robot maid has arrived. With a cool "bring her in," the doors swing open to reveal his new servant. Meet Amagi. She steps in with perfect grace, introducing herself as his loyal maid. But there's a catch. The butler mentions she needs maintenance once a week, leaving Liam completely bewildered. The details of the checkup. The butler explains that maintenance is basically a full body check and cleaning to ensure she doesn't break down. Liam is impressed by her weekly stamina, but as he listens to the rules about repairs, a mischievous thought crosses his mind. He can finally do whatever he wants without holding back. Liam is fully embracing his new life, and by life, he means the absolute, perfect softness of his companion, Amagi. He's not playing around. Liam demands a full report on his territory, leaving his aide Brian sweating in panic. But as the data scrolls by, the reality of ruling hits him. It's a total mess. Enter the AI assistant. Amagi offers to handle the boring stuff, but Liam is having a crisis. He wants to be a ruthless tyrant, but he was just a regular salaryman in his past life. How is he supposed to oppress people if he doesn't even know how the planet works? The solution? A high-tech education capsule. Not everyone is on board. Brian practically has a heart attack, screaming that letting an AI rule is a total taboo in the Empire. But Amagi just brushes it off as a suggestion, leaving the final call to her master. Time for a power-up. Liam steps into the education capsule, a machine that downloads knowledge and buffs the body directly into the brain. The catch? He'll be out cold for 6 months. Liam makes his move, handing the keys to his territory over to Amagi. Brian is terrified of the potential scandal, but Liam's resolve is absolute. This is the only way to reach his evil potential. While he looks innocent, Liam's mind is in the gutter, or rather in the treasury. He's obsessed with learning how to crush his citizens with taxes and fixing his weak body. But as he prepares for his nap, the scene shifts to the people he's about to oppress. Meanwhile, at the local pub, the mood is grim. The citizens are laughing off the new lord as a mere brat, but the laughter is hollow. They're terrified that this transition is just another excuse to bleed them dry with taxes. Just like the nightmare they endured under the previous ruler, Cliff, the anger boils over. "Do those nobles see us as nothing more than livestock?" one man screams. But in the silence that follows, a tiny, desperate spark of hope remains. Could this new kid actually be different? The odds are slim, but for these people, not zero is enough to cling to. Fast forward 2 years. The brat is gone, replaced by a commanding presence. Liam strides through a palace that looks like a fever dream, a testament to the peculiar taste of the previous lord. The game has officially changed. The Banfield legacy started with a benevolent ruler, but the generations that followed turned it into a disaster of debt and decadence. Now, the ruins of that greed fall on the current heir. Brian enters to deliver the grim reality to Lord Liam. Liam is already feeling the walls close in, wondering why he's trapped in this place. Brian quickly reminds him that he's only just emerged from an education capsule and needs to stay put for now. Then Liam actually looks around, and he's horrified. The mansion is a surreal nightmare of grotesque designs and tasteless eyes. He's not just disgusted. He's genuinely embarrassed to even be associated with this architectural crime. Enough is enough. Liam decides to scrap the entire mansion and build something he actually likes, which includes firing every single slacker currently on the payroll. Brian is thrilled. Liam has normal taste, right up until the mass layoffs start. Amagi agrees that demolishing the eyesore will save money, but warns that a proper mansion takes time to plan. She offers a temporary living arrangement, and Liam realizes that if he wants a masterpiece, he can't rush the process. To pay for the new place, Amagi suggests a brutal cut to the military, slashing the fleet from 30,000 ships down to 3,000. Brian absolutely panics, screaming that a count must maintain at least 10,000 ships to satisfy the Empire's standards. Liam is completely unfazed, pointing out that most of the ships are just gathering dust. But Brian isn't thinking about dust. He's thinking about prestige and the very real threat of space pirates smelling blood in the water. Liam sees the real problem isn't the number of ships, but the fact that the crew is rusty and the gear is ancient. Amagi confirms the fleet is a joke. So Liam makes a cold executive decision: discharge every single useless subordinate. While Liam mocks the idea of keeping 20,000 ships as decoration, Brian warns him that he's relying too much on his AI and ruining the family name. Liam's response is a cold splash of reality. The Banfield name is already in the gutter. Surprisingly, Brian is impressed that Liam actually has a plan. Liam tasks Amagi with building a fleet that doesn't just fit a count, but fits him. He'll start with 3,000 and scale up, then turns to Brian with a challenging look. Any more objections? Liam doesn't waste a second. As soon as the business is done, he pulls Amagi into a bold public hug. While the staff is left completely speechless and flustered by the display, Liam is just getting started. But the mood shifts the moment Liam is alone with his thoughts. He's absolutely livid. He wanted a world to dominate, but this territory is a joke, stuck in the Middle Ages while the rest of the galaxy is in the space age. There's nothing left to exploit. The people are already broke. The frustration boils over. Why is this place such a wasteland? He realizes the ruling nobles just abandoned the people to rot. He's convinced his parents dumped this disaster on him because they didn't want it anymore. He's been played. Amagi tries to offer a silver lining, suggesting that with proper tax management, things could turn around in 20 years. Liam's intrigued, especially after learning that in this world, people live for centuries and don't even hit adulthood until 50. 20 years is a blink of an eye for these people. Liam decides to go for it, but he has a second, more personal demand for Amagi. He wants more power. He's not talking about armies or fleets. He wants raw individual strength. A dark memory surfaces of his past life, where he was a coward who couldn't even stand up to debt collectors. He vows that this time, he won't just stand tall, he'll trample everyone beneath him. Liam isn't settling for second best. He orders Amagi to find him the absolute best mentor available, regardless of the cost. He's done being the victim. Now, he's the one who takes everything. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a mysterious man, in a striped suit, watches a haggard, worn-out woman from the shadows. He observes her messy hair and cheap clothes, with a judgmental eye. This strange figure is playing a much larger game, spying on multiple lives at once. But after a moment of laziness, he remembers his favorite hobby, checking in on his boy, Liam. Watching Liam and Amagi, the man finds the whole situation hilarious, mocking Liam's reliance on artificial doll. To him, Liam is just a toy, and he's looking forward to spending some time messing with him. A sinister figure makes a promise that sounds more like a threat. He's sending someone with exceptional talent to Liam, claiming it's all part of his adequate aftercare policy. But as they part, the mask slips and a chilling warning is left behind. The moment Liam meets his own demise, this mysterious figure will be coming for him. Enter Yasushi, a man who's just landed at Banfield Spaceport and is already hating it. This place is a remote wasteland, and the only reason he's even here is to pay off a crushing debt. Yasushi isn't here to teach. He's here to hustle. Seeing that his client is just a kid, he decides to play the part of the master swordsman, planning to pull the rug out from under Liam and scam him for every cent. The meeting finally happens in a wide open field. Yasushi puts on his professional face, addressing the young noble as Lord Liam, while Liam looks on with eager anticipation. Time for the performance. Yasushi draws his blade with a flourish, claiming his style is so lethal that he can't just carelessly show it to anyone. To add to the drama, Yasushi demands that Liam's maid, Amagi, leave them alone. But Amagi isn't budging. Her loyalty is absolute, and she refuses to leave her master's safety to chance. Yasushi tries to bluff his way out, threatening to quit the job if the maid stays. But Liam completely misreads the situation. He sees Yasushi's arrogance as the confidence of a true master and, starstruck, orders Amagi to leave. Amagi obeys, but not without a precaution. She hands Liam a special device designed to detect swindlers and trickery, warning him one last time not to let his guard down. With the stage set, Yasushi begins his demonstration. He has Liam place several logs in the field, instructing him to put them where his blade cannot reach, setting the scene for a grand display of skill. The man prepares to unveil a technique he claims is the very peak of the Isin style. A move so powerful it can even be compared to magic, leaving Liam completely captivated. In a flash, it's done. Liam stares in absolute disbelief as several massive logs are sliced clean through, unable to comprehend how the blade moved so fast. Whoa, When did you cut them? Liam is floored, but the man only gives a cryptic answer, telling him that the pursuit of knowledge is part of the mastery, and the answer will come in time. The offer is made. Do you want to learn the Isin style? Liam shouts a resounding, yes, completely unaware that his new teacher is actually a street hustler who pre-cut the logs just to scam a rotten noble kid. The fraud barely dodges a trickery detection device, assuming the thing is just broken, before casually telling Liam it's time to start with the basics. Fast forward 3 years, and Liam has become a beast with the blade, while his master spends his days lounging and searching for cool-sounding proverbs online to keep the ruse going. Despite the bad rumors about the Banfield house, the man is genuinely surprised by how modestly Liam lives, and how hard he works, and how well he treats his fraudulent teacher, while the maid wonders why this strange man is always around. The scammer starts feeling a twinge of guilt, realizing the kid was saddled with all the family's debts and responsibilities. A new, spacious mansion is finally complete, and Liam is thrilled with the upgrade. But his break is short-lived as the maid reminds him it's time to enter the capsule again. With a half-year session ahead of him, Liam is determined to squeeze every bit of knowledge out of the education capsule before he hits adulthood. One look at a single file is all it takes to flip the mood. After the maid presents the documents, Liam's expression turns ice cold as he issues a chilling command. Bring him the person responsible for this file immediately. Enter the culprit, a plump official who tries to laugh off the situation, claiming his expenses were just part of the job. But the maid isn't buying it. She coldly shuts him down, confirming he's committed embezzlement and is likely hiding even more crimes. Liam stares at the man with pure disgust, thinking how he's the most cliché, corrupt official imaginable. The fact that this man can still sit there and smile in the face of his crimes makes Liam's blood boil. Desperate, the official tries to play a dangerous game, warning Liam not to trust the doll and claiming her kind are enemies of humanity. Liam remains unfazed, while the maid looks on, thinking that a doll could never comprehend the depths of human corruption. Then Liam asks the one question that freezes the official's smile. Was it fun killing his own subordinates? The man stammers in confusion until Liam reveals the horrific truth. He executed his staff just to pin his own embezzlement on them. Liam's voice drops as he asks if making others suffer for his crimes was enjoyable. The official finally snaps, dropping the act and screaming at the damn brat, claiming that Liam only lives in luxury because of his support. That one line is the final straw. This man reminds Liam far too much of his old boss from his past life. With a flash of rage, he tells the man to shut his dirty mouth and strikes with lethal precision. The violence ends as abruptly as it started, replaced by a surreal sight. Liam is casually spraying cleaning foam over the remains. The maid watches in bewilderment, softly asking if her master is all right. But Liam is far from calm. He's absolutely fuming at the thought of the man's support, calling him a leech who deserves to die. He turns to Amagi with a fierce glare, ordering her to scrub every record. He's going to execute every single corrupt bastard in the system. As the adrenaline fades, Amagi gently asks him to let go of the sword. Liam blinks, momentarily snapped out of his rage, looking confused as he slowly releases his grip. A gentle hand reaches out as a girl offers her help, but the conversation is far from gentle. They're discussing the plague of corrupted officials, and the messy fallout that would happen if they simply executed every single one of them. The corruption has run deep for far too long. To fix it without breaking the system, she proposes a cold, digital solution, deploying surveillance AI to watch every move. 30 units is the magic number, some for the mansion, the rest for the territory. When warned that relying too much on AI could spark nasty rumors, the young lord doesn't even blink. He simply doesn't care. In a rare moment of vulnerability, he admits the truth. He trusts her more than anyone else. With a solemn nod, she accepts the burden of his trust. His philosophy is simple and brutal. Anyone who dares to stand against him has no place in his world. As the sun sets, the ripples of his decisions begin to reach the common folk. Over drinks in a local pub, the gossip is electric. The word is out. The Lord has executed a corrupt official. Some are shocked, while others laugh it off, unable to believe a little kid could be that ruthless. But the talk quickly shifts from blood to progress. Compulsory education is doubling, and new schools are popping up everywhere. For the working class, this isn't tyranny, it's an economic miracle. A digital image of the young lord flickers on a screen, and the mood turns to genuine admiration. They see a magnanimous leader Cetus who's changing their lives for the better, praying that this golden age continues. A new chapter begins, and a new set of staff is being brought in. A blonde maid reassures the nervous recruits. Master Liam is forgiving, as long as you actually do your job. The orientation takes a weird turn when she mentions the Lord's personal needs are handled by Amagi, and that he keeps a doll by his side. The new staff is left wondering if the Lord's reputation is about to take a very strange hit. A young Liam once relied on a woman with the same absolute trust a child has for his mother. Now a loyal butler warns others that Amagi is special to the master, and anyone who dares disrespect her will face a wrath that no one can protect them from. While some might laugh it off, the butler knows the truth. Under Liam's rule, House Banfield is finally on the path to regaining its former glory. Fast forward 20 years and the boy has grown into a man. A single devastating strike shatters the air, leaving sliced logs in its wake. But as Liam looks at the results, he isn't satisfied. No good, huh? He mutters, his eyes reflecting a hunger for a perfection he hasn't yet reached. 20 years of grinding, and yet Liam feels like he's only produced a weak imitation of true power. He begins to wonder if he simply lacks the talent, but his master just laughs it off. The path of the sword is long and rewardless, but the master admits Liam has improved immensely. One word of praise is all it takes to bring a beaming, triumphant smile back to Liam's face. Liam digs deep into his memories, recalling a secret technique mentioned long ago. The way of the flash is the pinnacle of martial prowess, and the key is a fusion of steel and magic. By coating the blade in a thin layer of magical energy, the sword's reach is extended beyond the physical. Liam thinks he's cracked the code, but his master drops a bombshell. He's incredibly close, but he's still missing the final piece. In a world of spaceships and beams, raw attack magic is a joke compared to a simple gun, but that doesn't mean magic is useless. From healing to the complex art of piloting massive humanoid weapons, auxiliary magic is the real power player. When the master insists that using magic requires rigorous study, Liam is left completely baffled. Isn't he already studying? It's not enough? Liam is floored. He thought he was making great progress, but the master shuts him down instantly. To truly master his craft, Liam must stop practicing his unique skills and concentrate solely on the basics. The catch? The master decides that 10 years should be a good start. Liam can only stare in shock, forced to accept this grueling new regime. While the master worries that too much training will make him a poor lord, Liam has been quietly transforming his territory. Using 3D printers to erect skyscrapers in days and deploying UFOs, he's accelerated the world's development at a terrifying pace. He looks back at his ancestors with genuine confusion. Why on earth didn't they just use these methods to maximize tax revenue? The training is about to get sadistic. To push Liam past his limits, the master decides to blindfold him and strap heavy weights to his sword. Swing it until it feels as light as a branch, he commands, forcing Liam to stop relying on his eyes and start feeling the world around him. Instead of complaining, Liam is absolutely loving it. To him, this feels exactly like a training arc from one of the mangas he read as a kid. But while Liam is having the time of his life, his master is having a complete mental breakdown. He's horrified to realize that Liam has somehow turned his fake swordplay into a genuine lethal technique. The air screams as Liam unleashes a series of strikes so fast they defy logic. The master is paralyzed with fear, realizing this genius has surpassed him in the blink of an eye. Knowing Liam has already purged every corrupt official in his land, the master's only goal now is to drag out the lessons, save as much money as possible, and vanish before the boy discovers he's been lying. A few years have passed, and the training has taken a wild turn. The teacher is now the one tied up, while Liam exclaims in realization, this is exactly what it means to stop relying on his eyes. Liam is practically a whirlwind of power, bragging about how easy the swing has become. But his master isn't buying the hype, quickly shutting him down with a cold reminder. Sharpening your senses is one thing, but he's nowhere near extraordinary yet. Instead of being discouraged, Liam is absolutely thrilled that there's more to learn. Seeing the fire in his eyes, the master nervously agrees to prepare a special sword. Though he looks like he's dreading the outcome, panic sets in at the House Banfield storehouse. The master is spiraling, questioning if Liam is some kind of hidden genius while lamenting his lack of funds. But then, a sinister idea strikes. If he can't out-teach him, he'll just make a sword so impossibly heavy it'll give Liam a real headache. But wait, the heavy sword was just the start. The master's eyes land on something far more extreme. A towering, ancient machine of war. He points to the relic and gives the order to the maid. Make this thing usable. His plan? Use this monstrous machine as the ultimate training tool for Liam. The maid tries to talk sense into him, suggesting a modern, efficient model. But the master is playing the long game. He knows the new ones are too easy. He wants something archaic and difficult. A 24-meter beast that will take years to master, just to buy himself some peace. In his head, the master is dreaming of a sturdy, upgraded relic that will drain the treasury and keep Liam occupied. He tells the maid to spare no expense, but she's not having it, insisting that a modern unit is simply more economical. The maid keeps pushing the logical choice, but the master has completely lost it. He's on a crusade against automatic controls, demanding a machine that requires raw manual skill. To him, if Liam can't fly the thing by hand, it's not real training. Eventually, the maid gives in to his madness, and the master celebrates his victory, claiming it's all for Liam's own good. But as she walks away, she can't shake a nagging doubt. Yasushi's record is too clean, too perfect. She starts to wonder, is this man actually a sword master, or is something else going on? Amagi is on a mission, and she's not letting a tight budget stop her. Determined to carry out orders, she sets her sights on a unit manufactured by the Empire factory, vowing to restore it and praying that someone will protect her master, Liam. Liam's senses are sharp. He recognizes Amagi's footsteps before she even speaks. When she asks about the mobile knight he's preparing for her, Liam brushes it off as part of his training. Though Amagi is puzzled why he'd insist on repairing an old model over buying a newer, cheaper one, Amagi figures her master must have his own mysterious reasons. With the technical details left in her hands, Liam decides to clear his head with a walk around the massive mansion. Meanwhile, in the city, the local bar is absolutely electric. With glasses clinking and cheers echoing, the barkeep is thrilled that business is booming, and they've finally been able to hire extra help. But for some, this prosperity is a total nightmare. One man is practically collapsing under the workload, wondering how a single new lord could change their lives so drastically. Even if things were supposedly better 500 years ago, the gossip is flying among the patrons. The new lord is a complete enigma, silent for 20 years, and with a strange obsession for dolls, but as long as the economy is thriving, the people couldn't be happier. Then the big reveal. A colossal, gleaming machine towers over Liam, leaving him completely breathless. It's an old model, but it's been restored to absolute stunning perfection. Enter Nias Carlin, the 7th Weapon Factory's technology officer. She admits the restoration wasn't easy, but the veteran technicians were hit with waves of nostalgia while working on this legendary factory model. There's a catch. The assist functions are gone, making the unit a manual beast that's incredibly difficult to maneuver. As Liam tries to process the challenge, Nias leans in with a suggestive smile, proposing they discuss the details in her room. Just as Liam thinks he's getting a private lesson, Nias shuts it down instantly. No need for a meeting. Everything is in the manual, and since he's the pilot, he can just read it himself. Liam is left blinking, completely blindsided by the sudden shift. The engineer teases Liam about his virtuous nature, even suggesting he spend some quality time with Nias, though she secretly suspects he was just joking. But the real attraction is waiting outside, a massive, imposing mecha. It's time to head into the cockpit. Step inside, and Liam is immediately floored. Thanks to spatial magic, the interior is ridiculously spacious, and the pilot's seat is pure luxury. It's so soft it practically wraps around his body, a far cry from the cramped quarters he expected. Liam can't get over the look of the machine. That sleek black armor is absolutely badass. While some nobles go for flashy colors, the engineer notes that spending this much on a single unit's restoration is almost unheard of. Most nobles use mobile knights as mere status symbols, flexing with modified mass-produced units. But Liam's request was different. He prioritized internal performance over outward show, a challenge that the engineers actually enjoyed tackling with their massive budget. With a sharp click of a switch, the engine awakens. The engineer reveals the best part. The unit is now biologically locked to Liam. It won't move for anyone else. It's his own personal weapon of war. Liam's grin says it all. He loves the sound of that. Then, the beast roars to life. With a thunderous crash of energy and shifting metal, the mecha activates, shaking the very ground beneath it. Wait, what just happened? Liam looks completely bewildered, while the engineer just watches him with a knowing, playful smile. Here's the catch. This unit lacks an auto-balancer. It's a nightmare to control, and failing to master it means losing to even the cheapest mass-produced model. But if he can tame this beast, he'll be a first-rate pilot in the making. Liam isn't intimidated, he's inspired. Recalling his magic training, he closes his eyes and focuses, attempting to transmit his very imagination directly into the machine. Slowly, carefully, he reaches out. Stand up! With a massive surge of power, the mecha rises perfectly. The engineer is absolutely stunned. This unit is notoriously difficult to handle, yet Liam is nailing it on his first try. He claims it's just simulator practice, but it's clear he has a terrifying natural knack for this. Liam is getting a crash course in mecha piloting. But it's not as simple as pushing buttons. The instructor warns him that controlling the unit requires a powerful mental image and constant magic concentration, all while the heavy machine thumps forward with every slow, lumbering step. Just as the instructor tells him to start walking, Liam's focus shifts. Suddenly, the mecha reacts with a violent, erratic burst of movement that catches everyone completely off guard. Disaster strikes in the most awkward way possible. In a clumsy piloting mishap, the mecha's massive hands land right on the instructor's chest. A horrified Liam immediately calls for a break, desperate to escape the suffocating tension. A nearby retainer is initially moved to tears seeing Liam in the restored machine, but that emotion flips instantly to pure horror. He watches in disbelief as the mecha continues to move in a disturbingly lewd manner, screaming for Liam to shut the power off immediately. While the retainer is panicking, Yasushi is far more interested in the tactile details of the accident, laughing and asking if they were soft. As the chaos erupts around him, Liam can only wonder if this man is actually a respected martial artist. 3 months later, the instructor departs, leaving behind a swordsman fueled by a petty vendetta. He vows to make Liam's training a living hell as revenge for ruining his chances with the girl he was hitting on. A concerned retainer expresses concern over Liam's grueling training schedule, but Liam is determined to push through to get stronger. Little does he know, Yasushi is about to trigger something that will put that determination to the test. Suddenly, the training turns brutal. Liam is bombarded by a relentless, high-speed assault, while his master mocks his struggle, claiming this is the bare minimum for any first-class swordsman. The master pushes Liam to use his mind's eye to survive an impossible number of attacks. Just as Liam admits it's impossible to deflect everything with a single wooden sword, the master reveals he was just kidding. It actually is impossible. In a moment of inspiration, Liam solves the problem by simply manifesting a massive magical wall to block everything. He thinks he's finally cracked the code, leaving his master completely speechless at this blatant cheat. Liam's training has reached a breaking point, literally. After a devastating blow, his master is left sprawled on the ground, admitting defeat and declaring that he has nothing left to teach. But while the master is secretly praying for an escape from this madness, Liam is just getting started. The master tries to make a graceful exit, telling Liam he's ready to fly solo and even offering to open a dojo in his territory. But Liam isn't having it. He practically begs for more training, leaving his master completely speechless. Liam pushes one last time, desperate to see the true limit of his secret technique. After a bit of hesitation and a refusal to open a dojo, the master finally caves. He agrees to one last test and rushes off to prepare the logs. But while Liam is focused on his growth, a new player enters the game. A mysterious woman in a sharp suit watches from the rooftops, eyeing the development of Liam's territory, and wondering just how much he's learned from a teacher she dismisses as a mere conman. Suddenly, a shockwave rips through the air, nearly taking the mysterious woman's head off. It's Liam, demonstrating his terrifying new power. Despite the awe of his subordinates, Liam is still unsatisfied, lamenting that his master vanished just as he was getting the hang of things. The woman is left reeling, unable to comprehend the kid's power. Meanwhile, we get a glimpse of the conman himself, Yasushi, drinking away his sorrows. He admits with a haunted look that Liam didn't just learn his techniques. He completely surpassed him in a fraction of the time. The woman's world is turned upside down. She can't believe a man she thought was a fraud is actually a master capable of cutting opponents without even drawing a sword. And the irony? Liam is genuinely grateful to the man who was actually terrified of him and ran for his life. Seeing Liam's genuine gratitude only fuels the woman's curiosity, and perhaps her malice. With a predatory grin, she decides it's time to rethink her strategy. The mysterious woman's true goal is revealed. She doesn't want his love or loyalty, she wants his hatred. She's determined to weave a web of misfortune around Liam, desperate to make him loathe her very existence. She expects a spoiled noble surrounded by harems, but finds a diligent ruler with only an aging butler and a doll for company. This unexpected discipline only makes her more intrigued and more determined to break him. Liam's logic is absolutely twisted. He's not being kind to his people, he's just fattening them up. He believes it's way more efficient to make his subjects rich and prosperous first, only so he can squeeze them dry later. But as he plots his mercy, a mysterious figure in a hat watches from the shadows, convinced that Liam is just like them, raising people up only to enjoy the thrill of knocking them down. Then, Liam's thoughts take a sharp turn toward the degenerate. Why not just force people to come? Or better yet, start a harem of the most beautiful women in the territory. The observer in the hat is practically vibrating with a mix of excitement and disgust, claiming they can see right through the little weakness of Liam's heart. The figure in the hat starts spiraling into some truly dark fantasies, imagining scenarios of kidnapping or even cuckolding. They're convinced that this kind of psychological torture is exactly the kind of thing Liam would love. Back in the real world, a maid brings news. Engineering officer Nias Carlin from the Imperial's 7th Weapons Factory wants a meeting. She mentions they're offering reserve soldiers and percentiles nearing suit retirement. But Liam isn't buying it. He's already suspicious that they're just trying to dump a bunch of useless people on him. The maid insists these soldiers are necessary for their private battleship, and Liam reluctantly agrees to take them. But while he thinks he's just making a business move, the shadow observer is laughing. This is the perfect opportunity to sow seeds of rebellion and watch the whole thing burn from the inside. Feeling sickened by the mere concept of gratitude, the mysterious figure decides they've had enough for now. With a chilling smile, they vanish into the night, leaving behind a menacing promise. Please entertain me when I visit you next time, little Liam. Liam takes a moment to reflect on the absurdity of his situation, finding it hard to believe he's mentally in his mid-40s. But the moment of peace is short-lived as his maid reminds him that Nias Carlin is waiting to discuss the status of the Avid. Liam's brain immediately goes into overdrive. He knows the Avid, his favorite mobile knight, is just a pretext. He's certain Nias is actually here to hawk goods from the 7th Weapons Factory, but he can't figure out why she'd come all the way to the Banfield house instead of selling to the army or other rich nobles. He does a quick mental audit of the 7th Weapons Factory's reputation. High quality, sure, but the designs are flawed and the prices are way too high. Compared to the 3rd factory, they're mediocre at best. He doesn't actually care about them, but since she traveled so far, he figures he might as well hear her out. And then, she bursts in. In the Banfield house reception room, Nias Carlin arrives with an explosion of energy and a very distracting presence. She greets Lord Liam with a beaming smile, commenting on how much he's grown since they last met. A mysterious woman whispers a warning about army regulations before cutting straight to the chase. She's here to sell something. Enter a desperate salesperson with a holographic battleship, offering the 7th factory's finest. The price tag is a shocker, costing as much as 3 second-hand ships. The salesperson tries to justify the cost with grades and functions, but then drops the real kicker. The price doesn't even include the imperial tax. The pitch gets frantic, boasting about mobile knights and amazing benchmarks, but Liam sees right through it. He hits her with a brutal truth. If the ship is so great, why did it fail every single imperial inspection? The salesperson completely breaks down, sobbing about how the Empire hated the cheap interior and awful design. In a state of total desperation, she begs Lord Liam to buy them, even offering a massive discount just to survive. While Amagi explains the legal hurdles of buying a flagship, Liam starts browsing other factories for something cooler. The salesperson realizes she's being replaced in real time and lets out a scream of pure agony. Liam goes on a savage roasting spree, calling the design horrible and the interior cramped as hell. He can practically feel the malice coming from the walls, making the ship a nightmare for any crew. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and the salesperson tries to seduce him with a daring outfit. But for Liam, it's a total fail. The flashy underwear triggers a traumatic memory of his cheating wife from his past life. After a brief argument over his disappointed reaction, Liam decides to be merciful. He asks Amagi if they can afford 300 ships, and while he offers 200, the salesperson practically crawls on the floor begging for the full 300. She's over the moon with joy, but Liam isn't done yet. He demands a total makeover for the ships, insisting that since money is no object, he won't accept a shabby interior or an ugly exterior. One final truth bomb sends the salesperson flying. She lost the inspections because she ignored the customer's perspective. Broken and defeated, she admits she hated the design too, but her bosses forced it on her. A massive sale of 300 ships is cause for celebration, but Brian is sweating, because those sales came with design changes that are bound to make the superiors furious. The mustachioed man is skeptical, wondering if she actually seduced the Count to close the deal. But she's completely convinced, blushing as she imagines the Count is absolutely obsessed with her. The argument heats up when Brian points out they want to double the sales. He's absolutely devastated, convinced that Lord Liam has fallen straight into a honey trap. Cut to Lord Liam, looking as cold as ever with his arms crossed. Across from him is Thomas Henfrey, the exclusive merchant for House Banfield, who seems more interested in his yellow sweets than anything else. As the sweets are served, Liam flashes a wicked grin, calling him a corrupt merchant. Thomas is just exhausted, correcting him for the 100th time that it's the Henfrey Chamber of Commerce. Liam cuts to the chase. Why is he really here? Thomas admits he needs a fleet of 100 vessels to act as an escort through pirate-infested sectors. Even Amagi is surprised by the level of danger. Thomas explains that getting attacked multiple times a day is just a normal Tuesday for a merchant. Amagi is ready to send the ships and Liam agrees. But that look on his face means this favor comes with a price. The condition, pure profit. Liam doesn't do favors for free. Thomas quickly agrees, even promising more sweets to seal the deal. With a triumphant shout, Liam orders Amagi to get the ships moving. As they leave, they gaze at the staggering scale of House Banfield's territory. Thomas is genuinely impressed, admitting that for someone so young, the Lord has done an incredible job. To the outside world, Liam is seen as a benevolent leader, even if he's a bit odd. But the assistant is left scratching her head. Why on earth would a man with so many resources specifically demand gold? Brian is completely baffled. He's tried offering mithril and high magic jewels, but Liam only has eyes for one thing: gold. While the staff thinks he's being modest, Liam's obsession is far more straightforward. Even from space, the talk is all about him. People are starting to realize Liam isn't your average noble, especially with how he's pumping tax revenue back into investments. Brian can't help but wonder, if it weren't for that crushing debt, just how powerful would this territory become? But the stakes are rising. A new trade deal is on the horizon for House Banfield, and while it's more dangerous than usual, Brian is ready to dive in. After all, as the exclusive merchants, they can't let a single profit opportunity slip away. And here it is. Glorious sight of gold bars. Brian suspects another bribe, but Liam doesn't care. To him, there is only one true treasure in this world, and he wants to know if Amagi agrees with his refined taste. Amagi is genuinely confused. Why gold? Liam's answer is simple and primal. It's the ultimate symbol of wealth with a value that never fades. Just look at that face. He's absolutely in love with the shine. Brian tries to bring logic into the conversation, pointing out that mithril is actually more valuable. But for Liam, this is practically a crime. How dare Brian suggest that something more valuable is better than his beloved gold? Amagi tries to pivot, mentioning that mithril is trendy for girls, which actually catches Liam's interest. But Brian doubles down, arguing that using industrial metals as jewelry is pointless. Gold is the only thing that truly carries meaning. Brian goes on a history lesson about gold's scarcity, but Liam is already over it. He just wants the gold processed into currency immediately. Brian might be a butler, but he's starting to feel more like a glorified delivery man. Despite the bribes and the growth, Liam looks at his territory and sees nothing. To him, it's still just the middle of nowhere. Amagi tries to show him the positive statistics, but Liam isn't interested in numbers. He wants a vibe shift. The solution? A total aesthetic overhaul. Liam decides to invest in the aesthetic business. planning to lure in models and entertainers to spark a cultural revolution. He's ignoring the debt warnings because he's got a vision, and that vision involves a lot more glamour. Talk about a culture shock. Liam is forced to witness a bizarre performance where attractiveness is measured solely by breast size. And he's absolutely had enough of this nonsense. But while Liam is struggling, someone is watching from the shadows, and they are beyond disappointed. This mysterious observer is furious that the man he expected to be a villain is actually a hard-working, benevolent lord. The sheer goodness of it all is literally giving the observer a stomach ulcer. Unable to stand the disappointment, he decides to stop watching and instead sends in some space pirates to tear everything down. Enter Captain Goaz, a monster who finds nothing more beautiful than the sight of a planet burning. For him, this isn't just a raid, it's a masterpiece. And Goaz has zero patience for anyone. When a subordinate dares to suggest mercy, the captain doesn't just disagree. He deletes the man's head with a single brutal punch. With the loot secured and the territory crushed, Goaz is in a great mood. But his cruelty doesn't stop at his enemies. He's already bored with his favorite woman, and is casually considering disposing of her. He calls her a durable toy, mocking the fact that she's somehow managed to keep her sanity despite the horrors he's put her through. To Goaz, she's just a broken object ready for replacement. Just as he's looking for a new thrill, word reaches him about a certain nutjob noble nearby, a man named Banfield, who is rumored to be a saintly leader developing his rural lands. To a sadist like Goaz, a benevolent lord is the perfect target. He doesn't just want the land, he wants the satisfaction of breaking someone upright and watching them fight back in vain. The stage is set for a collision of pure evil and misunderstood tyranny. Goaz is ready to move in, promising to show that cheeky brat exactly what hell looks like. Imagine being reborn into a mind-boggling sci-fi world as a ruling noble, only to find yourself bored to tears. Liam can't stand idling in his mansion, and while he's desperate to start his journey as an evil lord, his maid drops a reality check. As the planet's ruler, he can't just wander out whenever he feels like it. Liam's dreams of tyranny hit a wall of cold, hard logic. When he suggests raising taxes and oppressing the populace, his maid shuts him down with a professional breakdown, explaining that, while it might bring a quick buck, it's a long-term liability that would make paying off their massive debts nearly impossible. Enough with the rational adult talk. Liam snaps, declaring he doesn't want a lecture. He wants to abuse his power and use violence to take what he wants. His new plan? Scout the territory for beautiful girls, drag them back to the mansion, and do whatever he pleases with them. Just as Liam prepares for his kidnapping spree, the maid delivers a twist that leaves him completely floored. It turns out the mansion has already scouted the territory and hired the cream of the crop, meaning every beautiful and educated girl he was looking for is already on the payroll. The realization hits Liam. No wonder all the servants are so stunning. When the maid confirms that laying hands on the staff is actually the main reason they were hired, Liam's excitement peaks. Now, he wants to bring in every entertainer in the territory just to force them to bend the knee to him. Liam briefly worries that bringing in outsiders might expose his villainy, but the maid is quick to reassure him. After all, he isn't just some noble. He's the head of House Banfield and the absolute king of an entire planet. While Liam is busy lamenting that his evil plans aren't progressing and his debts are still piling up, a frantic advisor bursts in with a bombshell. The peace is officially over. Pirates have declared war on House Banfield. The threat is real and the demands are greedy. From the House Banfield government office, a pirate leader makes his terms clear. Hand over all properties and every good-looking man and woman as hostages, or face the consequences. Chaos erupts in the war room. Some officials plead for peaceful negotiations, while others demand a fight, despite the terrifying odds. Their 8,000 vessels are dwarfed by the pirate fleet's 30,000. The debate quickly devolves into a shouting match of accusations and cowardice. Amidst the panic and screaming, Liam is in a world of his own. He's not worried about the war or the hostages. He's just disappointed that the pirate leader's bounty isn't high enough to make him rich overnight. Suddenly, the room goes dead silent. Out of nowhere, a mysterious man in a pinstripe suit and top hat manifests, greeting Liam with a chillingly casual, "Hello there." Liam is completely blindsided, but the stranger just shrugs it off, mentioning that stopping the flow of time is an exhausting chore. When Liam asks why pirates are suddenly swarming his territory, the man reveals a twisted sense of generosity. The invasion is actually a present. He points out Liam's crushing debt and his upcoming transition into adulthood, claiming this chaos is the perfect way to grant him the prestige a true noble deserves. The stranger's pitch gets even more tempting. The leader of these pirates is sitting on a mountain of untold treasure. He promises that by crushing them, Liam won't just earn fame and glory, but an unimaginable amount of wealth to solve all his problems in one go. Liam is more than happy to play along, admitting this is exactly what he was looking forward to. The man dismisses the pirates as small fries for someone of Liam's current power and bids him a polite farewell, leaving Liam with a smirk of anticipation. As he vanishes, the mysterious man keeps a close eye on the situation through a screen, noting a coincidence with a sinister grin. He's not just a benefactor, he's a spectator watching a game he helped set up. Back at base, Liam is practically vibrating with excitement, declaring this the perfect first battle and vowing to crush Goaz. His subordinates, however, are in a total panic, screaming that the enemy force is overwhelming and filled with former knights, a fight they are completely unprepared for. Enough with the whining. Liam snaps, asserting his absolute authority as Liam's Sarah Banfield. He orders his staff to shut the hell up and follow his commands without question, muster every single available force, and bring Avid along for the ride. While a maid confirms that Avid has been safely transported to the spaceport, the territory's advisor is spiraling into despair. He can't believe that just as House Banfield was finally recovering, a fleet of space pirates has arrived to tear it all down. The advisor's hopelessness peaks as he realizes surrendering is futile and the Imperial Army won't arrive in time to save them. In a moment of pure irony, he laments that if only Lord Liam had been born a century earlier, he might actually have the experience to drive the pirates back. High above the planet, the man in the hat floats in the void, watching Liam suit up for war. He's thrilled to see his present in action, though his wishes are far from kind. He hopes Liam doesn't just die, but gets captured and turned into a plaything for the pirates. A mysterious woman holds a glowing cube, revealing that Goaz's fleet wasn't just any pirate crew. They had a box that let them steal Imperial Army gear. With a cruel smile, she mocks Liam, calling him a fool who learned nothing from his past life and is nothing more than a toy for others. She's practically salivating at the thought of his despair, imagining his smile turning into scorn and his gratitude into pure hate. With a wide shot of the space fleet, she declares it's time for Liam to learn the truth, demanding he entertain her to the absolute limit. Then the scale of the conflict is revealed. A massive swarm of ships fills the void, House Banfield's fleet, an overwhelming force of approximately 5,000 vessels. Meanwhile, in the command center, Liam is caught completely off guard, literally yawning in his chair. His aide snaps him awake with a sharp "hey," urgently informing him that the battle has already begun. As they monitor the chaos on screen, the tension rises. They're struggling against overwhelming numbers and can't afford a single reckless move. Liam admits he's relying on what he learned in the educational capsule, though he's confused why he can't even see the enemy. The situation is dire. They're outnumbered 6-1, and even the most incompetent outlaws are a threat in these numbers. Just as Liam decides he can't leave this to the military and prepares to order an attack, a sudden blast of static hits. Communications are jammed. Panic erupts as the source of the interference is pinpointed. It's coming from directly above the battleship. Suddenly, a swarm of 500 enemy ships drops in for a surprise strike. Liam immediately snaps into command, ordering an interception to keep the main force in sight. While his aide questions why the enemy would split their forces and use such a roundabout strategy, Liam realizes the trap. By intercepting this group, they're leaving dangerous gaps in their own defense. The horror of the enemy's tactic becomes clear. They aren't using pirates, but disposable soldiers from conquered countries. Liam realizes the jamming was timed perfectly, and now, he's stuck in a nightmare where he can't even relay orders to his own fleet. But someone is enjoying this. A bearded man laughs, clapping his hands, as he learns his 500-ship surprise attack was wiped out. Far from being angry, he's impressed by the brat's fighting skills and puts out a double reward for Liam, alive, so he can turn him into his own personal toy. The pirate captain is practically salivating at the thought of victory, dreaming of the torture he'll inflict on the brat's people. Once this is over, With the enemy command in chaos, he sees the perfect opening and screams for his boys to launch a brutal assault. The void of space erupts into a fireworks display of destruction as the pirate fleet tears through the enemy. The captain cackles with glee, watching the opposing forces turn tail and flee in terror, but the victory is short-lived. A massive explosion rocks the fleet, leaving the captain speechless. They've been hit by space mines. Even the pirate strategist is forced to admit the enemy is far more competent than they anticipated. Pure chaos breaks out as the captain loses his mind, screaming at his men to chase down the retreating ships. But the pilots are panicking. The enemy isn't just fleeing. They're starting to move again. Refusing to be intimidated, the captain orders his fleet to use their superior numbers to crush everything in sight. Meanwhile, the strategist notes the enemy's impressive coordination in gear, confident that the noble's private army will eventually break and scatter. As the enemy ships shift position, the captain scoffs, convinced the fight is already over. He mocks their pathetic resistance, believing he's already won the day. Meanwhile, Liam has had enough of the retreat. While a cautious advisor suggests buying time for the Imperial Army to arrive, the beret-wearing officer is absolutely livid, demanding to know who gave such a cowardly order. Liam shuts them both down with a single determined look. He has no intention of waiting for a rescue. He wants to win using his own power. He reveals the cold logic. They must keep the enemy occupied here, or risk their home planet being overrun. The officer tries to warn him about the risk to his life, but Liam isn't hearing it. He snaps, refusing to let scum tread on his territory, and delivers a bone-chilling command, a full frontal assault. No more talking. Liam demands the order be carried out immediately, and in a final move of absolute defiance, he declares he's heading straight into the battle himself with his avid. The enemy commander can't believe his eyes. This brat isn't running. In fact, while the bald captain wonders why he won't retreat, his subordinate realizes the terrifying truth. He's actually closing the distance. Panic hits the fleet as a lone mobile knight screams toward them. The captain doesn't take any chances, ordering every single one of his personal guards to deploy and intercept the threat. But it's too late. With a manic laugh that echoes through the void, Liam crashes right through their lines, screaming for them to try and stop him. The sheer power is absurd. As the soldiers watch in horror, they realize they're facing a mobile knight with strength that defies logic. A young man who must have pushed his body to the absolute limit. But as they look closer, they see more than just power. They see a lord who was discarded by his parents and left to rot in a dying territory, yet still fights with everything he has. For one soldier, this is the first time he's found a leader actually worth serving, and then they see his face. While risking his life to protect his people from pirate scum, Liam isn't terrified. He's laughing. That fearless grin sends a surge of morale through his troops, making them proud to call him their lord. Then comes the carnage. In a blur of steel and fire, Liam's mecha tears through the enemy fleet, slicing through metal like it's paper. Behold the avid. Standing tall amidst the wreckage of space, Liam feels the rush of absolute power. His verdict? He's completely invincible. He doesn't just fight, he dominates. With a thunderous, "Have at me," he unleashes a devastating blast of energy that consumes everything in its path, not even a scratch. Liam realizes that every brutal lesson from his master, the blindfolds, the endless dodging, the severe magic trainings, was all for this moment. Every single hardship was a stepping stone to becoming the ultimate pilot of the Avid. A massive mobile knight looms over the battlefield, its Gatling guns primed and ready. Inside the cockpit, a sinister grin spreads across the pilot's face. He's not just fighting, he's hunting. Then, total annihilation. Liam unleashes a devastating assault, laughing as he tells his enemies to tremble in fear. He doesn't just want victory. He wants them to be the stepping stones that carry the name Liam Sarah Banfield to every corner of the Empire. But suddenly, a blur of motion cuts through the chaos. Liam narrows his eyes, realizing this opponent is dangerously fast. Could this be the legendary Knight of the Pirates? Just as the enemy thinks they have the upper hand, Liam strikes back with a move so precise it's practically a teleport. Too naive, he mocks, leaving his opponent reeling and desperate to know what kind of sword school could produce such a terrifying technique. Liam reveals the secret. The school of one flash taught by his master, Yashushi. When the opponent dismisses it as some minor, unknown school, Liam's expression turns absolutely manic. He's about to give them a lesson they'll never forget by crushing every single one of them. Meanwhile, the pirate captain is losing his mind. He can't believe some famous knight is tearing through his lines until the truth hits him like a ton of bricks. The pilot is none other than Liam Sarah Banfield himself. The captain is livid, screaming about the fortune he wasted on mercenaries, who are now losing to a mere brat. He orders his forces to surround and pin the kid down, but the mood flips instantly when he realizes the enemy isn't retreating. He's heading straight for the captain. As the battle collapses, the captain's true colors show. He calls his own men useless trash, and decides it's time to vanish into the shadows. He doesn't care about the fleet, because as long as he has his alchemy box, he can buy his way back to power over and over again. The retreat is ruthless. The captain orders his crew to gather only the trusted few, declaring everyone else expendable. He even commands them to pulverize their own ships if they get in the way, anything to escape the relentless pursuit. But the escape is a fantasy. In a flash, Liam's mecha slams into them, gripping the captain's ship in a crushing hold. "Caught you," Liam declares with cold precision. It's far too late to run, and now, every single one of their treasures belongs to him. Lord Liam is in full command, ordering a ruthless pursuit of the pirates. No mercy for those who surrender. He wants them completely wiped out, leaving only a small force behind to secure the area. With the battle settled, Liam's focus shifts to the real prize. He's heading in for a treasure hunt, brushing off his worried subordinates as mere nuisances. The soldiers are terrified of a potential self-destruct trap, but Liam isn't having it. He demands they follow him, dismissing their fears as nonsense and ordering them to get down there already. Exploring the surprisingly clean interior, Liam's curiosity is piqued. But the silence is shattered by a sudden blast, and a hidden enemy is spotted. A stealth suit? Liam is more impressed by the price tag than the threat. If the pirates can afford such pricey gear, it only means there's even better loot waiting for him to find. The pirates think they've caught him off guard, leaping from the shadows with a smug warning about his carelessness. But Liam? He's completely unfazed, telling his panicked soldiers to just take it easy. In a blink, the threat is gone. Liam has sliced through the attackers before they could even react, leaving his soldiers in absolute shock as he casually continues his stroll. The pirate leader is losing his mind. He thought the one flash technique was a fake, a con, but seeing Liam's absurd strength, he's realizing he's dealing with a monster. The wounded pirates are in agony, their chests sliced open. Enter Goaz, who claims he doesn't usually lend a hand, but the situation has become too desperate to ignore. Goaz is spiraling into a panic, desperate to survive this backwater nightmare. He tries to brainstorm a bribe of treasure to buy his freedom, but a sudden presence freezes him in his tracks. Who is it? A sinister deal is on the table. A mysterious figure in a striped suit offers a desperate man extraordinary powers to take down Liam, giving him a brutal choice. Embrace the black fog or lose everything right here. The transformation is agonizing. The man screams in absolute torment as the dark energy consumes him, while the mysterious figure simply watches with a twisted, sadistic grin. The agony turns into pure ecstasy. Now a gray-skinned monster with glowing white eyes and jagged teeth, he feels an overwhelming surge of strength, convinced that he is now truly invincible. With skin as hard as adamantite, the monster, now called Goaz, charges off with murderous rage toward Liam. The mysterious figure sighs, admitting he might have overdone it, but he's confident that even Liam can't cut through this new beast. Meanwhile, a tiny glowing spirit dog with a halo is on a mission of its own, sneaking through the halls until it spots a mysterious metallic cube left behind on the floor. A sudden flash of memory, a bond from a past life. The spirit dog looks at the cube, the only thing connecting it to the person it once loved. Liam stops dead in his tracks. He thinks he saw a dog, but his sensors show absolutely nothing. Is it a hallucination, or some bizarre combat suit-wearing canine? That tail looks hauntingly familiar. It all clicks. This isn't some weapon, it's his pet from his previous life. The only creature that never betrayed him. A wave of nostalgia hits him, momentarily pulling him out of the mission. Determined to protect his old friend, Liam quickly brushes off his guards and pushes forward. But then his eyes lock onto something shiny. A golden box. His obsession with gold kicks in instantly. Ignoring his guards, Liam dashes off, practically swooning over his new golden treasure. But as he explores, he stumbles upon a hidden door that begins to crack open. revealing something that leaves him completely stunned. Jackpot. They've stumbled into a treasure room, overflowing with riches, but while his subordinate is losing his mind over the invaluable haul, Lord Liam is completely unimpressed. To him, this whole place is just a miss. Wait. He actually finds something he likes. Liam claims a sleek katana for himself, ignoring his subordinate's warnings about its value. But the mood flips instantly when an emergency report screams through the comms. Panic sets in, a monster resembling Goaz is tearing through the ship, and conventional weapons are useless. His guards are begging him to retreat to safety, but Liam has other plans. His answer? We're going in. They walk straight into a nightmare. A hulking, gray-skinned beast is already turning the hallway into a war zone, laughing as he promises to make every single one of them his personal toys. It's a total slaughter. The monster is treating the armored soldiers like rag dolls, crushing them without effort. He's bored of the fodder now. He wants the brat brought to him head-on. The remaining guards are terrified, wondering if they're even fighting a human. Desperate to protect their lord, they form a final, shaking line of defense to keep the beast away from Liam at any cost. The monster is in his element, mocking the pathetic attempts to stop him. He's just about to announce his victory when, bam! A sudden, blinding strike hits him out of nowhere, leaving him completely speechless. Liam stands there, looking down at the wreckage of his new weapon. He's not even worried about the monster. He's just genuinely bummed that his sword snapped. You're seriously tough, he notes with a sigh. The monster's arrogance vanishes the moment he looks down. His hand is gone. While the beast screams in agony and confusion, Liam casually claims the broken blade as one of his treasures, mocking the monster's ability to rampage without a limb. Liam is actually impressed that the blade didn't chip, but the monster has had enough. Enraged and desperate, he transforms into a grotesque mass of tentacles, screaming for his sword back as he prepares to unleash everything. The atmosphere shatters as Liam makes his entrance, leaving a terrified monster in his wake. While the soldiers shout his name in awe, Liam's response is cold and cutting. He tells the screaming creature it's simply too goddamn noisy. With a sadistic grin, he makes it clear. This is exactly how Lord Liam deals with trash. As the soldiers scramble to identify the gray-skinned beast as the notorious Goaz, the monster erupts in a desperate rage, demanding not to be ignored. But Liam isn't impressed. He looks on with pure boredom, reminding the creature that he already told him to shut up. With a blade pressed firmly against Goaz's throat, the power dynamic shifts completely. The once feared pirate breaks down, sobbing and offering every single one of his treasures just to stay alive. Liam listens to the pathetic pleading with a chilling smile, before delivering a flat, heartless refusal. I don't want to. Looking at the tattooed, rugged face of the monster, Liam is hit by a wave of irritation. It reminds him of the loan sharks from his miserable past life. But as he watches the creature tremble, a dark realization sinks in. He's starting to love the feeling of holding someone's life and death in his hands. He's not just a ruler, he's becoming a true villain. He decides Goaz's only remaining purpose is to serve as a stepping stone and a payday from the Empire's bounty. Goaz tries one last gamble, claiming he has a hidden treasure worth more than his own bounty. For a second, Liam looks genuinely excited, practically beaming at the prospect of more loot. But the hope is short-lived. Liam coldly reveals his plan. He'll just let the Empire's interrogators rip the information out of him. While Goaz wails in terror at the thought of Imperial torture, the soldiers debate the logistics of the capture. They mention that a live prisoner fetches a higher price, and Liam agrees they'll take him in alive, leaving the monster clinging to a sliver of hope. That hope is incinerated in an instant. Liam checks the bounty details and discovers a crucial detail. For someone as heinous as Goaz, the reward is dead or alive. As the monster begs for his life one last time, Liam's patience snaps. Shut up, he snaps, you're irritating, and strikes with lethal precision. The soldiers watch in horror as Liam's very aura seems to shift, his skin changing color in a way that sends shivers down their spines. He casually holds up a bag as proof of the kill, completely unfazed by the carnage. As the ship is finally secured, Liam wonders if everything is finally over. But the cleanup isn't finished. The soldiers drag out another prisoner, a pale, braided man known as the Breeder. He's already in a state of panic, screaming in pain as Liam's boot connects with him, forcing him to lead them to where the captives are kept. The Breeder desperately begs for his equipment to be left alone, But Liam has a different interest. He asks a question that makes the air turn cold. Since he's called the breeder, does he keep livestock and pets here? The man's confused response is quickly replaced by a creepy, knowing smile that suggests the pets are something far more sinister. The mood takes a dark turn when the breeder tries to curry favor with a sickening offer. He can modify his captives into any kind of dog. Lord Liam desires even literal ones. As they approach a restricted area, the subordinates warn Liam to stay away. But the breeder is practically vibrating with excitement to show off his private laboratory. The breeder descends into a manic rant, describing the sublime art of twisting human bodies into shapes of anguish. But the moment Liam sees the grotesque results, his face twists in pure revulsion. Disgusting! Stepping into the nightmare, Liam finds a room full of cages housing mutated monstrosities. One creature, barely human, looks up with a single eye and asks the one question that confirms the horror. What happened to Goaz? With chilling calmness, Liam drops the bomb. He's killed Goaz and the breeder. The creature breaks down in tears of relief, begging for compassion and a way to end their suffering. The victims are so broken they beg for death. But Liam has other plans. He agrees to save them all, though he makes it clear this mercy comes with a price. They must return the favor. The irony is brutal. The creatures scream in panic, begging to be killed instead, but the guards are firm. Lord Liam's order is absolute. They are being saved, whether they want it or not. But salvation isn't cheap. To reconstruct these shattered bodies from scratch, they'll need elixir. Legendary cure-alls that are incredibly rare and expensive. Liam's solution? He'll simply sell off Goaz's treasures to fund the operation, keeping a few for himself. He smirks, claiming he's just feeling generous for once. Returning to House Banfield's territory, Liam is greeted by a tearfully dramatic welcome. But as a girl whispers in his ear, the truth is far colder. The man crying for him never actually thought he'd win. Amagi brings some thrilling news. The capital wants to award the master for wiping out those space pirates. While he's already dreaming of the fame and titles, there's more. The Henfrey Chamber of Commerce and the 7th Weapons Factory are desperate to buy the spoils. Liam's mind is already racing with the possibilities of what he can build with those rare metals. Before diving into the rewards, Liam heads off to have a word with Thomas. He can't help but call him out. Thomas is surprisingly evil when it comes to pricing. But as he looks at the loot, one thing becomes clear. Goaz was absolutely filthy loaded. Thanks to the haul, the debts are as good as gone. And then some. Thomas offers to let Liam handle the doctors, and even brings some yellow sweets to sweeten the deal. But Liam isn't buying it. He's convinced this Ichigoya is pure evil. Now the scene shifts to the heart of the Algrand Empire. The capital. It's a staggering metropolis of tens of billions, where space elevators pierce the sky and liquid metals flow. Liam prepares himself, knowing he's heading into the center of power. Stepping out in a stunning new ensemble, Liam worries he's overdoing it, but Amagi assures him it's perfect for an audience with the Emperor. But before he can even reach the palace, he's intercepted by some familiar faces. Long time no see, Liam. The greeting is met with a cold, blank stare. Who are you? The man is devastated, wondering if he's just aged too much, while the woman laughs it off as a lapse in memory. But Liam isn't forgetting. He's questioning their very identity. Amagi has to step in and break the news. These people are his parents and grandparents. The realization hits Liam like a ton of bricks. These are the same people who dumped a bankrupt territory on him and vanished. And yet, they have the nerve to act like it's all just big joke. The audacity doesn't stop there. His grandmother casually tells him to toss his doll aside, claiming such things don't belong in the imperial palace. Liam is speechless, but Amagi, ever the professional, quietly retreats to a separate room. Liam cuts straight to the chase. What do they actually want? The answer is as predictable as it is greedy. They're in debt, they want a cut of his reward, and they want a bigger allowance. Oh, and they've already spent money they expect him to pay back. All while claiming how wonderful he is. Enough is enough. With a single cold command, Liam tells Amagi to kick them out. His parents are absolutely livid, screaming about the betrayal of their own flesh and blood. But as they're dragged away, Amagi reminds him of the cold reality. The debts might be theirs, but the collectors are coming for him. The stakes are rising, and the maid delivers a chilling warning. If they aren't careful, the master's very name will be dragged through the mud. But Liam isn't playing defense. With a single decisive command, He orders the documents prepared, ready to pay whatever price is necessary to cut the ties. Meanwhile, someone is feeling the brutal weight of Liam's wake. Stranded and powerless, a desperate figure in a hat curses Liam's name, realizing too late that they no longer have the strength to cross between worlds. The worst part? All the gratitude they tried to steal is now flowing straight back to that bastard Liam. The fallout turns into a full-blown family meltdown. Screams of betrayal echo as the disgraced relative blames the family's failure to educate Liam. Then, a shadow looms, and a voice drops a bombshell that changes everything. Liam's own family is now his enemy, but amidst the chaos, there's a moment of surprising tenderness. The maid warns Liam that standing by him will only tank his reputation, but he doesn't even blink. "I don't mind such things," he declares, choosing her over his social standing. It's a bold move that leaves her with a soft, knowing smile. But don't let that smile fool you. The second she's alone, the maid's expression turns cold. Staying beside Liam may only make things harder for him now. She starts calculating bribes to the palace, searching for a way to justify having an android remain beside a noble. The plot thickens into something dangerous. Between whispers of assassination and secret acquaintances, the maid reaches a startling conclusion. As she stands alone in the vast hall, she wonders if it's finally time to leave her master's side for good. Then comes the grand spectacle. Under a rain of confetti and the gaze of a massive crowd, Liam is seen kneeling in his display of absolute submission. Or perhaps, a calculated move in a much larger game. Back in the halls of power, the Banfield family is losing their minds. A relative screams at an official, outraged that the procedure to change the family head was denied. Their biggest grievance? That Liam had the audacity to bring a doll into the palace, bringing shame to the entire house. The official isn't buying any of it. He shuts down the complaints with cold, hard facts. There are no rules against androids, and more importantly, Liam actually did his job by defeating pirates. While the family complains about tendencies, the official points out that Liam is the only one actually paying the taxes the house neglected. The final nail in the coffin. The official reveals that Liam used his rewards to pay off the family's debts, making the relative's pleas look pathetic. With a look of pure disdain, he delivers the ultimate shutdown. The difference between the family and that child obvious. His final advice? "I would behave if I were you." Liam is completely floored, staring blankly as he tries to process the chaos. He's utterly lost, asking Amagi what a basket party is even supposed to be, while she looks just as confused by the whole ordeal. As Amagi gently pets his head, the mood shifts. She brings up a heavy topic, the 40 years she spent in his service, and the fact that he's nearly an adult. Liam catches the vibe immediately, wondering why she's suddenly getting so sentimental. Then comes the bombshell. Amagi drops a line that freezes the room. She doesn't think she should stay by his side anymore. She reveals the cold truth. The Empire's deep prejudice against dolls is starting to tarnish his reputation. Liam tries to laugh it off as a joke, but Amagi's expression is dead serious. She insists this is all for his own sake, while in the silence of her heart, she whispers the one thing she can't say out loud. "I love you." Suddenly, a traumatic memory flashes back, a woman's voice saying a heartbreaking goodbye. The pain hits Liam like a freight train, and he clings to Amagi in a panic, terrified that he's about to be abandoned all over again. He snaps, his desperation turning into a raw, emotional outburst. He screams that even a doll can't stand him and accuses her of hating being by his side, his voice cracking under the weight of his fear. Amagi tries to explain that her time with him was the happiest of her life. But that's exactly why she has to leave. Liam isn't having it. He shuts her down with a desperate command, ordering her to stay by his side no matter what. Tears stream down his face as he demands her loyalty, shouting that his orders are absolute. Seeing his vulnerability, Amagi's resolve softens, and she finally gives in, agreeing to follow his order. He collapses into her, begging her never to leave him. Amagi can't help but smile, thinking about how truly helpless her master is, though she briefly wonders if they were really just the two of them when Brian was always around. With a tender, loving gaze, Amagi pulls him close. She makes a promise that seals their bond. She'll stay by his side for as long as she possibly can. A nightmare of fire and ash, the Night Princess Christiana watches in horror as her homeworld is consumed by a fiery red blaze, taking her family and her people with it. The sadistic Goaz mocks her agony, revealing a cruel twist. He kept his promise to let go of her world by erasing it from existence entirely. He laughs at her failure, boasting that in the real world, evil always prevails. Broken but not defeated, Christiana makes a desperate vow. She refuses to accept a world where evil wins, praying that someday, someone strong enough to defeat such monsters will finally arrive. Then, the darkness breaks. Christiana awakens to a familiar voice. Levy, asking if she's regained consciousness. As she looks around in confusion, she realizes with a shock that her original voice has returned. Confusion turns to disbelief as she looks at her own hands. Levi explains the miracle. They've used a regeneration treatment to rebuild her physical body from scratch. When she learns that precious elixirs were used just for her, Christiana is overwhelmed. Despite the warning that the rehabilitation will be strenuous, she declares she'll do absolutely anything necessary to make this a reality. Tears stream down her face as the weight of the moment hits her. This isn't a cruel trick or a fading dream. It's actually happening. Frantic to repay the debt, Christiana is stunned to learn that Count Banfield didn't just save her. He built the entire facility and paid for the treatment of every single captive from the space pirate fleet. Levi delivers a final, cryptic message from the Lord. Make sure you return the favor. The words spark a memory, and Christiana gasps. Could this be the knight from that time? Meanwhile, Liam is completely clueless. When his aide reminds him that the massive medical facility he built is successfully saving the pirate captives, Liam quickly plays it off as a coincidence, claiming he only wanted a huge hospital for his own personal use. Liam's tyranny is taking a weird turn. He's providing medical aid and territory to refugees, but his inner monologue reveals the real motive. He's just building a harem of beauties. Then Brian drops a bombshell, revealing a mysterious treasure he looted from Goaz's body, an ancient alchemy box from a lost magic country. The box's power is a dream come true. It can turn any non-living object into pure gold or mithril. Liam's eyes practically turn into currency symbols as he imagines the wealth, but the fantasy is cut short. Brian delivers a cold reality check, reminding Liam that as the head of House Banfield, he needs to stop the tomfoolery and focus on his duties. Unable to let it go, Liam spends his night in pajamas, desperately trying to activate the box with his wooden katana, following the manual's instructions just to see if it works. Suddenly, the impossible happens. A magic circle erupts, and using ancient letters he learned from his education capsule, Liam triggers a real transmutation. Pure, glittering gold everywhere. Realizing the box is the real deal, Liam is suddenly the guide's biggest fan, claiming he's finally found true happiness. But this windfall comes at a price. Somewhere else, a mysterious figure in a wide-brimmed hat screams in agony as their powers are violently ripped away. While the defeated enemy vows to drag Liam into an excruciating hell of sorrow, the evil lord is just peacefully napping, hugging his precious box. The chaos ends with Brian sobbing uncontrollably, overwhelmed by Liam's adult maturity. Liam, completely unfazed, just wants to know what's on his schedule for the day. Liam is facing a total nightmare. His coming-of-age ceremony is in an hour, and his schedule for the next 2 days is absolutely packed with parties. His reaction? A flat-out, immediate rejection of everything. Just then, a stunning woman in armor appears, beaming with admiration. She tells Liam his attire fits him perfectly, and while he returns the compliment with a deadpan delivery, the air between them is suddenly electric. This is Christiana Lita Roseblair, also known as Tia. She's a powerhouse who crushed a grueling year of rehab just to volunteer as Liam's knight, but there's a catch. She lacks the official Imperial Knight qualification. The path to that qualification is a brutal 30-year grind of academies and deployments. While Tia is ready to suffer for him, Liam's priorities are different. He admits he hired her for her looks because having beautiful girls serve him is the ultimate prestige for an evil lord. Then there's the house. As Liam looks up at his own sprawling, ornate estate, he has a sudden, rare moment of doubt. Did he accidentally build the place too huge? Ironically, the guests are obsessed. They mistake his massive mansion for a sign of refined taste and functionality, while the room fills with wealthy merchants and weapon factory reps all desperate to get in his good graces. But not everyone is cheering. Some guests worry about his young age, and the powerless noble houses are watching like hawks, wondering if this new lord is actually someone they can depend on for survival at the Empire's borders. The gossip mill starts churning. While some wonder if Tia is just eye candy, Others sense a dangerous aura about her, whispering a wild theory. Could she be the Night Princess from a world destroyed long ago? The rumors of a legendary knight spread through the crowd. The guests realize that if a warrior of that caliber is truly loyal to Liam, his ascent to becoming a great lord is practically inevitable. Suddenly, the scene shifts to the cold vacuum of space. A pirate fleet is in full retreat, their will to fight completely shattered. With the enemy broken, the officer turns to the Lord, waiting for the final order. Liam is in full evil lord mode, ordering the total annihilation of his enemies with a sadistic grin. He watches the carnage from his screen, though he's a bit bummed he didn't get the chance to join the fray himself. Enter Ulysses Morisil, the tech officer from the third weapon factory. She's practically beaming, eager to know if Liam is satisfied with their latest, high-performance ship designs tailored specifically for his fleet. Liam is so impressed he decides to buy everything the third factory has to offer. But as he seals the deal, a sudden scream echoes through the hall. Nias has arrived, and she looks absolutely devastated. Chaos ensues as Nias accuses Liam of betraying the seventh weapon factory. Liam coldly denies ever making a promise, while Ulysses doesn't hold back, calling Nias a tech freak. Nias tries to reclaim some dignity by shouting about her new promotion to captain, but the tension is palpable. Liam thinks they might be friends, but Ulysses quickly shuts that down, questioning Nias' skills as a salesperson. Nias snaps back with a boast about her record-breaking sales numbers, leaving Liam completely floored. Ulysses delivers a brutal truth. Nias' sales are only high because Liam buys everything. Just as Nias collapses in defeat, Ulysses reminds Liam that his ship Avid is ready for action. Despite the praise for his excellent fleet, Liam remains unsatisfied, feeling they're still far from his ideal. Liam doubles down on his order with Ulysses to expand his fleet. A desperate Nias literally crawls on the floor, begging for even a single cruiser order just to save face, but the contract is already sealed. Liam casually orders 100 new ships, sending Ulysses into a state of pure euphoria. Meanwhile, the final report comes in. The pirate fleet is gone. Liam's only concern now? Making sure every single scrap of debris is collected. Liam returns to the House Banfield Space Fortress, where he's greeted by a welcoming committee of maids. He tries to act humble, telling them they didn't need to come all the way out to meet him. Back at the fortress, a maid gently urges Liam to be mindful of his social standing. Liam, however, is bored. He dismisses the pirates as small fries and declares his desire for a truly worthy opponent, leaving his maid to struggle between defending the pirates' reputation and agreeing that they were indeed pathetic. Liam is absolutely outraged to discover that space pirates are actually avoiding him. To him, those pirates aren't threats. They're just walking piggy banks, and he can't have his profit running away. Amagi tries to calm him down, pointing out that the territory's administration is smooth and they don't even need pirate loot to stay financially stable. Financial stability. Liam doesn't care about stability when he has a cheat code. With a smug's grin, he reveals his secret, the alchemy box, which allows him to create as much gold as he wants. He doesn't need pirates when he can just turn a list of lacking resources into reality. With a blinding flash of power, the wasteland of rubble is transformed. In an instant, piles of trash are converted into rows of refined, high-value resources. Liam beams with satisfaction. Everything is finished. Liam's genius trash-to-cash scheme is simple. Charge fees to dispose of dangerous waste, turn that waste into resources, and sell them for a quick buck through a shell company. He's ready to wipe his debts clean and finally be free, but Amagi stops him cold. Paying everything back at once would be too suspicious and could expose the existence of the alchemy box. Just as they're discussing the budget, Amagi catches Liam in another spending spree. Did he really just order another massive shipment of weaponry? Liam tries to play it off with a nervous laugh. But the weapon factories have already made contact. Amagi doesn't hold back, scolding Liam for his impulse buying and how it disrupts their fleet strengthening program. Liam tries to pivot the conversation to his upcoming training at another noble house, but Amagi delivers a blunt truth. Nothing has been decided yet. While training under other houses is standard for noble scions, House Banfield is a pariah. Thanks to the infamy of his predecessor, no one wants them. Liam doesn't mind and suggests picking a house at random, but Amagi and Sir Brian are struggling to find any option that isn't a dead end. Suddenly, Brian bursts in, ecstatic that he's finally found the perfect house for Liam's training. But Liam immediately kills the vibe, dismissing the whole concept of training as nothing more than a 3-year luxury vacation for lazy nobles. Brian insists that House Razel is different, offering actual, rigorous live-in training. However, Liam notices something suspicious. The territories surrounding House Razel are failing, while his own are booming and even absorbing their immigrants. Something about this perfect house doesn't add up. Before he departs, Amagi recommends Liam re-enter the education capsule to prep. Liam agrees, more interested in the entertainment he'll find at House Razel than the actual lessons. As he prepares to sleep, he gives Brian one final brutal blow, telling the desperate man to just continue his work in silence. Randolph Sarah Razel is in a foul mood, dismissing this year's applicants as absolute trash. To him, if a house isn't at least count rank, they aren't even worth a glance. Some suggest looking at individual skill, specifically the heir of House Exner, but Randolph isn't having it. In his world, the power of the household is everything. Individual strength is a meaningless metric. But while the nobles debate, a mysterious woman in a hat sees her opening. With a sinister grin, she hacks into the system to swap the applicant's data, ensuring a certain brat gets a taste of her evil revenge. The plan works perfectly. Now, the person reviewing the files sees a total disaster, a house in financial ruin with debts they can't possibly pay. Randolph decides to accept the application, but only so he can give the shameless applicant a fittingly miserable treatment. Just as the mood hits rock bottom, a new profile catches Randolph's eye. This one is a miracle. A househead since age 5, a debt slayer, a pirate hunter, and the owner of a super dreadnought-class battleship. Randolph is instantly obsessed, declaring House Peduk the perfect partner for his family. He's so blinded by the fake data that he's already dreaming of an engagement between the Peduk heir and his own daughter. The hype reaches a fever pitch at the Razel Viscounty spaceport. As massive amounts of rare resources and a cutting-edge battleship arrive, the staff are convinced that House Peduk is the real deal. Meanwhile, the contrast is brutal. While Peduk is praised, House Banfield is mocked for bringing no gifts and leaving their maintenance costs to the host. The mysterious hacker watches from the shadows, savoring the chaos she's created. Then he makes his entrance. Peter Sarah Peduk arrives with a smug, predatory grin, casually introducing himself to a beaming Viscount Razel. Razel rolls out the red carpet, promising a grand banquet and every luxury. But Peter isn't interested in the pleasantries. He demands to be taken to his room immediately, leaving the Viscount in a state of blissful ignorance. A sinister plan is in motion. The Viscount smiles, already imagining how he can use his daughter as a leash to keep Peter Kun under his thumb. Convinced that his daughter's beauty is the ultimate tool for control. Welcome to the grind. The scene shifts to a Stark training facility where a loud-mouthed instructor crashes in, announcing with a roar that this is where their training begins, leaving the students in a state of absolute shock. No one is a guest here. The instructor screams that they will follow the Viscount's rules without question, ordering them to dump their luggage and get to the grounds. While others complain about the cramped rooms, Liam can't help but feel that this is far different from what he was promised. Liam recalls the bribes he sent ahead, including a prized bonsai plant for Brian. In a flashback, Brian beams with pride, boasting that the one-of-a-kind tree is a champion of many competitions. Surprisingly, Liam is thrilled. He's delighted that the training is actually harsh and views the Viscount as a virtuous man for not being swayed by his bribes. Plus, he realizes his roommate is from a barren house, meaning Liam officially outranks him. Enter Kurt Sarah Exner. One look at the blonde, athletic newcomer, and Liam feels an immediate, inexplicable surge of irritation. This guy just rubs him the wrong way. 1 month flies by in a blur of repetition. From morning physicals to classroom lectures, and the humbling work of a household servant, Liam finds the entire routine so easy, it's practically boring him to death. Compared to the hellish training of the one flash school, this is practically a warm-up. While Liam enjoys the peace of being away from his duties, a girl named Ella Sarah Berman cuts through his daydreaming, telling him to hurry up and finish the job. The contrast is jarring. While Liam and his peers are drenched in sweat and mud, the entourage of the Viscount's daughter looks like they're just out for a casual sports day. Meanwhile, the gossip starts flying, specifically about how Katerina is always glued to Peter's side. The legend of Peter continues to grow. The students whisper about his rapid territorial development his fame as a ruler, and his sword school license. As they discuss the massive expectations for his future, Liam simply listens, thinking to himself, I see. Liam sees Peter as a mirror image of himself in status, but a total opposite in morality. While Peter is the virtuous lord, Liam embraces his role as the villain, especially since his reputation for atrocious deeds seems to have already reached the ears of House Razel. Walking with Ella, Liam finds her perspective on their shared struggle strange, but she's determined to stay positive. Ella opens up about being the overlooked third daughter of her house, hoping that building a bond with House Razel is their best bet. Liam can't help but feel a flicker of sympathy, noting that such family drama is all too common in the Empire's noble society. Touched by his sympathy, Ella beams with gratitude, feeling completely relieved. But Liam isn't thinking about friendship in the traditional sense. He's calculating. If Ella and others who are cast aside are on his side, he's not just making friends. He's gathering a league of fellow evil lord allies. Enter Kurt, the roommate. While Kurt seems oblivious, mentioning that the scion of the Count household seems to hate him for no reason, Liam is seething. After being ignored yet again, Liam's internal rage peaks. He absolutely hates this guy. Ella tries to play peacemaker, urging Liam to make friends with Kurt for the sake of their training. Liam's response? He'll only consider it if Kurt bows his head in submission. Ella can only stare in disbelief, calling him a self-centered weirdo, while Liam proudly claims it's his selling charm. The atmosphere shifts as the instructor announces a martial arts sparring session, warning the students that even training weapons can be dangerous. Liam picks up a shock sword, a weapon that delivers an agonizing electric jolt upon impact, and he's paired with the one person he can't stand, his roommate. Facing off, Liam notices Kurt also chose a shock sword, though it's a two-bladed Western style. Kurt doesn't look intimidated. In fact, he warns Liam that he's bad at holding back and could actually cause a real injury. Liam isn't buying the threats. He coolly reminds Kurt that he's a license holder of the one flash style, a technique Kurt has never even heard of. With a smirk, Liam asks if Kurt is still resolved to fight, and the instructor screams the signal to begin. Boom! The two clash in an instant, the impact of their blades creating a blinding explosion of sparks. In the heat of the moment, Liam's eyes sharpen with absolute focus. In a sudden, overwhelming strike, Liam sends Kurt flying backward. As Kurt recovers, he's left reeling in shock. How on earth did this guy keep up with his movements? The surrounding students can only watch in stunned silence. The duel ends with a shocking realization. A blonde boy admits he completely underestimated the other's swordsmanship, while Liam smugly reminds him exactly what one flash style is all about. But just as they share a moment of mutual respect, a loud voice snaps them back to reality, telling them to stop spacing out. For the blonde boy, this isn't just a loss, it's a crisis of identity. He's trained his whole life following in the footsteps of a father who rose by his own ability, yet he feels like nothing more than an incompetent upstart. That one single attack, he could barely stop it. Humbled, the boy admits there's a lot he can learn from Liam, but the mood shifts instantly. As the scene cuts, Liam lets out a laugh that can only be described as purely evil. And here's why. While Liam cackles, Kurt is practically having a meltdown on the bed, calling him a literal devil for taking a staggering 60% in taxes. Liam just brushes it off, but Kurt is desperate, explaining that his house, Exner, is brand new and they have absolutely no clue how to actually rule their people. It's a mess. Kurt reveals they tried to be kind to the populace, but you can't govern if you don't know the basics. With the pressure of upcoming resource development training, Kurt is at his wit's end. Liam just smirks, telling him he's picked the absolute worst place for training. Still, Kurt is determined to learn for the sake of his parents. Then, Liam drops a bombshell. With a confident grin, he offers to teach Kurt everything he knows. Kurt's brain practically shuts down. Wait, this guy is going to be the teacher? The lesson begins, and it's a masterclass in evil efficiency. Liam explains that wringing people dry with 60% taxes is just bad business because it kills their ability to grow. You need the carrot, not just the stick. Kurt is horrified, thinking Liam is a monster for wanting to fatten them up just to bleed them later, but Liam argues it's simply more profitable to target the rich. You gotta fatten up the cattle first. Liam's advice is brutal and blunt, telling Kurt to shut his trap and just do it. But amidst the greed, there's a cold truth. No matter what, You must maintain absolute control over your military power. Liam brags about being an expert in the art of ruling, but Kurt's mind drifts to the grim reality of his home. His father's territory is impoverished, yet the Empire still demands tributes. With no fame or influence, House Exner is completely alone in the world. It feels impossible. Kurt knows they barely own anything, and consulting others would be meaningless. But then he looks at Liam, and for some reason, he's convinced everything will be fine. Why? Because Liam is already planning a military overhaul, suggesting they ditch the old, worn-out battleships for a few high-quality, brand-new ones. Kurt admits his people are broke and pushed to the limit, but Liam has a solution. He tells Kurt to just borrow the money, even offering to put in a word with his own private merchant. Kurt is terrified that Liam will be the one on the hook if House Exner fails to pay, but Liam doesn't care about the money. Instead, he's genuinely impressed by Kurt's guts to be a tyrant, declaring them fellow evil lords who need to stick together. Kurt is completely blindsided. He sees Liam as a self-made, powerful lord with an unwavering conviction to be evil, and suddenly, he's not just impressed, he wants to be exactly like him. The two evil lords seal their pact with a fist bump, ready to take on the world together. But business comes first. Liam immediately starts grilling Kurt on the state of his territory and internal administration. While cleaning, Liam catches up with a female peer, admitting he totally misjudged Kurt. When he offers to help her house, she reveals a surprising hope, that she'll just marry into another house of the same rank to solve her problems. She admits marrying Kurt would be a terrible choice, but she's still scouting for a Count's household, since Kurt is currently single. Meanwhile, in the background, a couple is getting way too close for comfort. The bold couple doesn't care who sees them, with the boy claiming he'll just shut up anyone who complains. Liam and Miss Catherine watch in shock, realizing that Viscount Razel's daughter is just as assertive as the rest of them. Liam scoffs at the idea of marriage for love, calling it a fairy tale in their noble society. But the girl isn't having it, passionately arguing that love can overcome any political arrangement, leaving Liam completely speechless. As they finish their chores, Liam mentions the recent rise in local thugs. While the narrative reveals Viscount Razel's crushing anxiety over the safety of his people, Liam is far more confident. He thinks Razel is just foolish for not knowing how to handle it. Over lunch in the cafeteria, the conversation shifts to the upcoming resource development training. While others dread being worked to death, Liam sees it as a golden opportunity to get his hands on some heavy industrial equipment. Liam is in full helpful mode, promising Ella he'll do his best to support her, and she's absolutely thrilled to have met him. But nearby, the mood is way less friendly. Kurt is getting absolutely shredded by a girl for being too stupid to understand how a cool reactor works. A cheerful girl pops into the scene, noticing Ella's unusually bright mood and inviting both her and Liam to join her group for their natural resource development training in space. Ella is all in, and now the ball is in Liam's court. Meanwhile, a stern blonde noblewoman surveys the morning chaos with a look of pure disdain. She's thinking about her betrothed, Peter, and while she finds him a total buzzkiller, she takes a twisted satisfaction in how easy he is to control. And here's the man himself. Peter. He's currently a pathetic heap on a bed, looking completely defeated. His fiancée is starting to wonder if the rumors of his sword school license and his success as a lord were all just a big lie. Time to gear up. But the training equipment is a nightmare. The spacesuits still smell like old sweat. While Ella is practically gagging, Liam spins it as a lesson in the hardships of the workers, leaving Ella wondering why he's so weirdly positive about this. The instructor shuts down the complaints instantly, barking that they need to rely on guts and wits to survive extreme environments. While Ella feels hopeless about the place, Liam sees a silver lining. This is the perfect chance to learn how to get things done without a budget. Suddenly, Liam's positive attitude flips into a cold, sharp critique. He calls his peers stupid and blasts House Razel, arguing that the lack of profit is the higher-ups' negligence, not the workers' fault. He's not here to play the student. He's here to call out the system. This resolve comes from a dark place. A flash of Liam's past life reveals the corporate hell he endured, where hard work was rewarded with more work, and bosses stole all the credit. His new mantra is simple. If your work isn't appreciated, just quit. Back in the present, Liam is absolutely dominating the training, treating the heavy mechs like toys. His insane skill catches the eye of a recruiter, but Liam isn't looking for a simple job. He makes it clear that hiring him will cost a fortune. The scene shifts to a blend of traditional and futuristic architecture, where Kurt is putting in grueling sword practice. Hearing that Kurt has trained this hard since childhood under a strict master, Liam is genuinely impressed and finds himself wanting to meet the man who forged such discipline. A chaotic morning begins with a burst of energy as a cheerful girl shouts aloud, "Good morning!" to her companions. But the mood is awkward. One of the boys is practically vibrating with discomfort, desperate to get Ace away from her because he's all sweaty, while she just wants to capture the moment with a video. Things get even weirder when a floating drone demands they show their friendship by climbing on each other's shoulders. After the chaos settles, the girl, Ayla, waves a cheerful goodbye, leaving the two boys to wonder aloud just how someone can be that energetic all the time. In a quiet moment of reflection, a photo of the trio captures a rare sense of belonging. Despite the pointless nature of his training in this place, Liam can't help but feel genuinely glad that he met these two. Then, reality hits. Liam realizes he completely forgot to make his regular check-in call. When he finally connects with his maid, Amagi, she doesn't hide her disappointment that he's been ghosting her, though she's just relieved he's still alive. Switching gears to business, Liam catches up with a mustachioed official, casually mentioning that since he's not working, he's just been doing his own training. When the man asks about his strange attire, Liam drops a bombshell. This isn't a training suit. It's their daily uniform. The official is left completely stunned, but Liam doesn't give him time to process. He immediately pivots to the Empire's business, demanding reports on territory and military restructuring, while Amagi questions why he's calling from a resource asteroid instead of a proper residence. The reason is a nightmare. Liam reveals he spent the last year doing actual mining work in a colony where the environment is a total joke. While the official is absolutely horrified that a lord is being forced into hard labor, Liam just laughs it off as a lesson in hard work, until a voice interrupts, telling him his time is up. The news triggers a total meltdown back home. Amagi is livid that the resources they sent didn't buy Liam better treatment, and the official completely loses it, screaming his loyalty to the heavens. He's not just mad, he's declaring a full-scale investigation into the unacceptable treatment of his lord. Amidst the rage, a small spark of warmth remains. Amagi finds herself genuinely relieved and happy for one reason: her master has finally made some friends. Even the furious official has to admit that's a win. But while the official is still plotting revenge against House Razel, Liam is back with his friends, explaining the real root of his problems. It turns out being the son of a legendary knight comes with a price. A swarm of extreme, obsessive fanatics that make his life a living hell. Imagine having a father so famous that secret photos of him are circulating like he's some kind of idol. Kurt is absolutely mortified by the ruckus it's causing at home, but Liam? He thinks the whole thing is actually kind of amazing. Seeing an opportunity, Liam's business brain kicks into gear. Why let bootlegs run wild when you can sell the official images yourself? He pitches the idea to a baffled Kurt, turn those obsessed fans into a goldmine. Kurt is instantly sold on the plan, but Liam is already thinking 3 steps ahead, secretly noting that the illegal photos would actually not be more profitable. The high-stakes business talk ends abruptly when the mood shifts back to lunch, and Liam is faced with his greatest enemy, bitter vegetables. Liam refuses to accept anything this bitter as actual food, but Kurt just shrugs and eats them without a flinch. Watching him, Liam starts to wonder if he's the one imagining things, or if Kurt is just built different. Meanwhile, the girl watching them is barely holding it together. She's in a state of absolute ecstasy, just looking at the two of them, fighting the urge to scream her excitement out loud. But as she settles her heart, the scene shifts to the quiet streets of the town. Enter a new face, a rough-looking man who's having a very bad day. He's exhausted and annoyed that he needs a license for heavy equipment, grumbling that, despite his current appearance, he actually has experience piloting mobile suits. His mood swings are a roller coaster. One second he's laughing manically, and the next he's crashing into total despair. He's broke, he's sold everything he owns, and now, he's absolutely starving. Hunger leads to a confrontation with a flamboyant thug, and things go south fast. The scruffy man delivers a light hit that ends with a sickening snap. The thug's arm is broken. Now, the outraged man is threatening to sell the scruffy man's organs on the black market to pay for the medical bills. Right in the middle of the chaos, Liam appears with his sword drawn, asking a deadpan question. Who is killing whom here? The angry thug doesn't appreciate the sarcasm and immediately turns his rage toward the punk, who just interrupted. But instead of getting into a fight, Liam's expression completely transforms. A huge, genuine smile breaks across his face as he recognizes the man, and shouts with pure excitement. It's been a while, Master! Pure, unadulterated shock. A group of thugs is completely blindsided, their composure shattering as they scream the same desperate question. Why in the fuck is he on this planet? Liam is spiraling. He's convinced his lies have finally caught up to him, and he needs to run for his life. But before he can bolt, some arrogant punks block his path, mocking his sword as a mere toy before pulling out guns. One moment there's a threat, the next. Carnage. In a blur of motion, the guns are useless and the thugs are way out, leaving the man with the goatee standing calmly amidst the blood splatter. Liam is paralyzed. He can't even think about escaping because the man before him has become terrifyingly strong. So strong that even his smile feels like a threat. Trembling, Liam manages to whisper a single word. Master? The tension snaps as Liam drops to his knees in a gesture of absolute respect. It's been a long time, Master. The man looks down at him with a warm, knowing expression, greeting him as Lord Liam. Liam is practically glowing with excitement, boasting about how he's trained every single day just to catch up. The Master's praise sends him into a state of pure bliss, but the mood shifts when Liam notices something strange. His Master isn't carrying his sword. The Master claims he's just traveling, but Liam's mind is racing. He knows the real reason for a missing sword. He's broke and sold his own. Desperate to keep up the facade of a true master, he quickly spins a lie about searching for new disciples. Liam doubles down, enthusiastically offering to open a dojo in his own territory. But the Master isn't impressed. He's looking for a true genius to perfect the way of Flash. Internally, Liam is screaming, there is absolutely no way he's going back to the Master's territory. The Master's words carry a heavy weight, speaking of the endless striving path of a warrior. Moved by the philosophy, Liam humbles himself and offers to help find a student, admitting his own foolishness. The response is immediate and blunt. No, the Master reveals the ultimate duty of their art. A practitioner must have at least 3 disciples. Since Liam was the first, the cycle must continue. Now the burden falls on Liam to find 3 disciples of his own and forge his own path in the way of the Flash. The legacy of the way of the Flash is at a crossroads. The Master reveals a surprising new requirement for his disciple. To truly sustain the art, he must now become a teacher himself and bear the burden of passing on the teachings. Overwhelmed by the Master's praise and the realization of how far he's come, the young swordsman can't hold back the tears. He's no longer just a student. He's a successor, and he vows to give everything to the cause. In a final act of devotion, the disciple offers up travel funds to see his master off. But the touching moment is shattered when a guard storms in, staring in horror at the bodies littering the street. With a final farewell, the master departs, leaving the disciple to handle the aftermath. But as he sits in a cold prison cell, the master's words haunt him. He needs 3 disciples, and he'll have to hunt them down himself. The silence of the cell is broken by a blonde official who brings a grim reminder: a murder has occurred. The prisoner's response? A simple, almost casual apology. It turns out the victims were just low-level goons, and Viscount Razel isn't looking for blood, just for the boy to cool his head in jail for a while. The prisoner accepts the arrangement with a quiet, knowing, I see, Protuging. But not everyone is playing nice. A gang of criminals is absolutely livid that their men were slaughtered. Their leader, a man of luxury and cruelty, decides that killing the boy is too easy. He wants something far more damaging. Dirt. The boy is an heir to House Pedic, but he's drowning in debt to the syndicate. The leader decides to use another aristocratic boy in his VIP casino as a pawn to squeeze every single secret out of the bastard who dared touch his men. Meanwhile, at the estate of Viscount Razel, Lord Randolph is schooling his students on the cold reality of governance. He argues that space pirates aren't just a nuisance. They're a byproduct of the nobility's own failures. When a student dares to bring up the duty of a noble to protect their people, Randolph shuts it down with a brutal truth. The world doesn't run on virtue, and to truly rule, you have to be willing to get your hands dirty. A lecture on the efficiency of controlling people to stop piracy is underway. But one student isn't just listening. He's practically shouting his agreement, claiming his own household is the gold standard for that kind of tyranny. The lecturer doubles down, preaching that working with pirates is just correct territory management, while the scene shifts to the high-stakes world of casino chips and roulette. Cut to Lord Peter, completely wrecked and sprawled on a couch after a losing streak. He's broke, desperate, and trying to put more debt on his tab. But the casino manager isn't having it. It's time to pay up. Desperate, Peter tries to deflect the debt to Viscount Razel, but the manager has a better offer. Trade some juicy information for a clean slate. Peter doesn't even hesitate. He's all in. The target? Count Banfield. While Peter doesn't know much about the man, he's convinced that if Banfield isn't getting special treatment like he is, he must just be some third-rate noble. Then comes the real incentive. A group of stunning hostesses lean in, promising special treatment of their own if Peter can dig up the details. One look at them, and Peter's brain practically shuts down in pure bliss. Totally whipped by the promise of rewards, Peter declares he's on the job. He's practically floating on air as he's pampered by the girls, while the manager watches with a smug grin. Meanwhile, a different kind of training is ending. A rugged instructor tells his students they've worked hard for 2 years, and it's time for a break. But for his group, a break sounds like it's going to be something much more intense. Liam and his friends hit the town, but Liam is already disappointed. He was expecting a night with beautiful girls, only to realize their date is actually Ayla, who is far more interested in stuffing her face with skewers than anything else. While Ayla is in food heaven, Liam turns to Kurt to figure out a plan for fun. But Kurt is completely clueless about the local scene, leaving the group in a bit of a predicament: eating, sleeping, and sex. Liam lays it all out there, claiming these 3 base desires are the absolute essentials of human existence that must be fulfilled no matter what. He's not just talking, he's reflecting on his past life's failure, of working too hard and prioritizing family over fun. Now, he's determined to pursue every worldly desire, and even build establishments where his subjects can do the same, all while eyeing the potential for massive profit. The bar owner is totally on board, urging the young group to stop being so prim and proper and just indulge themselves. Liam, loving her vibe, decides to reward her with a tip, but the woman isn't having it. She shuts down the tip and tells the twerp to just order more food instead. The two immediately devolve into a chaotic bickering match, with Liam firing back at the old hag. While Kurt admits he's realized how much he's lacking, Liam secretly smirks, thinking Kurt only learned how to turn desires into money. Then, Liam drops a bombshell question. Has Kurt actually done it yet? The result? Kurt practically chokes on his own breath. Liam pushes harder, arguing that as a noble, Kurt should be able to have anyone he wants. But Kurt is horrified, insisting that he must remain faithful for his future fiancée, a concept Liam finds absolutely laughable in this world. The contrast is peak. Liam is the true-to-desire villain, while Kurt is the ring-out-everything type. Sensing a weakness, Kurt flips the script and asks Liam if he actually has any experience with girls himself. A memory flashes back to Amagi, the only woman Liam has ever laid hands on. But there's a catch. Amagi isn't exactly a living, breathing woman. The realization hits Kurt like a truck. Liam is just as inexperienced as he is. Liam is absolutely outraged that Kurt would dare label him a serious guy, just because of his virginity. Seeing an opportunity, Liam suggests they go have some fun together. He whispers a twisted piece of logic into a terrified Kurt's ear. As long as you don't tell anyone, you can still technically remain faithful. A strange tension fills the air, as a woman suggests a joint effort to get rid of it, leaving one student visibly distressed. But just as things get weird, another woman cuts in with a warning, telling them it might be better to hold off for a while longer. The dark-haired student isn't having it though, pushing for some fun, while his companion looks on in total confusion. The mood flips from playful to pure horror in an instant. The woman drops a bombshell. A rampant STT pandemic is tearing through the territory. To drive the point home, she reveals a graphic diagram showing Kit swelling up and eventually exploding, leaving the two students completely shell-shocked. The nightmare continues as they learn the disease is devastating, targeting men's genitals and remaining permanent without an expensive elixir. All while women act as asymptomatic carriers. Terrified and suddenly very cautious, the dark-haired student and Kurt decide to scrap everything and head straight home, thanking the woman for the grim warning. Later, in the quiet of the courtyard, Liam and Kurt vent their frustrations. They're not just dealing with health scares, but the annoyance of upcoming fixed exhibition matches for a farewell party. Liam is livid. They've been literally ordered to lose just to make their debut into high society look a certain way. The conversation turns to the Viscount, and a suspicious theory emerges. They wonder if the Viscount is actually in on the fix, or if he's simply too innocent to realize his own retainers are manipulating the matches behind his back just to suit their own agendas. Liam isn't about to let his pride slide. As a license holder of the Way of the Flash, losing on purpose is out of the question. Kurt is more relaxed about it, but Liam starts to question the actual strength of their opponent, Peter, doubting if he's even a legitimate license holder. Then comes the shocking truth. Peter likely just bought his license with money. While Liam is appalled by the corruption of the martial arts lineage, the woman beside them just laughs it off, explaining that selling mastership licenses to the wealthy is just standard business practice for famous schools. Even Kurt admits that skill-based licenses require a lord's status and a fortune in fees. Disgusted by how rotten the system is, Liam feels a surge of gratitude for his own master, who taught him everything without asking for a single penny in return. The peace is shattered by the arrival of Peter, who greets them with an insufferable smirk and a condescending, "Hello, poor commoners." While Katerina feels a bit sorry for them, Liam's reaction is far more ominous. He closes his eyes and whispers a chilling thought. "Let's pray." With a smug grin, Peter offers to do them a favor by inviting them to his favorite casino. The response is immediate and brutal. Kurt and Liam shut him down with a cold pass and not interested, while the woman simply notes she doesn't have the money to waste on his games. A sudden flash of steel and a manic grin. A man declares himself a licensed master of the Allen-style school, threatening everyone with a terrifying warning, "Don't make him angry." Panic erupts as the blonde boy realizes the sword isn't a fake. It's a real lethal blade. Even as a maid screams for him to stop, Peter just laughs, claiming everyone needs a little punishment. But the menacing aura vanishes in a heartbeat. In a moment of pure slapstick, Peter trips over his own feet, sending his sword flying and slamming the back of his head into the ground, while a girl howls with laughter at the license holder's pathetic fail. A mysterious man in a suit watches from the shadows. He's frustrated, realizing he can only feed off Liam's slight dejection, and wonders if he just felt a spark of gratitude from the boy. The mysterious observer is spiraling. He's desperate for revenge against Liam, but as he watches, he realizes that even the pirates who tried to capture the boy were nothing compared to the power of Goaz. The man in the hat makes a risky move, contacting a high-ranking official. Despite being warned to only call in emergencies, he has a story that the Lord Viscount simply cannot ignore. The Lord Viscount isn't easily swayed, questioning why he should allow an attack on the Banfield Sicilians under his protection. But the pirate's argument hits home. If the man who slaughtered their men goes free, they'll become the laughingstock of the pirate world. With a flurry of fake flattery, the pirate presents his plan. He claims House Banfield's military is nothing but a paper tiger and proposes a deadly ambush the moment Liam leaves the Viscount's territory. The Viscount plays hard to get, refusing direct help, but he offers a sinister compromise. He'll simply be late to respond to any calls for aid. The plot thickens as the pirate reveals that Lord Peter of House Pedoc is also joining the fray to settle a personal grudge. The Viscount is baffled by the intensity of the feud, but he gives the green light with one condition. He won't allow a full army to mobilize for such a trivial matter, so the ambush must be carried out by pirate vessels only. A sinister plot is in motion. The conspirators are arranging a pirate attack to eliminate Liam after he leaves House Razel's protection, while making the incident look like ordinary pirate violence. Meanwhile, Lord Razel remains preoccupied with the guest list for his upcoming party. Lord Razel is absolutely ecstatic. Thanks to House Pedoc, his party is shaping up to be a massive event, attracting high-profile merchants and weapon factory representatives. He's convinced this is the golden ticket to make House Razel flourish, completely oblivious to the trap being set right under his nose. The conspirators are practically salivating at the chaos. A white-haired figure laughs manically at the interesting development, while the pieces of the puzzle, House Razel, House Pedoc, and the pirates. All lock into place for a deadly game. The scale of the ambush is staggering. Tens of thousands of warships are converging on a tiny escort of only a few hundred vessels. The white-haired antagonist is vibrating with excitement, certain that Liam is walking straight into a death trap. "Wash your neck," they sneer, counting down the seconds until his demise. Back at the palace, the atmosphere is electric. Workers are scrambling to prepare for the grand event, buzzing with gossip about the high-profile guests and the official engagement between House Razel and House Pedoc. Everyone is going all out to make it the most impressive party of the year. Blending in as a common worker, Liam is far more interested in the fighting ring than the party. Even if the upcoming match is rigged, his pride as a practitioner of the Way of the Flash won't let him play the loser. He's just counting down the days until the festivities are over. A worker named Kurt is suddenly called away for a family emergency. As he departs, Liam spots something completely unexpected wandering through the rubble: a lost dog. Driven by a sudden impulse of kindness, Liam decides to rescue the animal from the dangerous construction site. But as he carries the dog through the palace corridors, he overhears a conversation that stops him cold. Something about pirates. Liam catches up with Kurt, who explains that his family is tied up dealing with a massive pirate base hidden on their resource satellites. While Kurt thinks Liam is zoning out, Liam's mind is already racing. He sees a golden opportunity and tells Kurt to call his father, Baron Exner. Kurt is terrified by the sheer number of pirates, but Liam is practically salivating. To him, a massive fleet of criminals isn't a threat. It's just a collection of walking piggy banks waiting to be broken. Liam kicks things off with a generous offer. How about a 7-3 split of the loot? Kurt is absolutely floored, but Liam isn't done. He lays out the ultimate plan. They'll hunt pirates together, and once the dust settles, Liam will personally escort Kurt back home on his own vessels. Settled. But Kurt isn't so sure. He's spiraling, worrying about the propriety of it all. Shouldn't he consult his retainers? Isn't it the norm to just return home after studying? He can't bear the thought of causing any more trouble for Liam's household. Liam just laughs it off. In his world there is no norm, only his will. With a confident smirk and a firm grip on Kurt's chest, he drops the hammer. In his territory, his order is absolute. If he says white is black, then it's black. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Liam leans in. He's not just offering a ride, he's offering an adventure. Because as it turns out, pirate hunting is actually a blast. In a flash of imagination, the two are pictured as a legendary duo, blades drawn against the pirate tide. Watching from the shadows, Ayla is practically vibrating with excitement. She's convinced she has to follow them. There are no second chances for this. But just as she's lost in the fantasy, Liam's voice cuts through the air. "Ayla?" Panic mode engaged. Ayla tries to play it cool, barking at them to get back to work, but the air is thick with suspicion. Both Liam and Kurt feel eyes on them, and before they can figure it out, their superior storms in, screaming at the three of them to stop slacking and get back to work immediately. Once they're alone, Ayla drops the act. She approaches Liam with a hopeful smile, admitting she heard about the plan from Kurt. Then comes the big question. Can she tag along? Liam pauses, the gears turning. He realizes Ayla has been watching Kurt from afar. She's got feelings for him. He agrees she can board his ship, though the final destination depends on Kurt. Internally, he's loving it. As the evil lord, he'll just have to work with this chaos. Meanwhile, Kurt is hit by a wave of melancholy. As their education ends, the reality of being alone again sinks in. He knows everything he's achieved is thanks to Liam's help, and he's desperate to find a way to return the favor. Liam finds him brooding and drops the news. Ayla wants to come along. Kurt is stunned, immediately worrying that his home isn't prepared for two guests. Liam, ever the problem solver, decides on the spot. If Kurt's house is too small, he'll just send Ayla to his own place instead. The imposing spires of House Banfield loom over the landscape, but inside, a man named Brian looks on with a heavy sense of nostalgia, whispering a name from his past. Serena. A reunion of old acquaintances begins with a sharp jab as Serena notes that Brian is finally starting to show his age. Brian fires back, remarking that she looks far too youthful to be the former headmaid of the Imperial Palace. A title, she confirms, revealing she's now enjoying a quiet, retired life. Brian's loyalty is unwavering. He has pledged his life and death to House Banfield. While Serena suggests he would have been better off at the palace than serving the previous lord, The conversation shifts to the present. She's heard rumors that the current Lord is a superb ruler, perhaps even comparable to the legendary Lord Alistair. The mood turns serious as Brian reveals that Lord Liam is currently undergoing live-in education at another noble house, but he's deeply troubled by the treatment Liam is receiving there. When Serena asks which house it is, she identifies it as House Razel, a place with a polished reputation that somehow managed to pique Liam's personal interest. Serena lets out a small laugh, but Brian is far from amused. He sighs in frustration, telling her she should have called him sooner, as he could have referred Liam to a proper noble house with far fewer internal issues. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, the atmosphere is electric as exhibition matches are held for the entertainment of a few selected parents. But the mood is soured by Peter, who dominates his opponent Kurt, mocking his defensive Allen-style swordsmanship as boring and pathetic. The crowd watches in horror as Peter's overwhelming strength makes the match a slaughter. Spectators whisper that it's terrible to see a style be mocked so ruthlessly. Unable to withstand the pressure, Kurt is forced to surrender, leaving Peter as the undisputed winner. Victory isn't enough for Peter. He wants total submission. He pins Kurt to the ground with his boot, demanding that Kurt acknowledge the gap in their abilities and change his attitude. Just as Kurt submits, a wicked spark hits Peter. He's just thought of a good idea. The crowd gasps as Peter turns his sights on the next target, pointing his sword directly at Liam. He sneers, calling Liam a sorry excuse for a Minar-style user, and demanding he get his ass into the ring. A concerned classmate tries to intervene, suggesting Liam just walk away to save himself the trouble. But Liam isn't intimidated. He's amused. With a dangerous smirk, he decides to end this pathetic farce in the flashiest way possible. Even as his classmate begs him not to actually kill the guy, Liam confidently claims he's found a countermeasure to hold back his true power, though he seems a bit unsure of where he put it. Liam enters the ring with a massive mallet instead of a sword, sparking outrage and mockery from Lord Peter. While Peter laughs at his poverty, Liam is actually holding back to avoid accidentally killing him. The signal is given. The fight begins. One hit. That's all it took. Liam delivers a crushing blow that sends Lord Peter flying across the arena in a blur of absolute power. Silence falls over the crowd. Lord Peter is out cold, and the attack was so fast that nobody even saw it happen. The official snaps out of his trance, screaming for medical help as the reality of the one-shot victory sinks in. Victory is his, but the nobles aren't having it. As Liam stands triumphant, the crowd erupts in accusations of cheating and cowardice. Unbothered, Liam throws down a challenge. If they've got a problem, they can step into the ring and face him themselves. Liam isn't just winning, he's taunting them, offering to take on the entire group at once with a handicap. While the nobles scream insults, calling him a bumpkin, Liam just corrects their terminology with a smug little pun. He didn't wait for them to accept. In a flash of blinding speed, Liam tears through the crowd, leaving a trail of unconscious nobles in his wake. Parents are screaming in horror as their children are wiped out in seconds. Viscount Razel watches his plans crumble into ruins. But Liam isn't done yet. He charges in, calling them small fries and exposing the truth. Their previous victories were nothing but fixed matches. The fallout is immediate. House Razel is in shambles, and the nobles are desperate for revenge. They demand that Liam be banned from the celebration party, claiming a vulgar brat like him is a stain on their honor and a risk to their precious political engagements. The hatred for Liam reaches a fever pitch, with the nobles calling him a penniless pauper who doesn't belong at such a prestigious event. But as the party begins, a certain red-haired noble notices something strange. A gloomy, depressing plant on display. A gift from House Peacock. The red-haired noble bursts into laughter, insulted that such a worthless plant could possibly be associated with his family's taste. Realizing there's been a mix-up, Viscount Razel doesn't hesitate. He orders the worthless thing to be thrown out immediately. A blonde vassal arrives with a bonsai tree, apologizing profusely for Lord Randolph's stubbornness. Liam just leans back, mocking the Viscount's lack of respect for his own men, before offering a tempting invitation to switch sides. Despite the offer, the knight's loyalty holds firm. He's indebted to his lord. Liam finds it a shame, but secretly, he's just glad he doesn't have to deal with the hassle, all while playing the generous host by paying for their meal. As Liam prepares to leave, he notices the bonsai tree. Since Lord Randolph ordered it to be tossed, Liam decides to snag the valuable plant as a little parting gift. After a friendly farewell, Liam is left alone with his prize. But as he inspects the plant, he realizes the previous owners had absolutely no clue how valuable this thing actually was. Liam is intercepted by his two acquaintances, who are just as eager to ditch the party as he is. They've already heard the rumors of his eviction, and are ready to make a break for it. With a smirk, Liam leads the group away. Their destination? The Razel Viscounty spaceport, where their ride awaits. Meanwhile, at the port, a blonde woman is going absolutely wild with the decor, demanding the walls be plastered in gold. The staff is panicking, but she doesn't care. Everything must be perfect for Lord Liam's arrival. The scale of the arrival is insane. A massive super dreadnought flagship of House Peacock. But the mood sours instantly when one of the attendants dares to call House Banfield shabby and destitute. One wrong word is all it takes. In a flash of rage, the woman drives her blade straight into the man's mouth, unable to tolerate a single insult against the glory of House Banfield. There's no mercy here. After a brutal correction, she launches the man across the room like a rag doll, leaving him broken and silenced. Liam looks absolutely done with everything, and then, bam, a voice screams his name in total shock. Meanwhile, a blonde woman is already fuming, demanding to know why the hell no one came to pick her up. After a quick button press, Liam finds himself in a room with his entourage. While one of them asks if something's bothering him, another shout of "Lord Lum" echoes through the hall. Liam just sighs, explaining that a slip-up got them sent to the wrong area. Enter Thomas, who looks like he's seen a ghost. He's all apologies, mentioning the rumor that Liam was kicked out of the celebration party. Liam just smirks. He doesn't care if the Viscount hates him, because the feeling is completely mutual. Then come the saleswomen. One tries the charms approach, leaning in close to tempt him into buying a Fortress-class vessel. But Liam is a brick wall, telling her to just do whatever she wants. The other woman just bursts out laughing. Seduction? Against Lord Liam? Not a chance. The laughter stops abruptly when the blonde woman points out the others of questionable attire. Panic sets in instantly. The woman starts rambling about health reasons and a salary cut, trying to explain why she's dressed like that. She's practically sobbing on the floor, claiming her entire livelihood is at stake. Then, Liam drops the hammer. How much? The woman's eyes light up. He's buying. But she doesn't stop there, begging him to take 300 more vessels, including destroyers and cruisers, because they're stuck with them. The blonde woman is floored by how fast he decided, while the glasses-wearing woman gets smug, claiming she has a special bond with him. But the mood shifts instantly as the sound of approaching footsteps fills the air. So you finally came, and then it happens. A woman slams face first into the floor with a bone-shaking thud, begging for forgiveness. She screams that the spaceport staff messed up their directions, but the only thing she's feeling right now is pure pain. Liam isn't having any of it. He snaps at them to stop with the excuses, reminding them that the real crime is making him wait. Driven to desperation, the woman actually offers her own head as recompense. Are you stupid? Liam shuts her down with a blunt strike, ordering her to just carry the luggage and the bonsai tree on the way home. She's hopeful for a second, asking if she's forgiven, but Liam delivers the final blow. There's no way he's letting them off that easily. Liam starts things off with a generous promise. He's going to work Tia to death the moment they're aboard. While she takes the threat with a blush, Liam is already impatient, demanding to know where the vessel they're embarking on is. Outside, the arrival of their transport is finally signaled. Then, the scale of his power is revealed. The massive flagship of House Banfield, the Wall. But inside, it's all luxury and tea. While a maid attends to a flustered Kurt, Liam calmly sips his drink, completely oblivious to the boy's sheer intimidation. Kurt is practically vibrating with excitement over the super dreadnought, but when Liam casually suggests he buy one, the boy's brain nearly shorts out. Tia quickly explains that such ships are far too expensive and restricted, but Liam has a solution. He decides to just give Kurt some of his surplus ships, leaving the maid who bought them on impulse wondering if she's about to get scolded. Kurt is torn between his pride and the sheer value of the gift, but Liam plays it perfectly, claiming Kurt would be doing him a favor by taking them off his hands. Once the deal is struck, Liam's mind flips instantly to business, asking Tia for the exact size of the pirate fleet in House Exner's territory. and dropping a bombshell that the ships Kurt is getting are actually brand new. The report is grim. 3,000 enemy vessels and a space fort. While Kurt is sweating bullets, Liam is only thinking about the loot. He promises House Exner a cut of the spoils, dismissing Kurt's nervousness with a chillingly greedy outlook. To him, pirates are nothing more than walking piggy banks. Liam is in his element, viewing the enemy as man resources to be harvested for fame and treasure. Tia, swept up in his intensities, begs to lead the vanguard, but Liam shuts her down with a cold reminder. He decides what she does. One sharp command, and Tia is instantly back in her place, apologizing profusely. The mood shifts instantly as an alarm blares. 20,000 enemies have been spotted dead ahead. Liam is unfazed, but Tia reveals a worrying detail. Among the pirate ships, there are vessels bearing the crests of a noble house. Kurt is baffled by the pirates' presence in this sector, but Liam just sees an opportunity to clean them up. The tactical map tells a terrifying story. Liam's fleet of 300 is being completely boxed in by 20,000 enemy ships. It's a slaughter waiting to happen, but Liam isn't sweating. He asks Tia about their main force, and the map reveals the trap. 15,000 of his own ships have already slipped behind the enemy's rear line. With a smirk, he gives the order, begin the attack. Space erupts into a chaotic symphony of explosions. As the enemy numbers plummet, Kurt panics when 3,000 ships break off to charge them, screaming that they're outnumbered 10-1 and must flee. Liam's response? Pure arrogance. While Tia looks on with absolute admiration, Liam leans back and gives the most reckless order possible. All ships, prepare to charge. While Kurt is panicking over the overwhelming number of enemy forces, Liam is completely unfazed. He's not just confident, he's arrogant. He tells Kurt that numbers mean nothing when your forces are exceptionally skilled. With a sinister smile, Liam reveals his secret. His military is composed of elites trained to be mere extensions of his own will. In his mind, losing is simply not an option. And then there's the guide, whose carefully arranged ambush was supposed to be the trump card against Liam. Instead, the enemy is losing it, screaming in disbelief that Liam would bring so many allies to a fight. To them, this level of force isn't just overkill, it's completely illogical. But even the guide's scheme falls apart. The plan is now completely ruined, while the enemy is left terrified, wondering how a disgraced noble from the boonies could possibly command such a monstrous force. The myth of Liam's paper tiger army is being incinerated in real time. The real nightmare begins when a massive super dreadnought enters the fray. The enemy captain is in a total meltdown, realizing their attacks can't even scratch the ship's shielding. It's a slaughter. House Pedic's fleet is shattering, with ships fleeing in terror or begging for mercy. The enemy captain is desperate, cursing the incompetence of the nobles he allied with. He's not looking for victory anymore. He's just looking for a way out. In a cold move of survival, he decides he'll escape even if it means sacrificing his own men to buy time. With the enemy suppressed and retreating, Liam just smirks, reminding Kurt that he had everything under control. Kurt is floored, admitting that Liam's fleet is as terrifying as the Imperial army. But the victory takes a turn when they identify the enemy's crest. It belongs to House Pedic, a name that leaves Kurt completely shocked. The flagship of House Pedic finally breaks, and Peter II appears on screen, sweating and trembling as he screams for surrender. Kurt thinks this is the end of the conflict, believing that since they are fellow nobles, Liam will have no choice but to accept the surrender to avoid a prolonged feud. But Liam isn't buying it. He looks at the pathetic display and realizes something is off. These people don't act like nobles at all. He reaches a chilling conclusion. They're just pirates pretending to be aristocrats. And since they're frauds, Liam decides there's absolutely no reason to accept their surrender. After a brief, awkward moment where one of his officers seems a bit too excited by his ruthlessness, Liam gets back to business. The mercy is over. He gives the cold, hard order to begin the final attack on the pirates. Kurt is still spiraling, reminding Liam that the enemy is technically a fellow aristocrat, but Liam has a much more sinister plan. He decides to let a few survivors escape, not out of kindness, but to use them as bait to find the pirate hideout. With the battle settled, he casually announces he's going to his room for a nap, leaving a stunned Kurt in his wake. Liam makes a cold, absolute declaration of power, leaving his subordinates in total awe. While others would have crumbled under the pressure, Liam doesn't flinch, claiming that if he says black is white, then that's exactly how it will be. Lounging on his throne with an air of supreme arrogance, Liam is completely misread by his subjects. They mistake his sheer stubbornness for the steadfast beliefs of a powerful aristocrat, convinced that this is the secret to his strength. Meanwhile, a heated debate erupts over construction quality. A woman with glasses mocks a blonde woman's over-engineering, arguing that efficiency and cost performance are the only things that actually matter. The conversation takes a brutal turn when the glasses woman suggests that this inefficient mindset is the very reason Lord Liam abandoned her. The blonde woman is devastated, desperately clinging to the hope that it was just her dress that didn't match his taste. The gossip continues as they remind the Baron's daughter of the harsh reality of noble ranks. They tease her mercilessly, wondering if she's actually aiming for a legitimate marriage or just hoping to become a concubine for Liam or Lord Kurt. She tries to play it cool, laughing off the idea and claiming she's a baron's daughter, in name only. But as she insists she'd never dream of marrying either man, the others aren't buying her act for a second. Suddenly, chaos erupts at House Razel. Lord Randolph is horrified to discover a catastrophic error. The records between House Peacock and House Banfield were switched. In a blind panic, he screams for the pirates to call off their attack before his house is wiped off the map. The situation goes from bad to worse. The pirates are defeated, and now House Peacock is begging for aid. While some insist on turning them away, others argue that their military alliance, sealed by an engagement, makes it impossible to refuse. A report from the field reveals a total nightmare. House Peacock's territory is a disaster zone plagued by loan sharks demanding payment for debts. To make matters worse, Peter's own parents have completely disowned him, demanding money instead of offering help. Then comes the final, absurd blow. Peter has contracted a rampant local disease, and in a grotesque twist, his thing has literally exploded. Lord Randolph can only stare in silent, soul-crushing horror. Total collapse. Lord Randolph hits the floor in a heap of shock and despair. As the crushing realization sinks in, House Razel is officially over. Meanwhile, in Baron Exner's territory, the mood is completely different. The Baron is practically bowing in gratitude, unable to believe that Lord Liam not only brought his son home, but provided an entire fleet to help them. While the Baron is thrilled his son is finally becoming a proper adult, Liam is already 10 steps ahead. He reveals a cold, calculated truth. He let the pirates escape on purpose just to lead him straight to their secret hideout. With the Baron telling his son to sit back and learn from the best, Liam takes charge. He gives the order and heads out with Tia, ready to turn the tide of battle. It's time to gear up. As the massive mecha hums to life, Liam praises Nias for her flawless maintenance. He's been holding back for too long, and now, he's finally ready to let loose. Then there's Tia and her unit, Nivan. The machine is a masterpiece of power, and Tia is overflowing with loyalty, determined to make the most of the wonderful gift her lord granted her. Some are worried that Tia is jumping into a real fight too soon, but she isn't backing down. She spent hours in simulators and education capsules for one reason, to prove she is worthy of Lord Liam's trust. And then they launch. The mechas tear through the silence of space, accelerating toward their target with devastating speed. They've arrived at the target, a colossal asteroid converted into a fortress. But just as they marvel at its size, the alarms scream. Multiple high-velocity signatures are closing in fast. Suddenly, the void is filled with flying debris as the fortress launches a barrage of asteroids. While the world turns into a chaotic war zone, Liam just watches with a smirk. Interesting. The battlefield is a chaotic mess of debris and satellite beams, a trap designed to punish any thoughtless movement. But for Liam, this complex web of death is nothing more than a nuisance. He doesn't even flinch, because to him, it's all completely useless. Even in the heat of battle, Liam can't help but feel a bit rusty, blaming his lack of training during his stay at House Razel. But the moment a new threat emerges, his instincts kick in. With a single thought, a hexagonal barrier erupts, effortlessly batting away the onslaught. He carves through the enemy lines like a hot knife through butter, but his eyes aren't just on the kill. He glances over at Tia and the others, a smirk playing on his lips. It looks like his subordinates are finally starting to keep up. The report comes in. The preparations for the fortress infiltration are complete. The plan is simple. Disable the weapons and send in the land forces. But Liam isn't content to watch from the sidelines. He decides right then and there that he's going in too. With a predatory grin, Liam declares that he'll be the first one to set foot inside. He doesn't plan on knocking. He's going to smash his way through the front door with avid. Inside the fortress, the mood is pure panic. The enemy boss is losing his mind, screaming in terror as the realization hits him. Of all the people in the galaxy, why did they have to attract the attention of Liam? The legendary pirate hunter who slaughtered Goaz and wiped out entire pirate fleets. The fortress walls erupt in a series of violent explosions as Liam breaches the perimeter. He doesn't care about strategy or caution anymore. To him, the enemy mechas are just annoying obstacles in his way. While Liam smashes the front, Tia is having her own kind of fun. She corners a terrified pilot who begs for his life, but Tia only responds with a sadistic giggle. For her, the sound of desperation is the only thing that truly soothes her heart. A few remaining enemy commanders try to make a stand, shouting challenges at the intruder. They think they've found the commander, but they've actually just found their end. In one blinding flash, Liam obliterates them all. Tia tallies the carnage. 30 mobile knights and 6 battleships gone in an instant. Even as she smiles at the victory, she can't help but feel the gap between her and Liam. As they dive into the heart of the fortress, the real hunt begins. The large mobile knight decides to clear the path, telling Tia she can stay behind while he handles the external threats. But the intruders are already on high alert, swearing to stop them in their tracks. The response? A cold reminder that they aren't even in his league. With a single command, Ave! The massive mecha unleashes a devastating strike. The enemies are blindsided, screaming in terror as they realize this normal barrier is actually a weapon of absolute destruction. Liam smirks from his cockpit, admitting his barrier is just wildly overspexed. With the path cleared, his subordinates praise his brilliance as they prepare to infiltrate the enemy structure. They step inside, and the sheer scale of the facility hits them. Could this be the enemy's main docking bay? It's a trap. The enemies swarm them, gloating that the confined space makes the large mecha a sitting duck. But Liam isn't worried. Instead, he sees this as the perfect moment to let Nevan show the world his true abilities. Nevan doesn't just fight, he obliterates. In a blur of high-speed motion, he tears through the enemy ranks, leaving nothing but wreckage and screams of agony. The enemy pilot is in total denial, screaming that their custom armor should have held. Nevan's reply is a cold reality check. His gear is based on the Imperial Army's latest tech. Custom versus Imperial. It's not even a contest. With one final crushing blow, Nevan smashes the enemy into the floor. He almost feels sorry for them. Almost. As the carnage continues, Liam's manic side takes over. He's not just winning, he's loving every second of it, demanding the total annihilation of every single pirate. In the command center, the enemy boss is losing it. He's terrified by the overwhelming gap in both tech and skill, but as he learns the enemy is heading straight for him, he breaks into a manic laugh. He's finally found opponents who are truly the best. Desperation hits a breaking point as the man in the white suit snaps, refusing to be made a fool of. His plan? A final, catastrophic act of spite, sending off proper fireworks by blowing up the entire fortress and dragging the enemy fleet down with him in one massive bang. The warning reaches Liam's cockpit with a series of urgent beeps. The antagonist reveals his trump card. The self-destruct mechanism is active. He gloats that this repurposed Imperial Army fortress has some scary features that will leave nothing but smithereens. But Liam isn't breaking a sweat. He calls the man a sore loser and tells him to go right ahead, leaving the antagonist screaming in a panic that it's useless to act tough. Meanwhile, Nias watches from the comms, her expression a mix of shock and excitement. Nia springs into action, her fingers flying across holographic blueprints. She quickly identifies the threat, a dangerous bomb disguised as the main star, and urges Liam to use Avid's equipment to wipe it out before time runs out. For once, Liam actually finds Nias useful. While he admits he'd usually treat anyone else as a dummy target for training, he's now locked in and ready. It's time to stop talking and just get this over with. The air crackles with raw energy as a massive geometric seal erupts behind the mech. Power output, range and coordinates, everything is confirmed. The system is primed and waiting for one thing, the pilot's trigger. With a cold gaze and a crushing grip on the controls, Liam delivers the final verdict. The antagonist wanted fireworks? Well, Liam is about to make him the main attraction. Boom! A blinding pillar of light tears through the void, obliterating the target in a colossal explosion that lights up the darkness of space. Target destroyed. While his subordinates are in awe of his power, Liam is barely impressed, thinking the beam was kinda lame, compared to the raw feel of cannons. But his mood flips instantly when he remembers the real prize. Treasure hunting. Just as his soldiers try to report in, Liam's inner greed takes over. He declares that hunting in cleared areas is boring, so he's simply taking all the gathered treasure for himself. His men are left absolutely stunned, pleading for him to wait as their generous leader makes a break for the loot. Imagine finding a safe only to realize it's filled with worthless paper. Liam is absolutely livid. This isn't treasure, it's trash. But just as he's about to lose it, a hidden passageway reveals something far more unsettling. Deep in the shadows, they stumble upon a sight that defies logic. Grotesque, frozen figures litter the area, leaving Liam to wonder, what on earth are these things? The atmosphere turns ice cold. While his guards are terrified, Liam feels something strange, a lingering presence emanating from the stone. He doesn't just see statues, he feels people. Now he needs answers, and he needs them fast. Cut to Exner's barony, where Liam is greeted by Kurt. The welcome is warm, but the accommodations? Kurt apologizes for the cramped mansion they're reusing from the previous administrator. Cramped? Liam's brain practically shuts down. To him, this place is an absolute palace. Then it hits him. The sheer level of frugality here is legendary. He realizes he's finally found people who embrace the evil lord lifestyle of spending absolutely nothing. But the luxury doesn't stop at the house. 2 maids arrive to assist Liam with his bath, and he's immediately spiraling. Assist? Are they both washing my back? Kurt just laughs it off, claiming this is how men bond, while Liam desperately tries to drag him into the chaos too. Little do they know they're being watched. Ela is in full shipper mode, monitoring the bath from afar with a predatory grin. To her, Liam and Kurt's awkward closeness is a masterpiece. Liam x Kurt is truly the best, she squeals. From shared baths to shared meals, Ayla spends the entire visit treating the two like a romantic novel. But the trip eventually ends. As Liam waves goodbye to Kurt, Ayla is practically in tears over the wonder of it all. Back home, Liam's return is met with dramatic tears. Brian is absolutely devastated that Liam wants to cancel the month-long welcome party. But Liam isn't having it. A month of partying is just rubbish in his book. While Brian geeks out over the bonsai Liam brought back, he asks the big question, what did he actually learn? Liam's answer is brutally honest. He learned absolutely nothing useful, except, thanks to Kurt and Ayla, a whole list of things he should never ever do. While Brian is practically swooning, convinced that Lord Liam is as virtuous as ever, the reality is far more tedious. Liam is buried under a mountain of paperwork, grinding through the day until his maid finally delivers the best news possible. The workday is over, but the relief is short-lived. After realizing he's lagging behind, Liam is hit with a bombshell. He's required to enter an education capsule for another year before he can even enroll in the academy. Outraged by the pathetic quality of his previous training at House Razel, he slams his desk in a fit of pure frustration. Told that his social standing is too low to attract high-ranking students, Liam doesn't just pivot. He decides to start his own school right here, right now, but just as he's plotting his rise, his maid drops a cold reality check. He's been spending an absolutely obscene amount of money on weaponries again. The maid is not amused by his impulse buying of Fortress-class battleships, but Liam has a genius's solution. Why just buy them when he can turn them into a business? He proposes a subscription model, lending out older ships for a fixed rental fee to turn his spending spree into a profit machine. After smoothing things over with his maid, Liam finds himself at a museum staring at petrified statues of people. The guide mentions they've received a blessing, but Liam is horrified. How can it be a blessing when their faces are frozen in expressions of absolute despair? The truth is far more sinister. The blessing is actually a sanity-maintaining spell, ensuring the victims stay fully conscious and aware of their surroundings while trapped in stone. For those petrified, it's not a gift. It's an eternal, waking hell. Recalling the hell of his own past life, Liam decides to play the hero for once. He orders his maid to help them, though he quickly adds a dark caveat. If any of them dare to rise against him once saved, he'll kill them all without hesitation. With the heavy lifting decided, it's time to unwind. Exhausted from the mental strain, Liam accepts his maid's suggestion for a break, leading him straight to the steaming luxury of an open-air bath. Pure bliss. As the maid relaxes and praises the open bath, Liam sinks into the water with a smug grin, finally enjoying the perks of his noble status. As he soaks, Liam reminisces about the nightmare of House Razel, where he could only take showers and had to fend off predatory maids trying to scrub his body. He scoffs at Viscount Razel's naive nature, lamenting how 3 years of such a dull environment almost ruined his physique. Relaxing in the hot springs, Liam is practically geeking out over the evil brilliance of Baron Exner, who rips off his people with a staggering 60% tax rate. While he sees a role model in the Baron and his son Kurt, Amagi can only smile, thinking her master has finally found a friend. As Liam's expression turns sinister, a separate discussion reveals the truth. The tax spike is actually viewed as a strategic investment for satellite development. Some officials question the burden on the citizens and the lending of battleships, unaware of the evil inspiration behind it. Liam puts on a masterclass in manipulation, claiming the taxes are a necessary shield against pirate bases to protect the homeworld. But inside, he's cackling with glee, finding it absolutely hilarious that his subjects mistake his greed for selfless leadership. Convinced he's one step closer to becoming a proper evil lord, Liam sips his tea in triumph, imagining his subjects suffering. He's completely oblivious to the fact that Amagi and Brian have already handled the tax allocation for actual security and investment. The mood flips instantly when a news report reveals a new youth fad, the tornado-style haircut. Liam literally spits out his tea in horror, unable to comprehend how such an explosive fashion choice could be popular in his domain. Panic sets in as Liam demands an immediate edict to ban the embarrassing hairstyles entirely. He can't let his territory be known for this, but Amagi drops a truth bomb, telling people not to do it might just make the trend even more popular. The chaos is interrupted when Brian introduces a new arrival, Serena. A former instructor and head of maids from the Imperial Palace, she arrives with a poised elegance seeking to serve the current lord. Liam is immediately impressed, seeing Serena as the perfect asset for his plan to bring students into his territory. As he thanks Brian for the find, Serena recognizes that she is exactly the person they need to make the plan a reality. Fast forward to the following year, and the first group of students has arrived. While most are overflowing with gratitude, one arrogant student looks at Amagi with pure disdain, dismissing her as nothing more than a lowly android. Serena immediately snaps, ordering the student to restrain his mouth, but the boy only scoffs at her. He tries to call out to Lord Liam, but he doesn't get a second chance. Liam turns around and shuts him up with one devastating, bone-shattering punch. Liam starts things off with a bang, screaming for a misfit to be kicked out of his sight. While the crowd trembles in fear, Liam secretly admits he's actually holding back, because first impressions are everything. Even as his subordinates struggle to keep the peace, Liam is just glad Serena handled the mess so efficiently. Then comes the awkward part. A mustachioed advisor asks if any of the female students caught his eye, explaining they're all candidates for his concubines. But Liam isn't biting. He bluntly declares that not a single perfect beauty here is worth his time, leaving the advisor to sigh in disappointment over his total lack of interest. Meanwhile, in a stark contrast of misery, a broken man lies in bed, staring at the ruins of his life. With his capable vassals gone and merchants fleeing his territory, he's spiraling into a void of despair, wondering exactly where it all went wrong. But he's not alone in his darkness. A sinister figure in a pinstripe suit and top hat emerges from the shadows with a predatory grin. He mocks the pair's failure, revealing that he's been feeding off their absolute despair to recover his own lost powers. This mysterious villain has a new target, Liam. He views the young lord as a foolish boy and vows to break him. Breaking his own rules of non-interference, he declares a war of psychological torture, swearing to drag Liam down into the fiery pits of hell. As the man remains unconscious, Katerina watches over him with a heavy heart. The weight of the truth finally hits her, and she's left with one crushing realization, that she was the idiot all along. The man wakes up in a flood of tears, begging Katerina to go home so he doesn't burden her further. He's completely given up, convinced that the fate of House Razel is sealed and cannot be altered. All he can do is sob and apologize for everything, but Katerina refuses to let him sink. She grips his hand tight, promising that if they fight together, they can survive. She proposes a simple, humble life, saving every penny to buy an elixir and cure little Peter. In that moment, a flicker of hope returns to his eyes. Back in the halls of power, The misunderstanding of Liam's character reaches new heights. High-ranking nobles discuss how frugal Count Banfield is, even using a massive fortress-class battleship as a mere forward base. While some see it as a lack of ambition, others view it as the ultimate noble privilege. The irony is peak. The Empire's elite are actually rejoicing over the birth of an upright lord. They see Liam as the beacon of hope for the Empire, praising his financial discipline and the peace in his territory. Little do they know, the upright lord they admire is actually trying to be a tyrant. The streets are erupting in total chaos, but for the most absurd reason possible. The people are rioting for the right to choose their own hairstyles. Liam is absolutely losing it. He can't wrap his head around why his subjects are throwing a massive tantrum over something as trivial as hair. His advisors try to play it safe, suggesting a peaceful resolution to avoid a backlash, but Liam isn't having it. He's doubling down on the tyranny, threatening to bring out the barbed wire. Just as the tension peaks, a mysterious stranger in a sharp pinstripe suit and hat makes a dramatic entrance, greeting Liam with a chillingly familiar tone. This newcomer isn't here for a social call. He's got a bone to pick and a few odd observations about Liam's current situation. He drops a hint about Liam's recent trip to House Razel, asking if the cold shoulder he received didn't seem a little suspicious. Liam's brain finally clicks. It really is weird. Then comes the bombshell. Liam was supposed to be the golden boy, the one with the power, the prestige, and even an engagement to the daughter of House Razel. The stranger finally reveals his true colors in a burst of dramatic flair, claiming he's the mastermind who stole everything from Liam and left him deceived. It's the perfect villain reveal, except Liam is completely misreading the room. Instead of rage, he's touched, convinced this evil plan was actually a secret favor done for his sake. The misunderstanding reaches a breaking point as Liam showers the villain with praise for being such a kind guy, leaving the mastermind absolutely speechless and screaming internally in frustration. Liam drops a thank you with a smug grin that practically radiates confidence, leaving the mysterious figure in a state of absolute mental collapse. Confused by the reaction, Liam simply walks away, leaving the devastated figure behind as the failed attempt to provoke him collapses into yet another misunderstanding. Liam decides to just forget the whole hairstyle disaster, feeling strangely upbeat as he's greeted by Sir Thomas and his staff. Then comes the sales pitch. A woman tries to seduce him into buying battleships, but Liam isn't having it, brutally kicking her out for being disappointing. Next up is another attempt at seduction from a blonde woman offering her own body as a bonus for buying arms, but Liam just pushes her away with a look of pure boredom. Finally, a proper guest arrives, Sir Thomas, who brings piles of gold and genuine praise, a refreshing change from the thirsty salespeople. Sir Thomas brings up the need for a mansion on the capital planet, but when he mentions the quirky designs nobles used to show off, Liam shuts it down instantly. Not wanting a tacky mansion, Liam decides to go all out instead. He'll rent the most prestigious hotel in the city, regardless of the cost. Meanwhile, the rejected blonde woman is having a total meltdown in private, fuming over the fact that her perfect education, body, and chastity weren't enough to sway him, but her shock turns into a dark obsession. She vows to make Liam fall head over heels for her, just so she can crush him and laugh while he begs for her forgiveness. The stakes are high as the preparations to lift a petrification curse are finally complete. While the guide warns that things could go south and the victims might go berserk, Liam is completely unfazed. He's just leaning back, confidently putting his life in the guide's hands. With a chilling, "If I die, then that's that. It's time." The elixir is administered, and magic circles erupt in a blinding flash. Slowly, the stone begins to shatter, and the victims wake up in a daze, barely able to process that they can finally move again. Watching from the balcony, Liam just smirks. Everything is going exactly to plan. Then, the emotion hits. A girl breaks free from her stony prison, tears streaming down her face as she reaches out, overwhelmed by the sudden return of her life. As the survivors are wrapped in cloaks, the maid notes that they're fully aware that Liam is their savior. But while they're in a state of mental collapse and need bed rest, Liam is already calculating. To him, their gratitude isn't a feeling, it's a resource he can put to work. But not everyone is grateful. In a dark corner of a distant city, a mysterious figure in a pinstripe suit collapses, leaking a dark, viscous substance. He's fuming, calling Liam Dempsey for thanking him even after being told he was being deceived. He's drained, and he needs a massive dose of negative emotions to recover. His eyes set on the Empire's capital planet. The mysterious man realizes that's exactly where Liam is heading for the Academy. A city brimming with misery is the perfect feeding ground. With a sinister grin, he leaves a promise. The next time they meet, it'll be the end of Liam. Cut to the military's preparatory school, where the atmosphere is stiff and formal. While the educators preach about truly gifted students and role models, Liam is just soaking in the hypocrisy. He knows the truth. In this rotten world, gifted is often just another word for rich and noble. Liam catches up with his old acquaintance Kurt, who is as uptight as ever. While Kurt tries to keep him in line so they don't get scolded, Liam is more interested in whether Kurt had a growth spurt. Looking around at the other students, he can't help but notice how every single one of them acts like they're a big shot. Kurt explains that only the elite or the highborn get into the first building, but Liam just bursts out laughing. His secret? He didn't need talent or a title. He just used wads of bills to buy his way in. Just then, he spots a familiar Ayla. He can't help but notice she's looking a lot more adult-like than before. His gaze shifts to the top of the social food chain, Rosetta Saray Claudia, the sole daughter of a ducal house. Her rank is 2 levels above his, meaning she's destined to be a duchess. Liam marks her as number 2 among the rabble, because he already knows exactly who the number 1 is. Enter Wallace Noah Alberet, the Empire's 120th prince? Liam's brain practically shuts down at the sheer scale of that number. It's beyond logic. Meanwhile, another student is already itching to meet Amagi. Then comes the whirlwind. John Sensei. He crashes into the room with enough energy to shake the walls, declaring himself the boss of this lot. But his target is quickly locked on a certain bastard, and Wallace just smiles back, completely unfazed. The conflict ignites over something as simple as earrings. While John Sensei loses it over the ridiculous accessories, Wallace just beams, wondering if they suit him. Liam can only watch, realizing exactly why this guy is called problematic. No one escapes the drill sergeant's wrath. John Sensei decides that being an imperial prince means even more discipline, ordering Wallace to drop and give him 100 push-ups right then and there. It's not a school, it's a boot camp. From co-ed dorms to total self-reliance, John Sensei makes it clear. He's here to drill the basics into their heads, and the weak won't survive. Fast forward 3 months, and the routine has set in. While the other students are barely functioning zombies at 6 a.m., Liam is already wide awake and hitting the pavement for physical training. For Liam, this is a breeze. His master's brutal training has already turned this into a habit. Between the martial arts sparring and the endless studying, the daily grind is just another day in the life. But there's a problem. It's all too easy. Thanks to the education capsule, Liam is bored out of his mind, wishing for some real excitement. That's when he notices Rosetta, and those absolutely terrible eye bags. One look at her face and the mood shifts. Rosetta isn't just tired. She looks like she's one comment away from snapping. Liam tries to break the ice, calling her name and offering a lunch invite. But Rosetta doesn't do socializing. With a cold, flat "I refuse," she shuts him down completely, leaving Liam to realize she'd rather study than spend a single second talking to him. Liam plays the busy card to get some alone time, but he's actually thrilled when he realizes the woman hates him. For him, this is just interesting. Lunchtime is a buzz of conversation. Liam reveals he's found a secret way out of the dorms to slack off, leaving his friends wondering if he's actually a serious student or just a master of disguise. Enter Wallace, the resident flirt, throwing himself at every girl in sight with a desperate plea for a rich father-in-law. But his charm is failing miserably as he gets shut down by a second daughter with no inheritance. It turns out Wallace's desperation isn't just personality, it's survival. As a prince buried deep in the line of succession, he's practically a royal outcast, treated worse than a broke noble. The realization hits. Wallace is hunting for a sponsor, just to survive. While others see a lost cause, Liam sees a golden opportunity. A pitiful prince? Perfect. This is where it gets interesting. Just as the conversation settles, Liam drops a bombshell. He calls Wallace over with a command that leaves everyone in the room absolutely stunned. Wallace arrives, completely misreading the vibe and assuming Liam is hitting on him. But that comment triggers a terrifying reaction from the girl next to him. And suddenly, the air turns lethal. Panicked, Wallace tries to clear the air, admitting he's just swallowing his pride to survive. But Liam isn't buying the victim act, calling him out for being a total fuckboy. Wallace reveals the cold truth of the palace. A place where trust is a death sentence and the only women he knew were family. It's a tragic backstory, but it doesn't save him from being labeled a womanizer by the girls. The mask finally slips. Wallace isn't just a flirt, he's a man desperate for autonomy and respect. He's tired of being a powerless royal and wants to carve his own path. And Liam is watching every desperate move. The blonde man is practically vibrating with intensity, leaning in close to Liam with a desperate look in his eyes. Then, he drops the bombshell request that changes everything. He wants Liam to be his patron. Without a second of hesitation, Liam gives a confident smile and agrees. The blonde man is stunned into silence, while his companion absolutely loses it, screaming that Liam can't possibly do this. Liam's internal response? He simply doesn't care. Liam lays out the terms. He'll provide the support of the Banfield Countum, but only if the man is okay with living in the middle of nowhere. Overwhelmed by the lifeline, the man bows deeply, pledging his entire future to Liam's care. Meanwhile, the political gears are turning behind the scenes. As Lord Wallace's withdrawal from the imperial succession proceeds, observers are baffled by Liam's move, interpreting it as a masterstroke to build trust and prestige, rather than just seeking raw advantage. Pure liberation. Lord Wallace is ecstatic, shouting to the heavens that he's finally free from the shackles of being an imperial prince. While some argue that the royal perks were nice, Wallace only cares about one thing, his newfound freedom, but the joy vanishes as Wallace reveals the grim reality. The imperial throne isn't a prize, it's a death trap. He describes a history smeared in blood, where siblings vanish and body doubles are used to hide the carnage of the succession race. For Wallace, this wasn't about winning, it was about surviving. He explains that even a slim chance of victory keeps you in the crosshairs, and losing means a fate worse than death, a tragedy that has already left victims like Rosetta. A dark history lesson unfolds. 2,000 years ago, a crown prince was found dead on the eve of his ascension, a brutal turn of events that shifted the entire power balance to a rival faction. The aftermath was a bloodbath. The new emperor purged his enemies, stripping House Claudia of their territories and exiling them to a resourceless wasteland, not out of mercy, but to keep them as a living, pitiful warning to all. After the heavy revelation, the mood snaps back as Wallace realizes he's rambled on too long. He gives one last heartfelt thank you to Liam, who responds with his typical coldness, "You better be thankful." And Wallace? He couldn't agree more. She's at her absolute breaking point. Collapsing on the floor, Rosetta is completely overwhelmed, unable to keep up with the crushing weight of her lessons. Poverty is a wall she can't climb. Her family can't even afford an education capsule. But instead of giving up, the desperation fuels her. She refuses to lose, knowing this is her only chance to save her household. A sudden moment of warmth breaks the tension as her grandmother pulls her into a tearful embrace. The mood shifts instantly when her grandmother suggests they dress in their finest for a party at the imperial capital. For one shimmering moment, the struggle vanishes. Dressed in a stunning gown, Rosette feels like a princess, beaming with joy as she bids a heartfelt farewell to her family and sets off for the capital. Then comes the rain, and the dream shatters. Drenched and mud-stained, Rosetta stands broken before a grand estate, her hope washing away with the storm. The capital doesn't welcome her. It tears her apart. Mocked as a jester and shamed for her filthy dress, Rosetta is left sobbing in the rain while the world watches with cold indifference. The cruelty takes a darker turn when she's given a cold reality check. Her only value is to secure the survival of House Claudia by seducing a powerful man and bearing his child. Her only path forward? To become a woman who can ensnare the hearts of men. The nightmare follows her to school. Rushing in late and clumsy, Rosetta becomes an easy target for the other students' ridicule. Her every mistake met with a sneer. While the class whispers about her pathetic appearance, her gaze falls on the one person who represents everything she isn't, Liam Sarah Banfield. A prodigy, a count, and a man so perfect that even the seniors fear him. It's not admiration, it's pure, unfiltered detestation. Looking at Liam, the embodiment of unfairness and effortless success, Rosetta realizes that no matter how much she bleeds, she will never reach his level. And that is why she hates him. But no matter how she looks at it, she just can't stop hating him. The frustration is real. and she's absolutely fuming. Meanwhile, the arena is absolute chaos. Robots are clashing in a flurry of steel, and the announcer screams as student Diane claims victory, leaving student Ode in the dust. But for some spectators, the loss is more than just a game. It's a total emotional breakdown. While some students treat it as a simple training display, Liam finds the carnage interesting. But not everyone is enjoying the show. One student is practically drowning in tears after betting on the wrong horse through some very illegal channels. A girl doesn't hold back, calling him a complete idiot for gambling his money away. But when he tries to play it off, she flips the script, asking if he's just picking a fight because he likes her. One wrong move, and she transforms into a literal demon of rage. The gambler tries to justify it as a way to triple his allowance, but the reality hits hard. He didn't just lose money, he lost every single cent Liam gave him. 2 weeks of total poverty? Now that's a real nightmare. As the fights continue, the talk turns to the paper tiger knights. Machines that look great on the outside, but are hollow inside. The students discuss the unfair advantage of high-spec models, calling it practically cheating. Then comes the shocker. Even an imperial prince doesn't have his own unit. But Liam? He's got a personal machine called Avid Chan, and according to his classmates, this thing is absolutely uber strong. While they discuss the nightmare of maintaining such a heavily modified beast, the final blow lands. Student Pawn is wiped out, and the crowd roars for the champion. The third year, student Derek. Liam takes note of the winner, a baron named Derek. He's not impressed by the titles or the power gaps. With a dark smirk, he makes a decision. He's going to use his own overwhelming strength to make everyone kneel before him. But there's one problem. His mechanic is having a total meltdown, claiming Avid can't possibly be made any stronger. Liam doesn't take no for an answer. If it takes a mountain of precious metals to keep up with his power, he'll provide them, no matter the cost. The technological officer lays out the requirements for the upgrade: mithril, adamantite, orichalcum, and massive quantities of them. The cost alone is astronomical, enough to build an entire fleet of battleships. But Lord Liam doesn't blink. He makes a simple deal. If he provides the funds and materials, can she get it done? There's one more catch. She needs a top-tier pilot, and a test pilot capable of handling Avid. Liam already has someone in mind, seeing this as the perfect chance to put her skills to the test. But as he agrees, the officer is left reeling, wondering how on earth he could possibly gather such rare resources so quickly. The officer's doubts are shattered the moment she sees the warehouse. Rows upon rows of containers overflowing with rare crystals leave her absolutely speechless. Just as she's processing the sheer scale of Liam's wealth, a playful voice announces that the test pilot has already arrived. Enter Marie Sarah Marianne, arriving with a confident smile and a greeting that catches the officer completely off guard. The officer's reaction is pure shock. She clearly didn't expect this person to be the pilot. Skeptical, the officer questions if Marie can even handle Avid without an assist system, but Marie is far too excited to care. While the officer is baffled by Marie's strange references to back in her day, Marie is internally screaming with joy at the honor of piloting Lord Liam's personal mobile knight. With the material secured, the officer's professional demeanor vanishes, replaced by a manic, drooling obsession for the experiments she can finally run. Marie just laughs it off, urging her to dive right in. But beneath Marie's cheerfulness lies a dark history. She recalls the agony of being betrayed by the Emperor and imprisoned in stone for 2,000 years. Now her only goal is to repay Lord Liam's kindness, no matter the cost. The scene shifts to a memory of another girl, Rosetta, staring in despair at a failing grade. Her misery is interrupted by a blonde aristocrat who mocks her for being below a commoner, his grip tightening on her arm as she tries to hide her shame. The harassment turns cruel as the boy sneers at Rosetta's family history, claiming her household specializes in selling sponsor bodies. Despite her pleas to let her go, he drags her away while the other students simply watch. With a violent shove, Rosetta is thrown to the ground. The boy from House Berkeley looms over her with a sickening smile, telling her she should be grateful for the superior genes he's about to force upon her. All while making it clear he'll never acknowledge any child that results from it. A noble girl from House Claudia is being tormented, her muffled screams echoing her desperation as she questions why she must suffer for sins committed 2,000 years ago. Suddenly, A violent impact shatters the mood, sending one of the tormentors flying across the room in a blur of motion. Enter Liam. He looks completely unfazed by the chaos, casually asking the group who the hell they are. The crowd recognizes him as the tournament winner and the rumored pirate hunter. But one arrogant senior, Baron Derek, tries to pull rank, only to be silenced by a devastating punch to the face. While the girl watches in disbelief, Liam drops a bombshell. He's a count, and he's not about to let a mere baron talk down to him. But Derek isn't backing down, calling him a country bumpkin in a desperate attempt to save face. Liam doesn't play around, slamming Derek's head into the floor with brutal efficiency. As the other thugs panic and threaten him, Liam's dominance is absolute. The fight is over, and Liam reaches out a hand to help the girl up, but she snaps, her pride as a daughter of a ducal household, flaring up even through her tears as she rejects his help. She storms off, shouting at him to move out of her way. But as she leaves, Liam's expression shifts into a dark, smug grin. He seems to be enjoying this far more than he let on. Alone at last, the girl's pride crumbles into a whirlwind of self-doubt. She realizes her anger wasn't at Liam but at her own weakness and the envy she feels toward his strength. The truth finally breaks through the tears. She didn't hate him. She was glad he was there, and more than anything, she wants the strength to stand on her own. Just like Liam. Liam can't help but smirk, completely riled up by Rosetta's pride and haughtiness. But as he lets his inner evil lord boil over, his companions watch in dread, realizing that Liam is letting his worst habits slip out again. With a cold dismissal, Liam tells Kurt to stay out of his way. Left behind, the others are in a panic. Did Liam really just pick a fight with the Berkeley family? One of them is shocked to find that Kurt is completely clueless about who they are. It turns out House Berkeley is a strange anomaly among the nobility. While every child born into the family is technically made an independent baron with their own territory, it's all a front. In reality, the father pulls every single string. The truth is far more dangerous. They are essentially the top dogs of the space pirate world, hiding behind noble titles while controlling the supply of a precious elixir. Terrified of their fleet's power, the students desperately want to convince Liam to apologize before it's too late. But apologizing isn't in Liam's nature. He's notoriously merciless toward pirates, having once obliterated an entire noble fleet that tried to play the same game. As the realization sinks in, one of them can only despair. Their independence is officially over. Night falls over the estate, and while the guards patrol the halls, a sinister presence creeps in. Just as Liam drifts into a deep sleep, a monstrous, skeletal claw emerges from the shadows, reaching for him. A towering, armored figure looms over the bed, its masked face cold and imposing. The atmosphere is suffocating as the mysterious entity stares down at the unsuspecting Lord Liam. Liam wakes up, completely unfazed by the intruder. He simply complains that the figure is being too noisy. The armored guardian quickly apologizes, explaining that he just repelled a pack of feral dogs who wandered onto the grounds. Liam's response is chillingly casual. Just return the dogs to their owner. The dogs, a group of captured intruders, are now at the mercy of the armored guardian. He informs them that by Lord Liam's order, they are being sent back, but first, he has a few questions he'd like to ask. The guardian doesn't use words for the interrogation. He uses a terrifying ocular power that forces the truth out. Under the pressure, one of the captives breaks, confessing that they were ordered by Lord Derek to kidnap and torture Liam. A mysterious, armored figure looms over a terrified man, dropping a bombshell that freezes the air. He claims to belong to a clan that was supposed to be extinct, brought back from the depths of the past. Following Lord Liam's orders, the masked warrior prepares to return something to its owner. But he has no intention of being subtle. He decides to put the recovery on a public display for everyone to see. Lord Derek's day takes a sudden, gruesome turn. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the halls, just as a heap of mangled armor is dumped right at his feet, leaving him absolutely speechless. Derek spirals into a panic, unable to believe his security was breached so easily. But just as he screams at his subordinates to clean up the mess, another messenger arrives with news that's even more devastating. Total disaster. Derek's fleet has been annihilated, and with it, the device needed to create elixirs is gone. With his plans in ruins, he makes a desperate vow. He will kill Liam at the upcoming tournament. Meanwhile, Liam is in a completely different mood, smugly celebrating his successful schemes and the efficiency of his new escort. But he's not done yet. He's already plotting the perfect way to break Rosetta's heart into pieces. Rosetta is exhausted by Liam's unpredictability, and his attempt to guilt-trip her for a higher allowance is a total fail. However, Liam quickly shifts gears, pressing Wallace for the secret on how to climb the social ladder in record time. Wallace reveals the shortcut to power: buying peerage from desperate, bankrupt noble houses. It sounds like a dream, but there's a catch. The buyer doesn't just get the title. They inherit a mountain of debt and a nightmare of problems. The cost of power is steep, and Liam realizes he might have to marry into a broke-ass family just to get the title. But he can't help himself. He immediately goes back to begging for money, only to be shut down by Rosetta's icy glare. Liam's thirst for chaos is unmatched. He actually fantasizes about stealing Rosetta's peerage just to see the look of despair on her face. But first, he has a fun idea. It's time to make a call back to his homeworld. Liam drops a bombshell that leaves his subordinates reeling. He wants to welcome the daughter of a ducal house, Rosetta, into the Banfield household. Despite her family being buried in mountains of debt, Liam doesn't care. He's playing the long game to secure their peerage. His staff is stunned, but they immediately scramble to make the arrangements. Enter Rosetta. She's a walking contradiction, possessing an iron will and a stubborn streak, yet plagued by a clumsy nature. But it's that raw effort and her unwavering pride that make her truly desirable in Liam's eyes. For a man like Liam, that kind of spirit is exactly what he's looking for. He's found someone he actually likes. Rosetta is spiraling in a panic. A marriage proposal from House Banfield? It makes no sense. There's no possible merit for him. But as she's lost in her confusion, she takes a sudden tumble, only to be caught in a dramatic bridal carry by Liam himself. The romantic tension vanishes in a heartbeat. Liam flips the switch, declaring that letting her fall would be far too boring. He wants her household to suffer even more, channeling the ruthless spirit of the late emperor. Rosetta is left fuming as he leaves her behind. Later, Rosetta is at her breaking point, questioning why she was even born into such misery. Then comes Liam, playing the part of the concerned friend. He asks if she's eating properly, but Rosetta isn't fooled. That smug look on his face screams that this kindness is anything but sincere. She rejects his dinner invite with a scream, convinced he's just in cahoots with the spies watching her family. But Liam just laughs it off, promising to ask again tomorrow. As he walks away, Rosetta's walls start to crumble. Why is he being so kind? He's giving her a hope she knows she shouldn't want. Word is spreading through the school. Some think Rosetta is getting cocky, but others warn that she's now Liam's favorite. In a place where Liam's name is synonymous with both kindness to commoners and the total obliteration of noble houses, being his favorite is the ultimate shield and the ultimate danger. With Liam's protection, Rosetta's bullies have vanished into thin air. But for the observers, this is a puzzle. Why Rosetta? One student starts spinning her own theories, wondering if this is just public relations, or if there's a more interesting dynamic between Liam and Kurt that she can fuel her imagination with. While Kurt and Liam share a moment of silent, blushing tension, the mood is instantly shattered. A certain greedy relative crashes the party with one singular, loud demand. Give me my allowance. Ela is spiraling into a delusional fantasy about some worthless bug ruining a romance, but her daydream is brutally cut short by a sudden slap to the face. Liam just watches, completely unfazed, thinking she's just being her usual troubled self. The wedding proposal is hitting a wall, with the elders of House Claudia doubting Liam's true intentions. But instead of backing down, Liam's sinister side emerges. He views them as old-fashioned and dense, ordering Brian to play the long game, lower their guard and squeeze them slowly. Liam wants to show some sincerity to smooth things over, but the memory of the rejection is still fresh. Lady Rosetta isn't holding back either, screaming that a mere hick like Liam has no business marrying into her prestigious ducal household. Brian questions if Liam is actually serious about the marriage. From a cold, hard profit perspective, it's a disaster. House Claudia is drowning in that dwarfs even Banfield's past failures, making the union a financial nightmare. Despite the financial risk, Liam's word is law. He's not changing his mind, even if it costs a fortune. With the marriage drama paused, Liam shifts his focus to something more exciting, checking in on Avid at the 7th Weapons Factory. Brian might hate the deal as a vassal, but as a man, he's absolutely thrilled. He's convinced that Liam has finally found a woman he values more than profit, and the sheer joy of it has Brian practically radiating happiness. Liam arrives at the 7th weapons factory to find Nias waiting for him. While the pilot tests for the massive mech, Avid, are a success, Liam is left wondering about one thing. What exactly is the deal with Nias? The deal with Nias is simple. She's completely obsessed with the mech. She's treating Avid like her own child, cuddling the cold metal and calling herself Mama, leaving Liam to watch the madness in deadpan silence. On paper, Avid is a masterpiece, reinforced joints, upgraded armor, and peak performance. But when Liam demands the mech be repainted in gaudy gold, Nias hits her breaking point, refusing to let her child look like the tasteless trophy of a nouveau riche. Nias is in full combat mode, preaching the aesthetic superiority of silver and black. But her passion turns deadly when she turns her blades on her colleague, demanding an apology for disrespecting Lord Liam. By way of immediate execution, the atmosphere turns lethal as a blindfolded woman looms over a terrified girl, coldly warning her that she wouldn't want the robot Avid stained with her blood. Just as the girl screams for Liam's help in a panic, he steps in, not with a rescue, but with a bizarre punishment. She's spared, but she'll have to paint the mess. The terror instantly flips into a childish meltdown. The girl erupts in a tantrum, screaming that Liam is a stupid idiot until he finally gives in to her demands. With a triumphant beam, she's already plotting how she'll give her own Zassup a piece of her mind later. But the peace is short-lived. The blindfolded woman returns with a proposition for a blonde girl, pressuring her to join a tournament. She offers to help with the costs, but the girl can see right through the lie. This is just another trap to bury her deeper in debt to the loan sharks. Trapped between the tournament and the threat of starvation and sleep deprivation, the girl has no choice but to submit. Meanwhile, the blindfolded woman reveals a major player in the upcoming games. Liam, the renowned pirate hunter, is officially entering the fray. Then comes the bombshell. The blindfolded woman tells the girl that Liam actually desires to marry her, but quickly crushes any romantic hope by reminding her that her debts would scare him away. Her final advice? Forget delusions of love and just get on her knees to beg for his jeans. Behind the scenes, a sinister alliance forms. Derek and the blindfolded woman decide that Liam's unnecessary sense of justice is a liability. To protect a mission spanning 200 years, they resolve to make Liam disappear during the tournament. The scene shifts to the grand halls of the Claudia ducal household. A formal greeting for their guests is suddenly shattered when the matriarch is seized by a violent, hacking coughing fit, sending the staff into a frantic panic. Despite the chaos, the dying woman remains resolute. She delivers a crushing blow to Sir Brian, refusing the engagement proposal from House Banfield. She claims that while she's grateful for their kindness, the burden of this union would be far too heavy for them to bear. The reason is a nightmare from the past. For 2,000 years, House Claudia has been the plaything of imperial enforcers, kept under constant, wicked surveillance. To officially join their house is to invite that same cursed fate upon House Banfield, yet desperation drives her to one final shocking act of impudence. To ensure her household survival, she bows low and begs for Lord Liam's jeans. Sir Brian can only watch in absolute horror, stunned that such an evil request could still exist in this age. Liam's unexpected generosity sends shockwaves through the room. While one man is overcome with shame for his own greed, Liam calmly announces that House Banfield will absorb House Claudia's debts and welcome Lady Rosetta into his household, leaving everyone in a state of absolute disbelief. The shock quickly turns into fervent loyalty. The mustachioed man is suddenly all in, and one of the women vows with fierce determination that she won't give up until the engagement proposal is accepted, begging Liam to leave the arrangements to her. Cut to the Mobile Night tournament, where student Derek has just crushed his opponent into the dirt. But while the crowd cheers, a girl calls out Wallace for the ultimate betrayal, betting on Derek using Liam's own money. The victory feels hollow to the onlookers. Students whisper that Derek only wins by buying off his opponents, and one girl questions why he needs to cheat if his mecha is already superior. The realization is dangerous, and a panicked warning follows. Stop talking before they hear you. Enter Nias, a confident woman in a suit who brings a game changer to the conversation. She points toward a menacing new mecha, a stolen tech masterpiece from the first weapons factory. claiming that no one can stand against Avid and its pilot. Nias boasts that Avid could level the entire arena in a heartbeat, but the chatter is cut short as the announcer calls the next match, Student Liam versus Student Rosetta. As Liam makes his entrance, onlookers can't help but notice that everyone in his inner circle is a complete weirdo. The matchup is a total joke. Rosetta is piloting a rented training unit in abysmal condition, while Liam's Avid is a walking fortress equipped with a great sword, hover units, and hidden claws. It's not a fight, it's a slaughter waiting to happen. The two machines face off in the desolate arena. Liam's voice drips with mock kindness as he offers Rosetta a way out, beg for mercy, and he might go easy. He applauds her courage, but his wicked grin says he's about to enjoy every second of her defeat. Rosetta isn't having it. She screams for him to shut up and lunges forward with everything she has. In her mind, as long as it's a formal match, she still has a fighting chance to take him down. Liam's expression turns cold and predatory. He delivers a brutal truth. Reality only favors the strong. He tells her that if she had just submitted and wagged her tail like a dog, he might have been kind. But the countdown hits 0, and the nightmare begins. The white mecha screams in a desperate surge of power, refusing to be looked down upon as it lunges forward with everything it's got. But the gap in skill is terrifying. While the opponent curses in frustration, the pilot inside is shaken. This level of refined movement is something they've never seen before, and the cost to build such a machine must be astronomical. Then, in a flash of steel, the unthinkable happens. The dark mecha doesn't just break. It shatters like a fragile toy, leaving the pilot frozen in absolute shock. The opponent mocks the fragility of the machine, calling it glass, but that's the last mistake they make. The white mecha isn't done yet, charging back in with a roar of defiance. Boom! A devastating strike crashes right into the cockpit, sending the pilot spiraling into a blur of confusion and pain. Silence falls, broken only by the piercing scream of emergency alarms. As the wreckage settles, the defeated pilot can't even process how it happened. Did they even see the blade? Total defeat. The pilot sinks into a pit of misery, realizing the gap between them is an unreachable abyss. Now, desperation kicks in. Will flattery or begging for mercy be the only way to survive the death of this machine? But beneath the defeat lies a deeper scar. A haunting memory of a crying child and the cursed legacy of House Claudia. A cycle of pain she's desperate to end once and for all. The cockpit is ripped open like a tin can, and there he is. Liam looks down at the wreckage with a smug grin, greeting the defeated Rosetta with a cutting remark. He offers her a way out. Just give up. But even broken and beaten, Rosetta finds the strength to snap back, calling him boorish to the very end. The tension is suffocating as Liam makes a bold demand. Be mine, he tells her, claiming it's the only way to save her. But Rosetta isn't backing down. With fierce pride, she refuses to bow to him, daring him to kill her right then and there if he truly wants her gone. Her defiance echoes through the air as her full identity is laid bare. Rosetta Sarah Claudia. Instead of being angered, Liam just wears a smug, knowing smile. He looks at her with a glint in his eye, casually admitting that she really is as strong as she seems. But the mood shifts instantly. Liam acknowledges her effort, only to drop a bombshell that changes everything. Their engagement has just become official, because her own mother, the Duchess, has accepted his offer. Congratulations, Rosetta. From this moment on, you are now my fiancé. The words hit her like a physical blow, leaving her completely frozen in shock. Her brain practically shuts down as she stammers, unable to process what she just heard. Rosetta is in total denial, screaming that it must be a lie. Even if their debts are paid, she's convinced the observers won't let them off that easily, fearing that House Banfield is simply walking into the same ruin as House Claudia. Then, a voice cuts through her panic. Her mother appears, confirming the truth. It's all real. The Duchess reveals that they had come to House Banfield in secret to refuse the offer, but they discovered that Liam is truly willing to use every resource at his disposal to save them. The Duchess admits they've been deceived by sweet lies before, but looking at the sheer amount of work Sir Brian has put in, they realize Liam's words weren't just empty promises. With the board completely cleared, Liam tells Brian to let the Duchess rest and turns his attention back to a defeated Rosetta. He reaches out his hand, reminding her that with her family and the Empire both acknowledging him, there is absolutely nothing left to stand in the way of her becoming his wife. Liam lets out a triumphant laugh, thanking her for that "kill me" declaration from earlier, He's not looking for a quick surrender. He plans to take his sweet time, slowly making her yield, leaving Rosetta completely flustered and overwhelmed. Liam takes the win, leaving Rosetta in tears. While the crowd cheers for his strength, the students are left wondering what on earth happened during that conversation to leave her so devastated. The gossip mill is churning. Everyone assumes Liam just tore Rosetta apart with words. Meanwhile, a blonde student is reeling, feeling the gap between them widen as he marvels at Liam's insane skill with the Avid unit. The hype builds for the final showdown, Liam versus Derek. While some are confident in the Avid's power, others have a bad feeling that Derek might not play by the rules. Just as the final match is about to start, the atmosphere shifts. A series of eerie beeps precedes a digital glitch that rips through the arena, and suddenly, the unthinkable happens. Space pirates have crashed the party. It's a trap. The pirates are actually high-spec mobile knights in disguise. The realization hits the blonde student like a ton of bricks. This is Derek's move to execute Liam in broad daylight. Liam is completely surrounded. A wall of steel and axes closes in, leaving him trapped in the center of a mechanical death trap. Enter the big boss. Derek finally reveals himself, dripping with arrogance. He's not just looking for a win. He wants to break Liam and make him beg for mercy on all fours. Liam's reaction? Pure, unadulterated disgust. Derek lays out his master plan. Surveillance, bribes, and a rigged tournament. He thinks he's played a perfect game of chess, but Liam is just bored by the monologue. It turns out Liam already knew about the House Claudia observers. He's 10 steps ahead. Liam isn't scared. He's disappointed. He mocks Derek's army for being insufficient and decides to use this assassination attempt as a convenient field test for the upgraded Avid. The pirates charge in for the kill, but they're walking into a buzzsaw. With one devastating strike, Liam turns the perfect trap into a scrap metal yard. The pilot is initially thrilled, amazed by how smoothly his mecha moves and praising the engineering. But that joy vanishes in a heartbeat as he realizes the horror of his situation. The enemy just shredded the latest military model with a single swing. Is he even fighting a human, or some kind of monster? Desperation kicks in as the squad opens fire, screaming for everyone to keep their distance and attack. But as the smoke clears, the truth is far worse than they imagined. There isn't a single scratch on the enemy unit. It's a complete slaughter. One massive sweep sends mechas flying in a chorus of terrified screams. And in the cockpit, Liam is just getting started, wearing a confident smile as he tells them there is absolutely no escape. The desperate pleas of, "I don't want to die," are cut short by absolute destruction. Liam remains completely unfazed, mocking them for thinking their pathetic attempts on his life would actually leave a mark. The sentence is passed with cold finality, "You lot will die here." Back at the base, the observers are paralyzed with fear, realizing they aren't facing a soldier but a demon. One final, devastating blow wipes the field clean in a flash of light. The realization hits them like a ton of bricks. How could they have ever expected to win against such a monster? Pure chaos erupts in the command center. The soldiers are desperate to retreat before Liam sets his sights on them, but a blindfolded man in a suit tries to hold them to their contract. The response is immediate and visceral. "The hell if I give a shit." The blindfolded man fumes, admitting they never wanted a head-on fight because they knew they were outclassed. But just as he's venting, a shadow looms behind him. A masked figure whispers a chilling reminder. Talking about assassinating Lord Liam is a mistake he cannot overlook. The masked intruder mocks the fragility of modern pirates, claiming they've lost their guts. As Liam's underlings swarm the base, the guards panic, firing wildly in a desperate attempt to keep the nightmare away. Gunshots mean nothing to this monster. The masked figure effortlessly closes the gap, snatching the blindfolded emissary. Even as the man screams about his imperial status and threatens revenge, the intruder's response is cold and final. That would be inconvenient. A brutal scene opens with a man in a blindfold bleeding out, yet he remains chillingly calm, while his attacker screams about loathing the dogs of the Empire. The man just mocks the inconvenience of all that blood, treating the violence like a minor annoyance. The blindfolded man's mask of calm slips into something far more sinister. He decides to show his captive the true darkness, which is just another word for despair, before ordering his men to drop captured pilots to the ground as fodder for Lord Liam. Panic erupts in the command center as communication with the raiding team vanishes. With the mission to kill Liam failing, they desperately pivot to capturing Rosetta as a hostage, until a sudden presence triggers a guard's instincts, and a gun is drawn in a flash. In a blur of steel, the guard is silenced instantly. As the mysterious attacker walks through the carnage, she recalls a nightmare from 2,000 years ago, the day a laughing man ordered them all to be turned into stone. The shock hits the room like a physical blow. Standing before them is Marie of the Three Knights, her massive serrated blades ready for slaughter. The staff can only stare in horror, wondering how she possibly got inside. Marie isn't here for a chat. She's here for blood. She reveals a burning hatred and a long-awaited chance for revenge, fueled by the fact that these fools dared to cross both her savior, Lord Liam, and Lady Rosetta. Surrounded by armed soldiers, Marie doesn't flinch. With her swords gripped tight, she makes a solemn vow. She will never lose what is dear to her again, no matter the price she has to pay. The scene shifts back 2,000 years to a sun-drenched memory. A young, playful Claudia is caught climbing a tree, with a young Marie watching over her with a fond, teasing smile. Their bond was effortless and sweet. Between playful bickering about sneaking out of imperial parties, Marie gently braids Claudia's hair, promising to teach her how to do it herself. Though Claudia would much rather Marie just keep doing it. But even in those peaceful days, a shadow loomed. As Claudia worries about the growing danger within the imperial court, Marie takes her hand and gives her a promise that echoes through the millennia. When the time comes, she will be the one to protect her. A broken promise, a life turned to stone, and 2,000 years of agony. Through a haunting series of memories, a warrior recalls the failure to save a friend and the long road to this moment of revenge. But now, the wait is over. Standing amidst the ruins of her enemies, she's practically glowing with fanaticism, absolutely blessed to finally serve under Lord Liam. Meanwhile, Liam is just getting started. He looks at Derek with a smug, confident grin, mocking him. Is this really all the mobile knights have to offer? Derek isn't taking the insult lying down. He screams in rage, launching a desperate attack that triggers a massive explosion, rocking the very ground beneath them. But wait, Derek has a trick up his sleeve. He summoned a crew of notorious pirate knights, lured by the promise of a massive payday to hunt down the wanted man himself. These mercenaries aren't just fighting for the reward, they're dreaming of a life of luxury. One of them lunges forward with a roar, determined to shut Liam's loud mouth for good. Too bad they're completely outclassed. With a single blinding flash, Liam shuts them down, coldly warning them that challenging him with such meager abilities is a death sentence. Liam's not even breaking a sweat. He treats the fight like a mere test run, noting that his current sword is too bulky for his signature style. So he decides to try a different approach on the next target. Suddenly, the air screams. A high-energy signal blares in the enemy's ear, but by the time they realize Liam has vanished and reappeared behind them, it's already too late. Boom! A devastating explosion rips through the mecha in a shower of sparks. Liam just laughs it off, absolutely thrilled with the sheer firepower he just paid for. The terror is absolute. Even the most feared named pirates couldn't scratch him, and now this pilot is left trembling in his cockpit, wondering if he's next on the chopping block. Desperation hits a peak as the defeated pilot begs for his life, offering money, women, and absolute loyalty just to survive. Liam's response is a simple, chilling question. Anything? The pilot plays his last card, claiming he can produce endless elixirs, using a secret family heirloom. Liam seems hooked, but it's all a lie. The device is long gone, and this is a desperate gamble to buy a few more seconds of life. The hope is crushed instantly. With a sinister smile, Liam reveals he already has everything he needs, and that the elixirs were just a big fat lie. The sentence is death. No mercy. Liam decides to prolong the agony, ensuring the pilot can't use any hidden elixirs to revive himself. The crime? Simply daring to stand against him. The carnage leaves the crowd in stunned silence. As the cockpit lies completely crushed, students wonder why the organizers even allowed such a one-sided slaughter to happen. While some students mock the outcome, others realize the gravity of the situation. This victory is practically a declaration of war against House Derek. But for Liam's loyalists, his strength is all the guarantee they need. Suddenly, the tournament is scrapped due to unexpected troubles. As the students are sent back to their dorms, the mood shifts from shock to disappointment, and a realization that everyone close to Liam is a complete weirdo. In the quiet of her room, Rosetta finally finds some peace. But the silence is broken by the arrival of a personal caretaker, assigned to ensure her recovery after her recent ordeal. With her health cleared, the conversation turns to the wedding scheduled after graduation. Rosetta wonders if Liam's rash actions were all for the sake of the ducal peerage, but the maid's blunt wrong leaves her completely bewildered. Rosetta is spiraling, unable to comprehend why Liam would want her as his wife. But her maid drops a bombshell that changes everything. She's the only woman Liam has ever truly wanted, no matter the cost. Completely stunned and blushing, Rosetta can barely process the revelation. The maid gently tells her to just rest and forget about her classes for now. Cut to Liam, who is lounging with a cup of tea, looking smugly composed while a group of noble students seethe in frustration around him. The mood turns electric as the nobles criticize Liam for killing Derek, but his retainer shuts them down instantly. How dare they suggest letting a traitor go free? Liam is absolutely loving this. In his mind it's simple. The winner is always right, and since they can't forcefully punish him, he's already won. He doesn't stop there, flipping the script by blaming them for not stopping Derek sooner. Even as they plead for a shred of remorse, Liam remains utterly cold. Then comes the ultimate power move. Liam asks exactly how much money it will take to shut their incompetent mouths, before graciously offering to double his school donation as a penalty. The nobles are left speechless. Despite a final desperate warning about the consequences of his actions, Liam simply turns his back and walks away. Left in his wake, the students are completely shaken. Between a terrifying retainer and a genius who buys his way out of trouble, they're left wondering how their day went so wrong. But the drama isn't over. A girl is sneaking around, searching for something, until a sudden voice behind her makes her jump out of her skin. Got some business with Liam? Rosetta is on a mission to talk to Liam, but there's one huge problem. She's being smothered by an entire army of knights and maids. She's absolutely fed up with the lack of privacy. The escort is just as clueless as she is, and when Wallace reveals that Liam isn't even in the dorms, Rosetta's patience finally snaps. Who is actually in charge of this operation? They find Liam in the courtyard, but as they get close, Wallace stops them cold. He warns Rosetta that approaching Liam right now is a dangerous game. Rosetta watches in disbelief as the air around Liam turns into a violent vortex of swirling leaves. He's not just practicing, he's creating a storm. Rosetta can't even see the blade moving, but Wallace reveals the truth. This godlike skill isn't just natural talent, it's the result of years of grueling, relentless effort. Realizing she was envious of someone who worked even harder than her, Rosetta is hit by a wave of pure embarrassment. She's so ashamed that she can't even bring herself to look him in the eye. Meanwhile, in the halls of power, a shocking discovery is made. The ducal house Claudius has spent 2,000 years gathering the darkest secrets and weaknesses of the nobility. The scale of the intel is terrifying, reaching as far as the chancellor himself. But while others panic, Liam's reaction was chillingly simple: use it to his advantage. With the crisis averted thanks to Liam's cold efficiency, the staff is now in a frenzy of preparation. The master is coming home for vacation, and everything must be flawless. Liam makes his grand return with a smirk that says he's already won, and waiting for him are Rosetta and Wallace, though Rosetta looks like she'd rather be anywhere else. Liam is back, and he's not in the mood for modesty. Exhausted from his journey, he starts dropping demands. Lavish meals and a beautiful personal maid to replace the old hag from the palace. But Prince Wallace is already shaking in his boots just thinking about going back. Enter the old hag herself. Serena, the head maid of the imperial palace, appears with a smile that screams danger. Wallace practically has a meltdown, but Liam drops a bombshell. He didn't just bring her along. He hired her. Liam doesn't do mercy. He hands Wallace over to Serena's care, leaving the prince in a state of pure shock. Meanwhile, a tearful family reunion unfolds, but the peace is short-lived. The count is a sobbing mess, but Liam has zero patience for men's tears. As he coldly shuts him down, a memory of a bitter divorce from his past life flickers through his mind. Then, he spots Amagi and wonders why she's suddenly there. Amagi doesn't waste time. With a blunt command, she tells Liam to follow her to her room. The other women watch in stunned silence, but Liam just smirks. He's got things to discuss. Pure bliss. Liam finds himself lounging with Amagi, finally feeling the comfort of home. But as he relaxes, his mind drifts to Rosetta. He remembers her claiming he took everything from her. and he can't help but wonder how she's handling her new reality. The mood shifts when Amagi asks the forbidden question, has he already slept with Rosetta? She warns him that playing with fire could cost him the trust of noble society. And his very title. Liam's trigger is hit. He loathes women who criticize him, a scar left over from his previous life. And Rosetta? She's doing exactly that, screaming that he's a pathetic coward who bought his way into nobility. Time for some payback. Liam leans in with a sadistic grin, mocking Rosetta for being a former duke's daughter. She vows to reclaim her title, but Liam just wants to watch her struggle. Amagi brings up the engagement ceremony, originally set for after graduation. But Liam's feeling impulsive. Why wait? He decides to move the whole thing up to the long vacation, leaving everyone breathless. The public is buzzing with rumors about Lord Liam's sudden rush to the engagement ceremony. While some are confused, others see it as a noble gesture, claiming he's doing it for Lady Rosetta's dying grandmother. Meanwhile, Liam is briefed on Rosetta's tragic past and her current state, slumbering inside an education capsule. Liam is absolutely floored. He finds out the world has twisted his cruel intentions into a romantic drama, with movies and series already in the works. He's horrified. Did he tax his people so hard they've all gone insane? He just wanted to humiliate Rosetta's grandmother, not become a romantic icon. To keep the facade going, Liam tells Amagi to use the celebration as the official excuse, and even throws in a tiny tax cut to keep the peace. He decides to let the movies roll, imagining the look on Rosetta's face when she finds out. He's suddenly very excited for the ceremony. The big day arrives. Dressed in a sharp white suit, Liam heads toward Rosetta's room with a sinister plan. He's going to roast her appearance before the ceremony even starts. He bursts in, confident and ready for some payback. But the moment he steps inside, the world stops. There she is, Lady Rosetta, looking absolutely breathtaking in her wedding gown. For a split second, Liam is genuinely speechless, admitting she's beautiful. But he quickly snaps back into evil lord mode, warning her not to run away. As he leaves the room, however, his composure is shaking. He's completely lost for words. While Amagi is pleased that Liam liked the dress, Rosetta is having a full-blown internal crisis. She's spiraling. Is he angry? Was he surprised? She's so panicked she can't even form a sentence. Marie notices the parallels between Rosetta and her predecessor. But she shares a secret. Lord Liam is just as nervous as she is. That one revelation flips the switch for Rosetta. Suddenly, she's beaming with confidence. Now comes the tricky part. What does she call him? Master is already taken by Amagi. Marie decides to take this opportunity to teach Rosetta something special. How to address the person you truly love. Marie whispers a suggestion into Rosetta's ear, and the result is instant success. Rosetta is absolutely thrilled with the new nickname, and Marie just smiles, knowing exactly what she's started. A grand wedding is underway, and at the center of it all stand the groom and his veiled bride. The officiant gives the signal to seal the oath with a kiss, and Liam is practically vibrating with anticipation. He notices Rosetta trembling. Is it fear, or something else? He asks her how she feels, secretly hoping for a reaction that satisfies his dark desires. Liam leans in, his mind racing with malice. He's not looking for love. He wants to see the look of absolute loathing on her face now that he's stripped her of everything. Her house, her title, and her freedom. With a swift motion, he lifts the veil to witness her suffering, but the face staring back at him is not one of hatred. Liam's brain practically shuts down. Instead of dread, Rosetta looks at him with pure gratitude, thanking him for accepting her, and promising to stay by his side forever. Before he can even process the shock, she lunges at him with a passionate, "Darling!" leaving Liam completely frozen while the guests look on in admiration. And then it happens. The kiss that seals the deal. Brown sits by the sparkling gaze of the entire nobility. On the outside, they look like the perfect couple. But inside, Liam is screaming in panic. He's convinced this is some elaborate trap to kill him the moment he lets his guard down. The celebration moves to the engagement party, where the aristocrats whisper about the modesty of the event and the political weight of Liam's open defiance of House Berkeley. One noble worries that this marriage could spark a proxy war between the empire's good and evil houses. But when he tries to network with a woman named Christina, he gets a reality check. She calls him a mutt with a look that could kill. The air is thick with rivalry as a brown-haired knight needles her opponent about the burden of being head knight, and a little embarrassing run-in with pirates. But the talk is short-lived. In a flash of steel, the two clash in a high-speed duel, sparks flying as they test each other's strength before the brown-haired knight tells her to work hard during her short tenure. The fight ends as quickly as it started, leaving only sharp tongues. While the blonde woman fires back with a fossil woman jab, Liam watches from the sidelines, completely baffled by the chaos. The mood shifts to a somber quiet at a cemetery. After a peaceful passing for Rosetta's grandmother, Rosetta turns to Liam with a soft, heartfelt thank you, but the peace doesn't last long. Rosetta quickly pivots to gushing over a drama series, admitting that while the lead actor is a looker, he's still no match for her darling. Just then, an aide approaches Liam with urgent news. Suddenly, a mysterious geometric artifact arrives at the mansion. Liam recognizes it as a legendary planetary development device, a prize so valuable that space pirates would kill for it. After sending Rosetta to Fest, he summons Amagi to his room. Meanwhile, Rosetta pulls Amagi aside for a private chat. She discovers the truth about Amagi's past. An android brought in to replace the mother Liam never had, caring for him since childhood. When Amagi offers to stay out of sight to avoid being a nuisance, Rosetta absolutely loses it. She's not about to let Amagi think she's the kind of person who would feel that way. In a sudden move of kindness, Rosetta presents a handmade bracelet. She tells Amagi that anyone important to Liam is important to her too, leaving herself flustered when Amagi calls her mistress. With a deep, respectful bow, Amagi entrusts the master's care to Rosetta, leaving the blonde woman standing in the quiet glow of the room. Chaos erupts in the imperial capital planet as two men practically go to war over a bag of food, bringing up old grudges about stolen liquor. But the tension snaps as quickly as it started, with both admitting their faults and agreeing to split the meal in peace. Enter a new threat. A mysterious figure in a wide-brimmed hat ascends, absorbing thousands of years of negative energy to fuel a massive comeback. With power surging back, they have one singular goal: dragging that bastard Liam straight down to the depths of hell. But the victory lap is cut short. Out of nowhere, a mysterious spear slams the villain right out of the sky, leaving them face down in the dirt and completely bewildered by the sudden attack. Meanwhile, Liam is having a much better day. He's discovered a way to turn space pirate wreckage into high-grade elixirs, using a planetary development device. He's absolutely thrilled, crediting his guide for the breakthrough and planning to use the tech to actually develop some planets. Back to the villain, and it's a total disaster. The power they just fought so hard to regain is being ripped away, and in a cruel twist of irony, it's all because of Liam's gratitude. They're left powerless and broken on the pavement. Humiliated but not defeated, the villain's hatred only grows. They decide to play the long game, vowing to make Liam's life a living hell by recruiting others who share a burning desire for revenge. It turns out Liam's reputation is spreading, and not in a good way for his former teacher, Yasushi. While others are desperate to learn the way of the Flash, Yasushi is hiding in the shadows, absolutely fuming that Liam is using his name to cause chaos. The villain finds a perfect partner in the disgruntled Yasushi. Both are terrified of Liam but desperate for payback. They strike a deal. The villain will help Yasushi find and train a new generation of talented brats specifically designed to take Liam down. The plan is now in motion at a military training facility. While new recruits are driven by a burning desire for revenge, a girl named Eulesia has a more subtle approach. She plans to infiltrate Liam's inner circle as his adjutant, waiting for the perfect moment to crush his pride. The villain is loving every second of it, fueling the hatred of the recruits and praising their persistence. As Eulesia proves her worth to her peers, the mysterious figure flies off into the city, eager to plant even more seeds of revenge that will eventually reach Liam. Liam's path to power hits a sudden snag. He's graduated from preparatory school, but in this intergalactic nation, he's not officially considered an adult yet. Serena breaks the news with a cold list of requirements. To be treated as a proper imperial noble, he must first secure both military and government official qualifications. 12 years of training just for a license? Absolutely not. Liam isn't about to suffer through a decade of harsh active duty. Instead, he decides to play the rich noble card, ordering Amagi to grease the wheels with a massive contribution fund, basically buying out the Imperial Army's entire weapon stock to make his path a lot smoother. Rosetta is all geared up and excited to join her darling at the academy, but Serena delivers a crushing reality check. There are no uniforms for her. Since military service is Liam's duty alone, a heartbroken Rosetta is left wondering why she can't go along, though Liam quickly tells her not to worry. But Serena has a special surprise. With a snap of her fingers, she reveals the custom uniform she prepared for Rosetta, which is just a frilly maid outfit. Liam's disbelief is immediate, and Rosetta is left staring in total shock at her new academy attire. Serena isn't finished. She decides Rosetta's basic education is inadequate, and insists she enter an education capsule to learn proper etiquette. Liam leans into his role as the demanding lord, ordering her to be trained, so she is finally fit to stand by his side. The intensity is too much for Rosetta. As she trembles under his gaze, Liam finds her fear satisfying. He makes it clear that this isn't a request, but an order that must be carved into her very being. Completely overwhelmed, Rosetta can only stammer her agreement. The scene shifts to the cold vacuum of space as the journey to the academy begins. But while Liam remains composed on the ship, another noble is having a full-blown meltdown, clinging to a wall and screaming his absolute refusal to enroll. The charming prince is convinced he's destined to be a punching bag, but Liam has zero patience for the whining. He literally drags the guy along by the hair. As the other nobles wonder where Liam's insane confidence comes from, he reveals his secret weapon. He's already paid off the army. The noble is stunned by Liam's lengths, but Liam's solution to any problem is simple: violence. When the noble worries about enemies with no army connections, Liam just grips his sword with a predatory grin. His answer? He'll just beat them all into the ground. With that, he kicks the man toward the ship. Before departing, Liam is faced with Brian, who is in a state of emotional collapse, clutching a photo of his late great-grandfather. Despite Brian's tearful warnings about the dangers of war, Liam's priority is clear. He leaves Brian with one final task: keep a very close eye on Rosetta while he's gone. Liam is playing a dangerous game, ordering a strict education for Rosetta, while secretly hoping she gets bullied by Serena's. Brian, completely misreading the room, thinks his lord is genuinely worried, and vows with sparkling eyes to handle everything. Then things get awkward. Liam tells Amagi he'll be lonely without her, a line so bold it practically freezes her in place. She quickly reminds him that such words are reserved for betrothed couples, though her worried expression shows she truly cares for his safety. Confident as ever, Liam brushes off the risks, claiming the god of fortune is on his side. As he gives his final orders, Serena informs him it's time to go, and he heads toward his transport, ready for whatever comes next. The scene shifts to a dark night where a blonde youth has just staged a brutal coup, leaving his predecessor tied up and broken on the floor. With a manic grin, he looks to his father, desperate to know if he's finally a count and an executive of the Berkeley family. Enter Casimiro, the ruthless boss of the Berkeley family. With their elixir supply crashing, the blonde youth proposes a savage solution: strip a lush planet of its resources. He specifically targets a noble who dared to refuse him, and Casimiro gives him the green light to destroy the planet entirely. Casimiro asks about House Banfield, only to learn that their top assassins have all failed. He's not worried, though. Since Liam is heading to the military academy, where assassins are too risky, Casimiro plans to use the previous head's massive debts to crush the boy instead. The Berkeleys realize they can use their ties to the companies Banfield owes money to. But Casimiro wants something more insidious. He decides to spread rumors that House Banfield is in shambles, triggering a panic that will force every other creditor to swarm the young lord at once. Cut to the Algrand Empire Military Officer Academy. A brutal instructor warns a group of spotty-passed cadets that their training will be absolute hell. Among the recruits, one girl's long hair immediately draws suspicious glares from the others. The instructor screams about the academy's strict haircut rules, but the girl doesn't even blink. She tells him to stop barking, claiming she's only there for the qualification and has nothing to learn from him. The instructor, now completely enraged, vows to break her spirit with extra discipline. Before the instructor can even react, the girl launches a devastating kick that sends him flying. With a cold smirk, she mocks the low standards of the Imperial Army and challenges every single person there to a fight, promising to educate them all herself. Cut your hair, Marie. Liam's command is absolute, leaving Marie completely blindsided. She tries to protest, but Liam shuts her down instantly. Rules are rules, and she should have checked them before entering. Then comes the evidence. Wallace. sporting a fresh, brutal buzz cut. Liam uses him as a cautionary tale, turning the tables on Marie. He asks with a smirk if she's actually mocking him for following the academy rules. Pure panic sets in. Marie realizes she's accidentally insulted Lord Liam and scrambles to obey. With one cold dismissal from Liam, she's practically sprinting away to get her hair cut immediately. Later in the cafeteria, Liam's mind is on the trouble Marie caused, but he's got deeper things to ponder. He drops a heavy truth on Wallace. While birth might not determine everything in this world, it sure as hell affects a lot. Ayla steps in, shutting down Wallace to let Liam finish his thought. While she's secretly determined to keep a close eye on Wallace to protect Liam, the young lord begins to speak about the nobility of the house he was born into. Liam isn't just talking, he's poking the bear. He openly mocks the struggle of regular cadets and dares anyone in the room to step up and complain to his face, right here and now. The challenge is accepted. Enter Senior Dolph, the top student of the senior class, who tries to lecture Liam on his attitude. But Liam is just thinking, a mere viscount dares lecture a future duke. Dolph's self-righteousness triggers a memory of Liam's past life, and he absolutely hates it. The tension snaps as Liam asks the ultimate question. Does your status actually reflect your ability for real? No more talking. Liam demands a fight, ignoring the frantic warnings of his peers. Dolph takes the bait, summoning him to the simulation room to teach him some appropriate manners before his seniors. The stage is set. The entire academy is buzzing as the two powerhouses face off in the simulation room where battleship strategies and cold calculations will determine who truly reigns supreme. The atmosphere is split right down the middle. While the commoners cheer for Liam, the nobles are convinced that Dolph, a high-born son of House Lawrence, will crush the freshman. Dolph's arrogance is on full display, boasting that birthright is everything, and commoners are mere tools, making him the polar opposite of Liam. Dolph doesn't even hide his contempt, bragging that his noble status gets him through the elite course regardless of his actual grades. But the crowd isn't buying it. While they admire Liam's genuine skill, they're disgusted by those who coast on their names, even bringing up how some only passed because of Liam's generosity. Tension peaks as the simulation begins. While some students pray for a bloodless end, fearing for Liam, the freshman doesn't hesitate. With a confident smirk, Liam makes the first move, launching an immediate offensive that catches everyone off guard. Dolph laughs off the sudden attack, calling it amateur, and claiming it would only work on space pirates. And it looks like he's right. The attacks are missing their mark entirely, leaving the spectators in shock. The tide turns quickly. Dolph exploits a gap in the formation, systematically picking off Liam's ships. He mocks Liam's blind aggression, calling him a total amateur. But Liam isn't shaken. He's just realizing that Dolph's brilliance probably comes from fighting the weakest enemies possible. The nobles are convinced it's a wrap, praising Dolph's genius for predicting Liam's aggressive strategy and countering it perfectly. As the crowd loses hope for the freshman, Dolph leans in with a final, cruel jab, mocking Liam's origins from a backwater planet. But wait, there's a hidden player in the shadows. A mysterious man in a hat watches the chaos, noting that Liam's power is being amplified by the gratitude of the masses. He tries to move closer, but an invisible force pushes him back. The mysterious observer sees right through Dolph's genius, recognizing the stench of despair and grudges surrounding the noble. With a sinister grin, he reveals the truth. Dolph didn't predict anything. He cheated by tampering with the simulation to steal Liam's strategy. With a flick of his wrist, the mysterious man sends a dark surge into the simulation. Dolph feels a sudden chill, a momentary glitch in his perfect victory. Then, without warning, a colossal explosion rips through his fleet, turning his triumph into a nightmare. The tables have turned. In an instant, Liam's fleet is obliterating Dolph's forces, leaving the spectators speechless. Liam delivers the final blow with a mocking smile, asking the top student if that's really all he's got. As Dolph seethes in rage, the mysterious man in the hat simply watches, satisfied. Chaos erupts as explosions tear through the simulation. While a mysterious figure in a hat screams that this will be Liam's downfall, Dolph is in complete shock, unable to believe that what's happening is even possible. Meanwhile, Liam just looks on with a smug grin, wondering if his opponent is cheating too. The alarm blares a final crushing signal. The result is official. Liam has completely demolished Dolph Senpai, leaving the top student absolutely devastated. Liam doesn't just win, he rubs it in. He mocks Dolph for being all bark and no bite, telling him he needs to experience a real battle instead of hiding in a simulator. He even offers to teach him as a superior in life, sending Dolph into a blind, screaming rage. But in the shadows, a sinister plot is brewing. The mysterious figure encourages Dolph to feed his hatred, promising to help him take Liam down and make him lose everything. Fueled by spite, Dolph swears he will never forget the humiliation of this day. The other students are instantly starstruck, praising Liam for taking down the top senior. But when Liam casually mentions that he's not that great and that Dolph was simply rather weak, the crowd doesn't get offended. They're actually more impressed by his amazing honesty. The social hierarchy flips in an instant. The same cadets who mocked Liam for coming from a backwater territory are now desperate to get close to him, sparking jealous fights among themselves. Amidst the noise, a few old friends reminisce about the days in primary school, when Liam and a boy named Kurt were inseparable. A wave of melancholy hits as they realize how much has changed. They mourn the absence of Kurt and fear that Liam is ascending to a level where he'll leave them all behind, making his current success feel lonely. Liam is leaning back, basking in the glory of his victory. With a look of pure confidence, he dismisses Dolph's efforts entirely, declaring that the senior was 10 years too early to challenge him. The crowd is left baffled by his strange phrasing, though some find it perfectly typical of his arrogant personality. Suddenly, the peaceful admiration is shattered as someone violently pushes through the crowd to reach him. Enter Marie, a beauty who leaves the other students breathless. She's absolutely thrilled by Liam's victory, admitting that she was so devastated she missed the fight that she took her frustration out on the instructors. She practically throws herself at him, claiming she would have come running if he'd only called. Liam is playing the role of the ruthless tyrant to perfection, leaving instructors baffled by the sheer capability of his knights and students trembling in fear. He dismisses a terrified student with a cold, menacing command to get back to class immediately. But behind the mask of evil, Liam is actually annoyed. His tyranny worked too well, scaring off the very lackeys he wanted to recruit. Meanwhile, Marie catches a student trying to sneak away, stopping him in his tracks with a stern warning. In a desperate move, the student lunges with a hidden knife, but he's completely outmatched. With a single brutal motion, Marie shuts down the assassination attempt, slamming him into the ground before he can even blink. Marie isn't in the mood for games. She pins the failed assassin down, her voice dropping to a dangerous chill as she demands to know who sent him. When he hesitates, she applies a crushing grip that makes the air feel heavy with pain. Calling him a mere amateur, Marie continues to break the student's will. She doesn't just want answers. She wants to know exactly why this pathetic excuse for a spy dared to target Lord Liam. A mysterious masked figure emerges from the shadows, revealing that the attacker wasn't a professional, but a pawn of House Lawrence. Marie realizes the truth. This was just one of many pieces in Dolph's desperate game. The masked figure explains that Dolph planted a network of spies throughout the academy to secure his rank as the top student. While Marie believes the traitor deserves death for targeting Liam, they decide to hand him over to the military to expose the entire conspiracy. The masked figure clarifies that killing the spy now would only hide Dolph's crimes from the world. Once the evidence is out, however, the disposal will be final. As Marie walks away, she reflects on the dangerous web of enemies Liam has already attracted. The truth spreads like wildfire through the academy, shattering Dolph's reputation. His dreams of a high-ranking military career vanish in an instant as his fraudulent rise to the top is exposed for everyone to see. Just as the dust settles, a new crisis hits Liam like a ton of bricks. Loan sharks are swarming his estate. Despite reports that the frontier planet settlement is complete, it seems his financial nightmare is far from over. Liam suspects the debt collectors are merely fronts for House Berkeley. Even headmaid Serena is on edge, because while these collectors are just barons, their sheer numbers give them a dangerous amount of power. Liam isn't intimidated by these small fries, but he's facing a serious cash flow problem. He suggests selling rare metals from storage to Thomas, but Serena reveals the debt collectors already tried to lowball them, offering less than half the market price. Furious that loan sharks tried to scam him, Liam decides on a spiteful solution. He'll sell the metals to the Empire instead. Even if the Empire pays even less, He'd rather lose money than let those bastards make a single cent of profit. A sinister plan takes shape as Liam orders Serena to put pressure on House Berkeley and show them who they've picked a fight with. Serena warns him this is essentially economic warfare, but Liam is smug. He has a secret advantage that makes it impossible for him to lose. Switching gears to his life at the military academy, Liam tells Serena he's bored because there's nothing left for him to learn. He even brags about kicking a senior's butt, wishing he could show her the victory. Serena is stunned by his arrogance, asking if he's getting too full of himself. But in his head, Liam is perfectly fine with it. After all, being arrogant is a basic requirement for an evil lord. Liam mocks the top student he defeated for his naive sense of justice. Serena warns him to take school seriously, and while Liam claims she's the only one he'd tolerate such a tone from, Serena's response is chillingly loyal, telling him he can take her head whenever he likes. After the tension settles, Liam asks about Rosetta. Serena explains that she's personally handling Rosetta's etiquette lessons, as the ongoing conflict with House Berkeley makes it too risky to entrust her to another house for training. Liam quickly denies caring about Rosetta, insisting that protecting her is only about maintaining his own reputation. As the call ends, he decides, perhaps reluctantly, to actually take his studies a little more seriously. Back at the academy, a stern instructor lectures the class on the dangers of reckless charges in space fleet battles. He hammers hold truth. The military doesn't want heroes. It wants disciplined officers who don't run blindly into danger. Liam is absolutely floored by a revelation. A hero. In the middle of a military lesson, the instructor singles him out, questioning just how much raw power is needed to successfully charge an enemy formation. The math is brutal. To charge head-on, you need 4 times the enemy's numbers. Realizing his current forces are woefully insufficient, Liam's ambition flares. He doesn't want to be some noble hero. He wants the overwhelming power of an evil lord to simply trample everything in his path. Under the cover of night, a sinister plot takes shape. A terrifying substance called starbane poison, the distilled grudge of an entire dead planet, has been acquired. The goal is simple, a silent, undetectable assassination. Enter Lady Tia, a vision of beauty and discipline who has every cadet staring. But behind that calm exterior is a cold ambition. She views the academy as too lenient, yet she's determined to earn the Empire's Knight qualification to ensure no one ever underestimates her. While Tia laments that most cadets are too blind to see the joy of serving Lord Liam, the mood shifts instantly. A frantic report crashes into the conversation. The military police have just taken Liam into custody. Liam finds himself in the hot seat. A cadet from House Berkeley has turned up dead in the cafeteria, and because of Liam's history with that house, the military police are pointing fingers. Liam is baffled. He doesn't even know who the dead guy was. The interrogation is interrupted by a whirlwind of rage. Tia and Marie storm in, threatening to slaughter everyone if they keep Liam locked up without proof. While Liam is slightly touched that a brigadier general was sent for him, he's still absolutely livid about being treated like a criminal. Liam isn't buying the Open Inquiry Act. He calls out the officer's clear bias, seeing right through the lies. One thing is certain, Liam has zero tolerance for being falsely accused. Just as things were settling, chaos erupts. A new arrival insults the antiques in the room, triggering a violent brawl between Tia and Marie. Instead of rescuing him, his 2 highest-ranking knights are too busy trying to turn each other into meat paste. Fed up with the farce, Liam decides to walk out. But just as he's about to leave, the door flies open with a triumphant shout. They've found the evidence. The officer's smug grip on Liam's arm signals that the nightmare is far from over. A high-stakes confrontation erupts as a blonde officer corners Count Banfield, slamming down evidence of a deadly substance called starbane, found in a deceased cadet's room. The Count's smugness vanishes instantly, replaced by sheer panic as he screams for an immediate evacuation and a call to Imperial military headquarters. Watching the chaos, Liam can't help but wonder if the dead guy from House Berkeley was actually an idiot for drinking starbane, a poison rumored to bring nothing but bad luck. He tries to make a quiet exit, but just as he's about to leave, a voice stops him in his tracks. Meanwhile, a fight breaks out between 2 girls, only to be shut down instantly by a third, who pins one to the floor. With a sharp command to stop fighting and get moving, she drags them away, leaving the turmoil behind. But the real horror begins in the shadows. A mysterious figure in a hat looms over the poisoned body, mocking the fool who was outplayed by Liam's underlings. This sinister entity isn't here for revenge. It's here to feast on the pure despair and suffering of the dying. It's a gruesome feast. The entity reveals the body contains the negative emotions of an entire destroyed planet, a delicacy it finds absolutely delectable. As it drains the life and misery from the nameless child, the predator is finally satisfied. Time skips forward, showing Liam grinding through 3 years of academy life. Just as he's hitting his limit for the day, a classmate stops him, asking for a moment of his time. The guy can't help but notice that despite everything, Liam seems to be handling the pressure surprisingly well. Then comes the bombshell. Liam has been scouted by the prestigious Imperial Guard fleet. While his friend loses his mind over the prestige of joining the elite force responsible for the capital's defense, Liam's reaction is a cold, indifferent, "I know." Liam isn't impressed by a light's corn to him. That just means more arrogant big shots and annoying orders. He's looking for something actually interesting. When his friend mentions the patrol fleet, a boring border assignment meant to keep space pirates at bay, Liam's interest finally sparks. Space pirates? Now that sounds like fun. The story of Cedric unfolds, a man who tried to forge his own path, only to be dumped in the garbage of the military. A patrol fleet of 30 ancient ships. It's a living hell of boredom and decay, where soldiers rot away in the middle of nowhere with no purpose. Liam sees it as a waste of manpower, but the truth is far more sinister. The Empire uses these dead-end assignments to break the will of troublesome nobles without actually killing them. By burying them in the budget-draining void of the patrol fleet, the Empire effectively removes them from the board while keeping them employed. While weighing the costs of maintaining a military force, Liam has a sudden, brilliant realization. If he's got the money, why settle for scraps when he can just buy the best equipment available? With a confident grin, Liam drops a bombshell. He's joining the patrol fleet. Wallace is absolutely floored, desperately pleading with him to reconsider the grueling conditions. But Liam's mind is already made up. In Liam's head, the mission is already a breeze. He imagines extravagant interiors and brand new ships turning a dull job into a walk in the park. Even when Wallace warns that replacing the entire fleet would require massive retraining, Liam only sees one thing. There's no time to waste. Liam decides to let Tia handle his assignment, but internally, he's practically vibrating with excitement. To him, using the sheer power of money to bend the Imperial Army to his will is exactly how a true evil lord operates. But not everyone is pleased. In a distant hall, a man in a white suit is seething with rage, unable to believe that the bankrupt brat still has the funds to invest in the military, while his own financing business is crumbling. Driven by spite, the man decides to sell off his stock of elixirs to fund a desperate gamble. Despite his daughter's warnings that it's too reckless, he orders the military to gather experts for one goal: waging war against Liam. Convinced that Liam is a threat that must be erased immediately, the man reaches out to a dangerous ally. Enter Casimiro, a man with the military might and the underworld connections to the nobility and space pirates to crush anyone in his path. With a sinister aura erupting around him, Casimiro declares a grand gathering of every villain who wants to see Liam fall. The seeds of betrayal have been sown, and the trap is almost set. He can practically taste the victory, laughing maniacally as he feels Liam being cornered from every side. The hunt is on. Meanwhile, far from the brewing storm, Tia rests in a peaceful garden, her thoughts drifting softly to her darling, completely unaware of the chaos heading his way. Welcome to the Imperial Palace, where the atmosphere is so suffocating it's almost impossible to stay calm. For the blonde maid apprentice, the loneliness is hitting hard. She's desperate to see her darling, but she knows she has to push through. After all, Serena went to great lengths to arrange this training, and she won't let her darling down. But the peace doesn't last long. A group of senior maids corners her, led by a woman with a cruel smirk who demands to know what the heiress of House Claudia is doing here. When the girl tries to brush it off as a break, the mood flips instantly. The dominant maid mocks her for still training at her age and delivers a crushing blow. Just cast your head down and act properly. Say, I am a trash. Not so fast. The blonde apprentice stands her ground, declaring that while she is a maid in training, she is also the betrothed of Lord Liam, and such humiliation is beneath her. But instead of intimidation, the name Liam only triggers a laugh. To these maids, he's nothing more than a backwater noble who's foolishly picked a fight with the powerful Berkeley family. The mockery turns vicious. The lead maid wonders aloud if Liam will even survive his clash with the Berkeleys, calling the girl a duchess in name only as she turns to walk away. It's a brutal psychological attack, but inside the blonde girl is freezing her emotions. She refuses to let petty squabbles drag her darling's reputation down into the dirt. Watching from the sidelines is Katlia, the stern instructor and granddaughter of Serena. She's not impressed. Katlia notes that these apprentices still act like the princesses they were back home, completely ignoring her lessons on humility within the palace walls. She's tempted to step in and reprimand them, but she has a different plan. Instead of saving her, Katlia drops a bombshell. She wants the girl to solve this matter with her own strength. If you can't handle something this trivial, you'll have it rough from now on. It's a cold wake-up call, but Katlia promises her support. As long as the girl finds her own way to fight back, the realization hits her like a bolt of lightning. She can't rely on Liam's strength forever, or she'll end up just like the rest of them. With a vision of her confident darling fueling her resolve, she decides to face this head-on. As a maidservant, she'll do her job and force everyone to acknowledge her. Katlia gives her one final warning. In the Imperial Palace, never reveal your weaknesses. Meanwhile, in a quiet lounge, a worried nobleman asks Serena if Milady Rosetta is faring well. He's terrified she's being harassed by the other apprentices. Sagraskinsa remains unfazed. She's entrusted Rosetta to Katlia for a reason. Eventually, Rosetta must learn to endure the hardship if she's to survive. But the conversation shifts to something far more dangerous. The nobleman is baffled by how the economic war against the Berkeley family suddenly came to a halt. Then, the real shocker. Lord Liam is actively strengthening his forces. He's not retreating, he's preparing for a full-scale war. The nobleman is left reeling, wondering if Liam saw through their entire plan from the start. Serena looks on with a knowing smile. The timing of Liam's military buildup was too perfect to be a coincidence. To her, Liam is a terrifyingly gifted strategist for his age. And that harsh order to educate Rosetta? She realizes it wasn't cruelty, it was the ultimate act of kindness. Because to stand by a man as scary as Liam, Rosetta has no choice but to become strong. A stern lecture turns into a moment of leadership. A blonde woman shuts down the arrogance of the apprentices, making it clear that using family status to bully other servants is strictly forbidden. But then, the mood shifts. She offers to help them all learn together, leaving the servants in absolute awe. Hard work pays off. We learn that this is Rosetta, who rose from being bullied to becoming a respected instructor. Even her mentor, Miss Katlia, acknowledges her growth, though Rosetta humbly credits Katlia's teachings for her success. Just as things settle, a bombshell drops. Katlia delivers a message from the grandmother. Count Banfield is heading to the capital planet for 2 years of military training. Rosetta's brain practically shuts down. Her darling is leaving. Katlia doesn't just give news, she gives a manual on how to handle Liam. She warns that while he's serious and avoids women, Rosetta should still find a way to keep him under her heel. Meanwhile, Rosetta's thoughts drift to the real goal, securing the Banfield heir to protect the house's future. The stakes get personal. Katlia mentions that usually, once an heir is born, the woman is free to pursue her own love interests. But Rosetta isn't interested in freedom. She's completely devoted to Lord Liam, leaving even Katlia feeling a bit envious. Shift to the military front. A determined officer is fighting a bureaucratic battle with the Prime Minister. She's not letting her hard work go to waste and demands the right to reorganize the patrol fleet where Lord Liam will be stationed, even if she has to shoulder the costs herself. The deal is struck, but with a catch. The officer, Tia, is ready to build a fleet worthy of Liam, but the Prime Minister insists on appointing an official commander. Tia is stunned, but the reality is simple. She and the Count are just too inexperienced for the rank. The reality check hits hard. Tia and her aide dive into the data, only to find the patrol fleet is a complete disaster. Ships have vanished, soldiers have deserted, and the remaining gear is basically scrap metal. It's a total wreck. Instead of despairing, Tia sees an opportunity. She's fired up to fulfill Liam's order, mocking the fossils of the Empire. With the Berkeley family as their rivals, she realizes this budget is the perfect excuse to secretly bolster their own power. And here's the masterstroke. Tia connects the dots. Liam isn't just reorganizing a fleet. He's systematically gutting the Berkeley family's military support and funneling that manpower directly to House Banfield. It's not just a reorganization, it's a brilliant tactical strike. The subordinates are absolutely swooning over Liam's genius's strategy. While he thinks he's just being a tyrant, they see him as a virtuous savior, cleaning up corruption and strengthening the military with a massive budget. To them, he's not a villain. He's a rare and magnificent ruler. But then, a bombshell drops. A secret comical work featuring Liam's likeness is circulating. The blonde subordinate is instantly hooked, her eyes sparkling with excitement, despite the dark-haired woman's warning not to set her expectations too high. Meanwhile, Liam is facing a different kind of problem. He's drowning in money. His account is overflowing with tax revenue, but there are so many digits he can't even remember how much he spent. He wants to live like a true evil lord, but he's so clueless he doesn't even know where to start. To make matters worse, his friend is already begging for more allowance. The argument over money quickly turns into an invitation to go out, but for Liam, this is a total nightmare. He's internally screaming in terror, recalling how this same social pressure haunted him back in the military academy. The mere thought of having fun makes him feel like he's about to explode. After a brief, panicked spiral over the risks of playing around with women, Liam finds a loophole. He doesn't want the romance, but he does want to waste the people's hard-earned money on luxury. Now that's the path of a true evil overlord. The conversation shifts to an old acquaintance named Kurt, who is also on the massive Imperial capital planet. Despite Liam's reluctance and his feeling that he's just a noble for odd jobs, his friend is determined to reunite the old gang just like they were back in the academy. Calling Kurt is one thing, but mentioning his fiancée, Rosetta, sends Liam into a tailspin. 6 years of separation have left him feeling an inexplicable, nervous tension, imagining a hard-eyed Rosetta waiting for him. Plot twist. The friend isn't just being helpful, he's a hardcore shipper. He's orchestrating this reunion specifically to push Liam and Kurt together, convinced that Leah Kerr is the greatest pairing of all time. The obsession goes even deeper. The friend is actually a fan of Leah Kerr fan manga, and is absolutely livid that some artists are depicting Liam getting cuckolded, instead of the pure love he envisions. He's torn between his fury at their pride and his admiration for their heretical skill. Finally, the plan for a mixer date comes into play. With Ayla, who views Liam as her patron, on his side, the friend feels practically invincible, even as he warns her against having any bad intentions toward Liam. A total mood swing. One second, this woman is daydreaming about playing matchmaker for Liam and Kurt, convinced she's doing them a favor. The next, pure nightmare fuel. Two menacing figures materialize out of the shadows, and before he can even blink, Liam is snatched up in a grip of steel. Is all he can manage as the atmosphere turns ice cold. The interrogation begins, and the evidence is scandalous. Ayla Sarah Berman reveals the crime, a specific, highly questionable type of manga featuring Lord Liam. As she flips through the pages, showing an intimate scene that leaves the room breathless, she drops the hammers. She knows exactly who created this masterpiece. Things just went from awkward to lethal. With glowing eyes and a voice like a blade, the dark-haired woman gives a simple, terrifying ultimatum. Answer correctly, or be torn to shreds. The creator's mind spirals into a panic, imagining two different paths to the same destination, absolute death. Trapped and alone, the woman realizes there's no one coming to save her. The area is locked down, and her life is flashing before her eyes. But just as she's about to give up, she remembers her trump card. With a desperate gamble, she pulls out a terminal and screams for them to check the contents. The contents are enough to make anyone blush. As the women peer into the device, they're hit with a wave of provocative data that leaves them completely stunned. The creator sees her opening and plays her final card. If she dies, all this precious, scandalous data vanishes forever. Seeing them shaken, she tries to negotiate a special offer for her freedom. She thinks she's found a loophole, but she completely underestimated their loyalty. The blonde woman, Tia, isn't having it. There's no way she'd betray Lord Liam for some smutty files. But the creator isn't giving up. She pivots to psychological warfare, claiming that letting her go is actually the only way to protect Liam. To prove her point, she flashes an even more radical image on the screen. The reaction is instant, pure, unadulterated shock and embarrassment. She doubles down, claiming to lead the largest faction of these works across the empire. She warns them that arresting her will only drive the movement underground, creating an unregulated flood of content that would embarrass the Banfield house. It's a high-stakes game of chicken, but the dark-haired woman is ready to end it right here. One last desperate plea, she offers to sell the original files exclusively to the two of them. While the dark-haired servant is disgusted by the rudeness of the offer, Tia starts to waver. The thought of total chaos is one thing, but the thought of owning the originals? That's a different story. And then, the ultimate plot twist. Tia completely snaps, grabbing the woman and demanding she sell everything. Right now. She's so determined that she's willing to shake down her own knights for the cash just to secure the collection. The creator is left bewildered, suddenly finding herself in a very lucrative, if terrifying, deal. With a mischievous glint in her eye, a short-haired woman drops a hint that she's hoping for some data in the future, while her companion is all too eager to snap photos and videos of a friend of Lord Liam. Even the more reserved girl in the group can't help but hope they stay on good terms. Meanwhile, in the sterile environment of the logistics department, Liam is effortlessly handling data requests. While his colleague reminds him about drinking plans with Ayla, the reality of their work is revealed. They rely heavily on AI to manage the overwhelming duties of the Empire. A practice that isn't exactly popular with the old guard. For the light-haired officer, life has been a breeze. His noble status practically handed him a fast track to promotion. But Liam? He finds a different kind of satisfaction. While the tasks are menial, he loves the secret thrill of watching others suffer while he stays safely in the rear. That peace is shattered, however, when a visitor barges in, screaming at the top of his lungs. Enter the Colonel, a bald, raging storm of a man who hates AI and loves shouting. He's absolutely livid that his resupply application was rejected and demands that the idiot responsible be brought before him immediately. The light-haired officer tries to play peacemaker, but the Colonel is already looking for someone to educate with his cane. The Colonel's fury peaks as he threatens to beat some sense into the spineless coward, who doesn't have the guts to fight on the front lines. Just as the tension reaches a breaking point, Liam steps into the room. The Colonel doesn't even blink, immediately accusing him of being the one accountable for the mess. But Liam isn't intimidated. With a cold, piercing gaze, he asks the Colonel if he understands the gravity of his actions, dismissing him as a mere colonel who dares to be arrogant. He tells the Major General that he's far too busy for such trivial matters, leaving the Colonel absolutely stunned by the audacity. Then, in a flash of absolute violence, Liam strikes. One devastating blow sends the Colonel flying through the air and crashing straight through the wall. As the dust settles and the Colonel lies in ruins, Liam calmly asks the Major General to call whoever is in charge of this idiot. The reason for the rejection becomes clear as Liam reviews the Colonel's requests. He wanted to expand an onboard casino and hire hundreds of women as hospitality staff in the middle of a mission. Disgusted by this gathering of incompetence, Liam decides it's time to call in the Colonel's superior. The superior is confused by the sudden call until Liam informs him that his subordinate picked a fight. The moment the man realizes he's speaking to Count Banfield, a known enemy of the Berkeley family, his world collapses into pure terror. Liam shows zero mercy, refusing to fetch the Colonel and demanding the superior come and get him personally. He delivers one final warning: stop sending nonsense reports. As the call ends, the Colonel is left broken. Realizing his days of living extravagantly are officially over, Liam has a bald subordinate completely broken and begging for mercy. While the man desperately prostrates himself in apology, Liam just sees it as a perfect chance to shake off some desk work rust by educating him. The power dynamic here is absolute. Liam makes it crystal clear that there is no forgiveness, only a lesson before the man is hauled away. Meanwhile, another subordinate is absolutely thrilled. Thanks to Liam's ruthless efficiency, he's actually going to make it home on time for once in decades. As the workday ends, the office is buzzing with unexpected praise. The staff are in awe of the Count, admiring his competence and lack of typical noble arrogance. They're starting to believe the rumors. Liam might actually be a virtuous lord. Liam clocks out exactly on time, fueled by the trauma of a past life where being helpful only led to betrayal. His new rule? He won't lift a finger for free. If you want his help, you'd better bring a mountain of gold. But just as he's ready to leave, a massive, imposing limousine pulls up. The limo door flies open and out bursts Rosetta, radiating affection and calling him darling, with enough energy to shake the pavement. Liam's cool composure vanishes instantly. He's completely blindsided. Rosetta has come to whisk him away for some quality time, now that her training is over. She's staying at the hotel Liam established as a base in the Empire. Liam tries to mention his plans to grab drinks with his colleagues, but Rosetta's overwhelming presence is hard to ignore. The drinks with the guys quickly spirals into Azlawa charts inside the limo. With first-class appetizers, famous sweets, and endless alcohol, the subordinates are practically worshipping Liam for the luxury. He's not so much leading the party as he is being dragged into the chaos. Back at the hotel, Rosetta gushes about her lessons in capital planet culture. But the mood shifts when she mentions that Thomas is bringing some special guests to meet Liam. An occurrence that is surprisingly rare. Liam is enjoying some hard-earned luxury in the peaceful hotel lounge when Thomas arrives. It turns out the hotel is doing great, and now representatives from other trading companies are practically begging for an audience with the Lord. Enter Patrice and Elliot, heavy hitters from the Newlands and Clave trading companies. Patrice is absolutely beaming, claiming Liam's fame has already swept the capital planet. The future Duke has some very powerful people eager to get in his good graces. Suddenly, two of the most powerful trading companies in the Empire are groveling for a chance to serve Lord Liam's. The Clave Trading Company and the Newlands Trading Company are both desperate to become official merchants for the Banfield family, promising to be indispensable. But Liam isn't buying the act. He knows a trap when he sees one, questioning why such high-profile traders would suddenly care about a border lord. He reminds them that he already has an exclusive merchant, but they quickly insist they have no intention of creating a monopoly. They just want to be a pillar of support. The offers keep getting sweeter. Free support in the capital, direct financial contributions, and supplies at special low prices. It sounds like a dream, but Liam cuts straight through the fluff with one cold question. What are their true objectives? They play the flattery card, claiming the Banfield family is a rising force to be reckoned with. But as they smile, Liam is flashed back to the woman who betrayed him in his past life. That fake, sugary expression triggers a deep hatred, because in his experience, anyone who says they'll work for free is the most dangerous of all. The mood flips instantly. With a gaze that could freeze blood, Liam delivers a chilling command. Wipe those smiles off their faces right now. Instead of being terrified, the merchants are intrigued by this side of him. But Liam has already solved the puzzle. He realizes they aren't interested in trade. They're hunting for the military power of the House of Banfield. The mask finally slips. The head of Clave Trading reveals a dark history. His father was assassinated by a noble he tried to leave, and now he's trapped in a precarious power struggle with his own executives. He doesn't want a partner. He wants a shield. The woman from Newlands is even more ruthless. She's plotting a corporate coup to seize the chairmanship from her own relatives, and she wants Liam's influence to pave her way to the top. In exchange, she's prepared a special reward. Liam can't help but smirk. He finds it hilarious. For these people to rely on a self-proclaimed evil lord, they must be absolute villains themselves. They don't see a man. They see a convenient instrument of force, and that's exactly why he's in. Liam agrees to lend them his strength, giving the woman his full support to purge her relatives. But he makes one thing crystal clear. He's not doing this for free. They better make sure he makes a massive profit. Sense of duty, kindness, integrity. The usual noble virtues. But Liam is playing a completely different game. While others cling to ideals, he drops a truth bomb. People only stay loyal when there's something in it for them. And with a wicked smirk, he makes it clear. This is just a straightforward deal. The air turns ice cold as the realization hits. Shivering in his presence, two nobles quickly pivot to the only thing they trust more than humanity, a legal contract. They're desperate to make it official with Lord Liam, believing a binding agreement is the only way to ensure reliability. Liam's response? A simple chilling. Yeah. Away from Liam, the tension doesn't stop. A woman and her colleague clash on a rooftop, their conversation a minefield of insults. He tries to play the diplomat, suggesting they work together for mutual merit, but she isn't buying it. She reminds him they're still enemies, calling him a sniveling brat who couldn't face the Berkeley family alone. The argument deepens as they dive into the dirty secrets of the empire. He mocks the dying breed of justice, and brings up the Newlands Trading Company's shady ties to the Berkeley family, including their habit of aiding pirates, just to keep business running. But the woman has a different strategy. She's not playing the middle. She's betting everything on the Banfield family to get ahead. As they leave, she can't help but be impressed. Liam isn't the naive kid she expected. But as the elevator doors slide open, the mask slips. She knows they can't let their guard down. For her own sake, it's absolutely necessary that the Count wins. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit bar, the fallout of Liam's efficiency is causing a riot. Noblemen are absolutely livid. Their fleets are shrinking, their luxury alcohol is cheap, and their entertainment has been cut. They're infuriated that he's too skilled to bribe and has no weaknesses. One man finally snaps, slamming the table in a rage. Liam, Sarah Banfould. But in the shadows, a mysterious figure finds this chaos relieving. The seeds of rebellion are being sown. Rumors of a truce between the Berkeley and Banfield families are spreading, and the man in the hat is ready to capitalize. He rallies other nobles, framing it as a duty to restore the military, promising massive rewards for joining the Berkeley house. But he's playing a long game. He knows he can't afford a single mistake if he wants to crush Liam. Cut to a much brighter scene. Amidst the chatter of a crowd, a cheerful blonde boy spots a familiar face. Liam, over here. Liam arrives with a heavy metallic clang, greeting the boy with a calm welcome. It's been a while since he's seen Kurt, and the vibe is a complete 180 from the plotting nobles. Over lunch, Kurt is amazed by Liam's struggles. Liam casually mentions how he's bored out of his mind because AI does all his work, leaving him with long lunch breaks. He mentions cleaning up corruption in the supply lines and sending gifts to the main fleet commander as if it's just a hobby. To Liam, it's just efficiency. To everyone else, it's a powerhouse move. Liam turns the conversation to Kurt, who's now training as an official. Kurt is practically blinded by Liam's brilliance, but then he drops a bombshell. He's in trouble. But wait, it's not the job. With a blush and a dreamy look, Kurt reveals his real problem. Too many women are approaching him. Liam's reaction? A single, unimpressed. On the surface, it's just a casual tea time, but inside, Liam is having a full-blown crisis. While his companion complains about his own lack of a social life, Liam is spiraling. Why is an evil lord like him not surrounded by a harem of beauties? The conversation shifts to something far more interesting. Liam's upcoming military assignment. Apparently, the chance to be his adjutant is the hottest topic in the army, with candidates fighting tooth and nail for the spot. But there's a catch. Many are just looking for a shortcut to wealth and power. Most people would be wary of gold diggers, but Liam, he loves it. With a sinister smirk, he decides he doesn't mind women who suck up to him. In fact, he'll use them to the fullest. His new mission: request the most exceptionally beautiful woman possible. Liam is practically vibrating with anticipation. And as it turns out, the military is more than happy to oblige, lining up a row of stunning candidates just waiting for his call. Enter Captain Christiana, who presents the elite candidates with a professional smile. But beneath the surface, she's absolutely desperate. This isn't just a selection process. It's a war, and she's determined that one of her own must be the one Liam chooses. The competition is fierce, and the stakes are higher than just a job. There's a dangerous undercurrent of jealousy and politics. The thought of an outsider staying by Liam's side is simply unacceptable to those who want to control his influence. Christiana doesn't hold back, ordering her candidates to devote their very hearts and bodies to Liam. She's betting everything on the hope that Liam's preference for skill will lead him straight to one of her elites, regardless of any imperial rivals. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of the Empire are playing their own game. They aren't looking for a simple assistant, they want a strategic intermediary to keep an eye on the Count. Their choice? The sharp and capable Lieutenant Commander Ulysses. Ulysses isn't your average officer. From weapons factories to special forces and covert operations, her resume is a roadmap of danger. The Empire is sending a professional spy into Liam's inner circle, wondering if she'll end up as his adjutant, or something more. Back at base, Liam is hard at work, browsing through the candidates' profiles, completely mesmerized by how hot they all are. While Wallace panics and Ayla teases him with the threat of a brutal drill sergeant, Liam is just wondering which beauty will be his new right hand. Liam is on the hunt for the perfect adjutant, but the candidates are just meh. He's eyeing a former saleslady turned spy, but as he looks at the files, He can't help but wish he could just bring Amagi to the capital world instead. He decides to settle for Eulesia, sparking a bit of tension among the others. One girl even asks if choosing an adjutant this quickly is basically like picking a lover, while another tries her luck by asking to join his patrol fleet. Not so fast. Liam shuts down the request with cold precision, telling she's already been assigned to the logistics unit for her own safety. As for the guy asking to stay behind, Liam's answer is simple. He's coming along to work until he drops. Then, Eulesia arrives in the flesh with a sharp salute. Liam is stunned. She was supposed to be assigned to him in 6 months, but she's already fast-tracked her way here to render assistance. She offers her services for everything, public and private. Intrigued, Liam accepts, noting that she seems like a completely different person than the woman he met before. But that smile is a mask. In her head, Eulesia is burning with a thirst for revenge, planning to find every single one of Liam's weaknesses while standing by his side. The moment she speaks, however, she's back to being the perfect, polite subordinate. The mood shifts instantly when Nias Carlin bursts in. Eulesia is disgusted by the woman's rudeness, but Nias is too desperate to care. She's here to complain that her prototype ship was practically tortured by her own factory's tests. Nias plays the special warship card, begging for more rare metals and funding. While Eulesia fumes at the woman's insolence, Liam finds himself actually interested in the proposal. Then, a wardrobe malfunction happens. One accidental glimpse of underwear, and Liam is completely frozen in a stare. Eulesia just sighs. The man is a total sucker for that kind of thing, and Nias's clumsy excuse about being too busy to wear better underwear only makes it worse. Blushing and coughing, Liam agrees to give her some pocket money for funding. Eulesia calls him an idiot for being so innocent, but Nias isn't done yet. She launches into a full-blown sales pitch, demanding rare metals and complaining that Liam is ignoring her factory's warships. Liam's staff messed up big time, building 800 ships without an actual order. While the blonde superior is absolutely losing it, Liam steps in with a surprising solution. He'll buy the entire lot himself, and he wants all the scrap too. But he's not done. Liam demands a custom ship just for him. Is it for war? Yes, but he hints it's also for a hobby, leaving his staff completely baffled while they rush to hammer out the details. Meanwhile, a new threat emerges. Lieutenant Commander Dolph presents a plan to Casimiro to take down the Banfield House, warning that traditional fleet tactics won't be enough against a force specializing in mid to close range combat. Dolph breaks down the terrifying power of the Banfield House. Tens of thousands of high-quality ships, and a lethal specialty in charging attacks. He warns that if they let a single breach happen, it's game over, and their commander could be killed. To counter the charge, Dolph proposes a risky strategy. Provoke them into charging and engage them at close range. He notes that while others underestimated the brat, this plan treats him as a real threat, betting that the Banfields are too arrogant to abandon their winning streak. Dolph is confident, convinced Liam's forces will stubbornly stick to the strategies that have brought them victory so far. Meanwhile, Casimiro worries that specializing against Liam will leave them vulnerable elsewhere, but Dolph insists it's a price they must pay. The gears of war start turning. Dolph vows to gather every ship possible, while Casimiro decides to exploit Dolph's obsession with Liam. To add more chaos to the mix, Dolph plans to recruit a pirate force to bolster their ranks. The plan is becoming a full-scale conspiracy. While the Berkeley House warships target Liam directly, pirates will be used to pressure his allies. Dolph even plans to recruit every military officer who hates Liam, aiming to build a massive coalition fleet. Dolph doesn't care about the quality of his recruits. He sees them as sacrificial pawns and mere decoys. Despite the astronomical cost, Casimiro is all in, determined to chip away at Liam's power by any means necessary. The trap is set. By using pirates as bait, they intend to lure the Banfields into a false sense of security. But the final blow is yet to come. Dolph has one last suggestion to trap Liam right where he's being assigned. While Liam thinks he's in control, a web of betrayal is being spun behind his back. Conspirators from the Berkeley House, pirates and the military are all aligning, plotting to have the fleet commander double-cross him to bring the rapidly promoted noble down. But wait, what is that? Liam's patrol fleet assignment turns out to be a super dreadnought over 30,000 meters long and a fleet so massive it defies logic. He can't help but wonder if there was a mistake in the paperwork. Enter Cedric Noah Alvarate, who is practically sobbing with joy at being named captain. He's found the amazing patron of his dreams, while Liam just stares, wondering if this is Wallace's half-brother. Then there's the fleet commander, a man of duty who refuses to suck up. Liam's actually disappointed by the lack of flattery, but he'll take a professional over another bloody feud with the Berkeley house. A tour of the bases sounds boring, so Liam flips the script. Why travel together when they can race? The prize? A bonus for whoever crushes the most pirates on the way. Liam's dream of lording his fleet over others is quickly shut down by his subordinates. The knight commanders clash, arguing whether to show power or prioritize efficiency, leaving Liam to just watch the chaos. The compromise? A high-stakes race to the finish line. Points for pirate kills, rewards for the winners. It's the perfect way to keep the fleet busy and bloodthirsty. Liam thinks he's peaked as an evil lord by sitting back and watching his underlings fight. But the reality hits him hard the moment he arrives at the finish line. Absolute, crushing silence. He's stuck on a barren, unsettled planet with absolutely nothing to do. He begs Cedric and Wallace for some kind of entertainment, but they're just as clueless and bored as he is. Desperate to kill the boredom, Liam decides to build a spaceport. But why stop there? He's so bored he's decided to develop the entire colony world from scratch. Liam is treating the colonization of a planet like a video game, ignoring the risks just for his own amusement. When his aide suggests helping the colonists to secure a future base, he's instantly hooked. This is basically a real-life city builder. With nothing to lose and a desire for a new hobby, Liam orders the construction of community buildings. He thinks he's just playing around, but his aide sees it as a gesture of supreme benevolence. Once again, his evil intentions are mistaken for greatness. Liam is baffled that he's being praised for treating people like game pieces. He tries to remind himself that he's an evil lord who treads on others, but he just shrugs it off and dives headfirst into his new project. Meanwhile, high up in the Empire, a powerful official is keeping a close eye on Liam. He's impressed, not just by the pirate hunting, but by how Liam revived a planet the Empire had basically given up on. The official is floored by the efficiency of the new spaceport and city. He concludes that Liam's administrative genius is legendary, and since he's done the Empire a huge favor, a massive reward is in order. The reward is huge. Not just a commendation, but a rapid climb up the military ladder, from captain to vice admiral. The official is now determined to keep this talent happy and motivated. Back on the ship, the news hits. Liam's meteoric rise to vice admiral leaves his superiors speechless. But Liam isn't celebrating his rank. He's more interested in winning a gamble. Liam is absolutely demolishing the commander in a gambling game. While the commander is terrified by Liam's skill, Liam is just confused why everyone around him is so easy to bankrupt. Plot twist. Liam is actually cheating, and he's still losing, even with his aides secretly helping him. He plays it off as luck, but in reality, the commander is the real monster here. The commander reveals his secret, reading the flow. Intrigued by this mysterious concept, Liam decides to become his student. Luckily for Liam, his pockets are deep enough to survive the lessons. Liam's got a hunch, and it looks like it just paid off. While his subordinates are hyped to take him for everything they've got in a high-stakes game, a pair of observers watch from the sidelines, realizing this commander is far from an ordinary man. The game is on, but there's a problem. Liam is cheating. The real problem? His opponents are blatantly cheating too. He's the one who rigged the game to ensure his victory, yet he's absolutely losing his mind over how much of a pain they're being. Liam reflects on his own path to power, admitting his grades were trash, but bribes and family influence paved the way to becoming a fleet commander. He's baffled by another man who climbs the ranks while doing whatever he wants, especially since the guy is wasting his time developing a territory that will never make a profit. To Liam, this guy is just plain weird. The mood shifts instantly when a report arrives. A nearby lord needs reinforcements to hunt down pirates. Liam doesn't hesitate, ordering his forces to send whoever is bored and wipe every last bit of trash out. His subordinate is all too happy to agree. After all, pirates don't deserve to live. One cold command, wipe them out, and the room freezes. While some are impressed by his legendary hatred for pirates, one subordinate is spiraling into panic, wondering what Liam would do if he ever discovered the betrayal ordered by the Berkeley house. To the outside world, Liam is a saint, a generous leader who helps his allies without even being asked. But inside, he absolutely loathes good people. After dispatching 1,000 ships, he quickly pivots back to his own interests, finally finding the one specific item he's been hunting for. Meanwhile, a female knight stares at a massive combat suit with a sigh. It's not a bad piece of machinery, but she finds it pathetic. In her eyes, modern suits are too reliant on assist functions, proving that the knights of this era have become weak. The knights agree that the current Nevan suits won't let them fight at full potential. Just then, Liam strolls into the hangar bay, claiming he's there for a meeting with Nias and to give a final check on some fun custom orders. Despite the Nevans being the Empire's top candidate for the main force, the knights aren't satisfied. Seeing an opening, a woman with glasses proposes a bold solution. Let the 7th Weapons Factory create custom suits tailored perfectly to their needs. Liam, intrigued, gives her the green light. The 7th Weapons Factory is ecstatic for the funding, but a heated rivalry erupts. While they claim they can build the ultimate ace suit, their rivals mock them, pointing out that the 3rd factory already has one, even if it is a piece of junk with so much raw output that no one can actually fly it. The argument quickly devolves into a chaotic shouting match about who's truly the pervert of engineering. A request is made for a special ace suit, and the pressure is on. Nias, the lead at the 7th Weapons Factory, is tasked with creating something that isn't just powerful, but elegant enough to stand beside Liam Sama. Meanwhile, far from the factory, a sinister plot unfolds. Dolph and his cohorts prepare a massive fleet of 30,000 ships, confident that this overwhelming force is the only thing capable of crushing the Banfield house and stopping Liam once and for all. The order is given. With a single command to launch, the armada surges forward, setting a collision course for total war. Back at the factory, the big reveal finally happens. Nias proudly presents her masterpiece, a suit with voluptuous curves and specs that dwarf the Nevans. She beams with pride as she unveils its name, the Raccoon. The reaction is not what she expected. While some can't stop laughing at the ridiculous name, Captain Marie is absolutely livid. She's not amused by the cute design, and her patience snaps instantly. Marie is beyond offended, convinced the round design is a personal insult. She threatens to split Nias's head open, while Nias desperately defends her cherished work, insisting that its voluptuousness is exactly what makes it strong. Total chaos erupts as Marie goes on a rampage, leaving Nias sobbing on the floor. But then Liam steps in, surprisingly calling the suit cute and normal for Nias's standards, which only makes the poor engineer cling to him for dear life. The mood shifts instantly when Liam asks one simple question: why are their weapons drawn? The terrifying aura he radiates forces the aggressive women to immediately sheath their blades and beg for forgiveness. Liam gives his verdict. The Raccoon is too clunky for an ace suit and needs to be sleeker. Nias's world collapses when she reveals she's already mass-produced 300 of them, but Liam's answer is a cold, hard no, but a far greater threat is looming. The Berkeley House is marching in with a staggering fleet of 300,000 ships, planning to strike while Liam is away. A treacherous move that defies every unwritten rule of nobility. The numbers are devastating. With the Berkeley House boasting 300,000 ships against Banfield's meager 90,000, the gap in power is a nightmare. A commander admits they took the Berkeley House far too lightly, while a worried maid can only whisper, "Master." Meanwhile, Liam is keeping it casual, lounging on a couch with a merchant who claims he's just killing time. The man wants permission to sell goods to the crews, and Liam gives the green light without a second thought. The merchant is so thrilled, he practically vibrates with excitement. The peace is shattered when a group of transport ships suddenly warp in without warning. Liam isn't impressed by their lack of traffic rules, but the mood shifts when an urgent request for a meeting arrives from a merchant named Patrice. It's official. The Berkeley House is finally making its move. Panic erupts in the hangars as orders scream to scrape together every usable warship, though they only manage to find 10,000. Amidst the chaos, Liam remains eerily calm, a trait that catches the attention of his commander, who warns that staying composed is the only way to have any chance of victory. Liam sees the board clearly. Rushing now would be a mistake. He orders his domain to stall for time and buys up all available supplies to bolster his fleet, Tengtia to hold the launch until everyone is assembled. But then, a bombshell drops. The Imperial Navy is waiting for them at the warp site. At the warp site, An Imperial commander is practically salivating at the thought of Liam's panic. Confident with a fleet of 30,000 ships, he's certain the brat is walking straight into a trap. He's ready to teach Liam a brutal lesson about what it means to fight the Imperial Navy. The trap is sprung, and the Imperial commander orders his fleet to hail the approaching enemy. The opposing commander, a scarred man with an eye patch, is completely blindsided. He's met with a cold ultimatum: surrender and be arrested for violating the military code, or be crushed. The eye-patched commander is horrified to find 40,000 ships waiting for him. He can't believe the Imperial Navy would stand against the nobility, but the Imperial commander shuts him down with a cold truth. The Empire supports those who actually benefit it, not those who only follow their own self-interest. The Imperial commander praises the Count as a man of honor who ended noble favoritism and helped those in need. This revelation sparks a chain reaction among the frontier lords watching the conflict. They decide that if the Count is fighting the Berkeley House, they're throwing their full support behind him. The eye-patched commander accepts his fate with a sigh. But the Imperial commander isn't interested in mercy. He orders his fleet to open fire, laughing as he prepares to show these frontier nothings the terrifying difference in experience and power. Tensions are peaking over the Banfield capital world, but the enemy is baffled. A blonde officer is losing his mind because the opposing force hasn't moved in a week, while his partner calmly explains that without Liam, the enemy is paralyzed. But then, the blonde officer drops a bombshell. Liam has secretly built a fleet of 30,000 ships. The dark-haired officer, Dolph, isn't sweating it. He's completely confident, claiming he's already countered every single move Liam could make. He's not just looking for a win, he's craving revenge for the humiliation he suffered at officers' school. For Dolph, this isn't just a battle, it's a personal vendetta. Enter a mysterious observer in a top hat, sipping tea in the middle of the void. He's playing the odds, and the math looks grim for Liam. With the Berkeley House commanding 300,000 ships against Liam's meager 10,000, the top-hatted figure is just waiting to watch Liam's spirit break. To this observer, numbers are everything. Unless a miracle happens or Dolph makes a fatal mistake, the outcome is a mathematical certainty. He looks back at his history with Liam, a history of torture, and decides that this is finally the end of the line for the man who made his life a living hell. The observer's hatred is deep. He's not just planning a defeat, he's dreaming of a cycle of endless reincarnation and agony for Liam. With a sinister chuckle, he manifests in space, welcoming Liam to his carefully prepared trap. The stage is set for a massacre, but then, the void screams. Massive warp gates tear open, and ships begin pouring out in a tidal wave of steel. The top-hatted figure is suddenly dwarfed by an overwhelming force that wasn't in any of the calculations. The smugness vanishes instantly. The observer freezes, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stares at the horizon. One word escapes him. Huh? Total panic sets in. The numbers are impossible. 10,000? 30,000? No, it's way more than that. The observer is absolutely losing it. It's screaming into the void, wondering how Liam always manages to defy every single law of logic. Meanwhile, Liam is just chilling. He's sipping tea, wondering if he imagined hearing a voice. He gives a quiet thanks to his guide, revealing the truth. Through government merchants and frontier allies, he didn't bring 10,000 ships. He brought 120,000. The reports flood in as the fleets lock into position. His subordinates suggest a pincer attack to maximize damage, but as Liam prepares to give the order, an officer suddenly shouts for him to wait. Does he have a better plan? Or is he just as terrified as the enemy? The special advisor warns that a direct charge is suicide, suggesting a safer, more strategic approach. But the armored woman isn't having it. She thinks playing it safe is beneath Liam's sama. Meanwhile, Liam is left wondering, what exactly is this suitable way of fighting for a ruler? The special advisor doubles down, claiming there's a specific style of combat reserved for great rulers. Liam isn't buying it, arguing that using the same tactics for a fleet of this size is just wrong. This sparks an immediate explosion from his subordinates, who scream that Liam is an absolute being and doesn't need the shallow thinking or approval of a mere advisor. Liam's patience wears thin. If the advisor can't give him a concrete explanation, he'll just trust his gut. The advisor is stunned, realizing Liam is relying on pure gambler's intuition. Without another word, Liam shuts down the nagging and drops a bombshell order. Every ship is to maintain distance and commence the attack. Liam's logic is simple. It's cowardly to chip away from a distance. But hey, he's an evil lord. Being a coward is practically in the job description. The special advisor can only sigh, noting that the method doesn't matter. As long as you win. The plan is in motion, and the fleet begins its long-range assault. The special advisor is practically weeping with relief, thinking he narrowly saved them from a suicidal charge. Even the enemy is baffled, wondering why on earth anyone would be idiotic enough to avoid charging a massive fleet. Just as the advisor starts to relax, Liam flips the script entirely. Move the flagship to the front. I want to fire the main cannon. The advisor completely loses it, screaming in terror as Liam insists on putting himself in the line of fire just to crush the enemy. He's officially given up on trying to understand how Liam's brain works. The enemy is absolutely reeling. They built their entire fleet for close-quarters combat, expecting a direct charge. But instead, they've been lured into a devastating pincer attack. The enemy commander is livid, smashing his console in a rage. This is not the battle they planned for. Desperation sets in as the enemy searches frantically for Liam's flagship to strike the head of the snake. But then, boom! A direct hit rocks their ship. The heir to the Berkeley family is suddenly terrified, realizing he might actually die in this chaotic mess. Amidst the crisis, an officer named Dolph admits the situation is grim. Suddenly, a mysterious figure in a top hat appears right behind him, whispering a chilling offer. I'll lend you my power. By the time Dolph spins around, the figure has vanished into thin air. Just when things looked bleak, the enemy catches a break. They've finally spotted Liam's flagship among the chaos. The commander's smirk returns, convinced that fate is finally on his side. With a sudden change of plans, he gives the order. Charge! Attack Liam! High above the Banfield capital world, something awakens. As the silence of space is broken, a mysterious white spectral dog manifests on the hull of a massive ship. Then comes the thunder. With a series of heavy metallic clunks and hisses, a colossal mecha suit locks into place, punctuated by a piercing howl that echoes through the void. Pure panic erupts in the control room. An officer nearly jumps out of his skin when he sees the Avid, Liam's personal suit, launching without a single word of permission. And just like that, the Avid screams into the vacuum of space, a streak of blinding light cutting through the darkness as it deploys into the fray. While the space around them erupts in a series of massive explosions, Liam is just bored. He leans back in his seat, casually clicking a trigger as if he's playing a game, completely unimpressed by the weak counterattack of the enemy. Liam's just trying to head back to his room, but the mood flips instantly. A sudden enemy charge sends the bridge into absolute chaos, with officers screaming and fighting each other, while the fleet reels in terror. In the middle of the panic, a red-haired officer begs Liam to escape, claiming he's the primary target. But for the first time in his miserable life, this man feels a spark of luck, and he's determined to protect this ship to the very end. Liam isn't about to let a little chaos stop him. He orders the deployment of the mobile knights and prepares to head out in the Raccoon, sparking a fierce argument between Tia and another knight over whether he should actually be risking himself. The argument turns vicious, with the knight calling Tia garbage and screaming about the value of Liam's life. But then, a single cold word cuts through the noise like a knife. Hey! Smack! Liam doesn't do bickering. He slams their heads together with a bone-chilling crack, reminding his knights that he never gave them permission to act like buzzing mosquitoes in his presence. Liam shuts down the drama with a cold command, telling his subordinates to stop childish squabbles and earn their worth through accomplishments if they want his respect. Meanwhile, the light-haired woman is completely broken, sobbing and begging for mercy under his hand. The hammer drops. Liam strips both knight commanders of their rank and positions in one breath, offering only a sliver of mercy based on their past deeds. With a subdued yes, sir, they are brought to heel, and Liam immediately pivots to the mission. It's time to launch the mobile knights. Wait, did he just win them over? Instead of resentment, the light-haired commander is practically swooning over Liam's overwhelming strength and courage. The red-haired commander is baffled by her reaction, but for her, this is exactly why she admires Liam-sama. Enter Marie, taking charge with a whirlwind of tactical orders. She's efficient, precise, and terrifyingly capable. Watching from the sidelines, one officer can only pray for his survival, realizing that being in Liam's circle is a one-way ticket to danger. The machinery of war is ready. As the pilots prepare, the two messes' suits are revealed, stripped down, high-mobility versions of the raccoons. They might have durability issues, but they're built for speed and precision. Not everyone is thrilled. A heated debate breaks out over the lightweight suits' danger versus their agility. But for the veterans, these new machines are a cakewalk compared to the nightmares they piloted 2,000 years ago. The mood shifts from debate to bloodlust. The pilots are itching for a fight, eager to crush the imperial nobles and prove their worth. With Marie back in the cockpit, the slackers of the Empire are about to have a very bad day. Launch sequence initiated. 12 anti-avid suits scream into the void of space. Despite the uncertainty of the enemy's location, Liam orders an all-out assault on the flagship to force the target to reveal himself. But an observing officer senses something strange. He's certain Liam is already out there. The trap is sprung. The enemy commander spots the lead suit and orders an immediate strike. With a sadistic laugh, he believes Liam is finally cornered, waiting with anticipation for the moment of his total defeat. Inside the cockpit, Liam is surprisingly pleased with his ride. While his team worries about the special nature of his first batch raccoon, Liam isn't thinking about specs. He's too busy unleashing a devastating blast that tears through the silence of space. A massive fleet of mechs fills the void of space, but amidst the steel giants, one pilot is practically vibrating with excitement. With a predatory grin, Liam declares it's time to get this started and launches himself into the fray. He doesn't just enter the battle, he tears through it. Liam's mech becomes a blur of destruction, slicing through the enemy ranks while he watches the carnage with a look of pure manic joy. It's a total slaughter. Between devastating sword strikes and concentrated beams of energy, Liam turns the battlefield into a graveyard of scrap metal. Even without his avid, Liam finds the experience exhilarating, though he admits that even weaklings can be a nuisance when they swarm. Just as he's savoring the chaos, a voice breaks through the comms. His reinforcements have arrived to assist him. The backup arrives like a storm, obliterating the remaining enemy units. One of the pilots notes that while her new, lighter suit is a bit tricky to handle, the agility is a game changer. Suddenly, the mood shifts as a towering enemy mech emerges, dwarfing the others. While his pilot frantically warns him to fall back because of its size, Liam's eyes light up. This is exactly the kind of challenge he was waiting for. The clash is instantaneous. Liam meets the giant's assault with a shimmering hexagonal barrier, absorbing the impact. Even in the heat of combat, he can't help but admire the quality of the enemy's suit. The enemy thinks they have the upper hand, but Liam's counterattack is a masterclass in precision. A massive, sweeping arc of energy rips through the opponent, leaving Liam to coldly remark on how shameful the defeat is. Liam notes the enemy's durability, musing that the avid would have cut them clean through. Meanwhile, his ally is horrified to realize the enemy is firing straight through their own allies, a ruthless tactic that proves just how well prepared they are. The horror escalates as a whole army of those elite, winged mechs descends from the stars. As his subordinates panic and plan a desperate encirclement, Liam freezes. A familiar chilling feeling washes over him, and he can only think, it can't be. A massive white mecha freezes in space, staring at a sudden blinding explosion. One question echoes through the void. The Avid? Pure chaos erupts as the Avid mecha streaks through the stars, completely pilotless. While the enemy pilots spiral into a panic, Liam just smirks, and a mysterious figure in a hat realizes exactly who is behind this madness. Thanks for the hand, guide. Liam cheers as the Avid becomes a sentient weapon of destruction, raining down beams and obliterating everything in its path without him even lifting a finger. But Liam isn't done yet. He leaps into a far more powerful suit, sharing a chilling moment of recognition with the machine. Now he's got one goal, absolutely crushing the Berkeley house. The enemy thinks they've won, boasting that their oversized suits were built specifically to take him down. Then, in a single blinding flash, a massive energy slash rips through the battlefield, turning their confidence into scrap metal. Total annihilation. The screen erupts in a storm of shrapnel and fire as the enemy's front line is wiped out in an instant. You can't beat my precious Avid, just because you have big suits. Liam mocks, even as the enemy ship prepares its main artillery. He doesn't care. He's too busy crushing a pilot's head, wondering if the ship is any stronger than the trash he's currently holding. The ship lets loose, unleashing a barrage of artillery that shakes the very stars. But as the smoke clears, Liam's expression remains deadpan. To him, the ship is just as pathetic as the pilots. Panic sets in. The enemy tries to swarm him, only to realize their mass-produced suits have already been turned into floating junk. Terrified, the remaining pilots realize they aren't fighting men. They're fighting monsters. Just as they vow to kill him, a nightmare in steel looms over them. A dark, menacing mecha emerges from the shadows with a cold warning. They're about to regret every single word they just said. The tide turns in an instant. Liam's mecha doesn't just attack. It multiplies, surrounding the enemy in a blur of steel. The opponent's brain practically shuts down as he realizes he's been played, while Liam mocks him for thinking a simple form change would be enough. Checkmate. With a cold line about his back being wide open, Liam reveals the truth. The suit the enemy was fighting was just an illusion created by bit spheres. The real strike comes from the shadows, leaving the opponent desperate to know where such an overwhelming power came from. Then comes a bombshell that defies logic. Liam claims he was brought back to life from 2,000 years ago. Watching from the bridge, the commander is absolutely floored, unable to comprehend how someone like this could possibly be associated with the Banfield house. Panic erupts on the flagship as the enemy suit closes in. While the commander spirals into a meltdown trying to regain control, Liam just smiles. He's found his target, the head flagship. Pure terror. The commander's scream echoes as the ship is torn apart, but the nightmare is only beginning. Out of the wreckage, a grotesque secret weapon emerges, leaving even Liam surprised by the sudden escalation. Enter a woman in a hat, driven by a manic desperation. She grabs the commander by the hair, screaming that she won't let Liam get away, and pulls out a horrifying organic device to deliver a final, lethal blow. The device evolves into a total nightmare. A colossal monster made of wreckage and flesh towers over the battlefield. And she's convinced that not even Liam can survive against a horror of this scale. The horror grows as the monster begins sucking in all surrounding debris like a black hole. Seeing the threat, Marie wastes no time, ordering her entire fleet to open fire in a massive, simultaneous barrage. It's useless. The beams hit, but instead of breaking, the monster regenerates and grows even larger with every shot. The pilots are paralyzed with fear. Is this thing even biological? Just when it looks like he's been swallowed whole, Liam bursts through the mass with a confident smirk. The enemy mechas scramble to block his path, desperate for a victory. But they're just standing in the way of a man who's already won. Pure chaos erupts in the void of space as pilots scream in desperation, fighting a losing battle against an endless swarm. While some try to blast their way through, others realize with horror that the monster they're facing is only getting bigger, and the only hope left is a desperate call for Liam Sama. Just as the situation looks bleak, Liam arrives, radiating absolute confidence. He doesn't just bring a weapon, he brings a secret. With a single command to connect, he unleashes a blinding surge of energy that leaves his subordinates in awe. This is exactly the kind of overkill they expect from their lord. The light clears to reveal something utterly absurd, a massive armored behemoth. Liam grins from his cockpit, having achieved the unthinkable, merging a mobile knight with an entire warship. Flashback to the planning stages, where a researcher describes the idea as a dream that was once dismissed by the 7th Factory. It was deemed impossible, a waste of materials and money that no amount of funding could justify, until Liam simply told her to make it. While the researcher worries about the inefficiency, Liam's response is pure, unadulterated extravagance. He tells her he loves to waste things and promises her every single material and coin she could possibly want, ordering the finest talents of the 7th Weapons Factory to build the ultimate machine. Back in the present, the result is finally unveiled. The Griffin, a super-colossal weapon that cost as much as 10,000 normal warships. Liam practically glows with pride, boasting that this monstrosity was funded by the hard-earned money he squeezed out of his citizens. Standing tall and imposing, the Griffin is a monument to excess. Liam looks at his creation and asks the only question that matters. Isn't it the best waste ever? The enemy is paralyzed by shock, unable to comprehend a mobile knight merged with a warship. Liam doesn't give them time to process it, ordering the Avid to give it everything while mocking the monster as a pile of substandard materials compared to his rare metal masterpiece. Liam decides to test the monster's limits, firing a devastating barrage of beams that tear through space. He watches the carnage with a smirk, wondering if the creature can even regenerate from a hit like that. As the monster is obliterated by a continuous stream of firepower, Liam lets out a casual whoops, pretending the attack didn't work while he continues to blast the enemy into nothingness. The enemy fleet is in complete shambles, unable to even approach as they're tossed around like toys. Panic erupts in the cockpits. They're being decimated by a power they can't even comprehend, getting caught in a crossfire that's sending ships flying. The scale of this fight is just different. One pilot realizes that every single speck of light carries the destructive power of a warship's entire artillery barrage. Desperate, they launch a missile swarm, mocking the enemy's defense. But is it enough? The enemy can regenerate, but Liam is just getting started. He's finished his tests, and it's time to bring out the big guns. Because, let's be real, an absurdly powerful main cannon is every man's dream. Then, he pulls the trigger. A blinding wall of pure destruction erases everything in its path, leaving his subordinates absolutely speechless as the void turns white. Silence returns to the void. The regeneration trick didn't work this time. As Liam muses on the design of his mecha, he spots one lone survivor, the enemy flagship. Lucky for them, they weren't in the direct line of fire. The enemy is finally breaking, retreating in terror. While his subordinates shower him with praise, Liam is thinking like a strategist. He's following the textbook to the letter. And the textbook says that when the enemy flees, you don't stop. You charge in and destroy every last one of them. For a second, Liam thinks this is becoming too much work. But then he remembers. If you're going to send a message, you do it all the way. Meanwhile, a defeated enemy officer can only stare in despair, realizing his reckless charge was his undoing. But the defeated officer isn't going down quietly. He bursts into a manic laugh, claiming that Liam only won by admitting he was wrong about charging. In his mind, he's still the tactical genius here. Desperation turns to pure agony. Even her trump card was nothing against him. As she screams into the void, one question haunts her: how is it even possible to beat someone like Liam? With her end near, she makes one final desperate gamble. She pours every last drop of her power into Eulesia, the only one left with a grudge. One final order: run Liam through with your blade. Panic hits the Berkeley house like a tidal wave. The Banfield warships are closing in, and the head of the pirate nobles is absolutely losing it as his world collapses. But the real knife in the back comes from his own allies, who've already sold him out. With his empire crumbling, he makes a desperate last-ditch gamble. He offers his own head as a bargaining chip. Dragged away in chains and under the threat of gunfire, he has only one goal left: get him to the head of the Banfield house, even if he has to beg the brat for his life. Enter Liam, looking over the Berkeley domain with pure disgust. To him, this place is nothing but a backwater wasteland. And as Casimiro kneels before him, the offer is simple: take my head. Liam isn't buying it. While his subordinates mock the man's nerve, Liam is doing some cold math. He realizes the Berkeley house lost because their soldiers were basically glorified peasants in fancy capsules, a total failure in domain development. The desperation turns into full-blown groveling. Casimiro offers his treasures, his property, even authority over his own family. He begs for mercy, calling Liam a wise and benevolent lord. Talk about a complete 180. Just when it seems like the begging might actually work, Liam gives him a smirk and the words he's been praying for. Very well. I'll forgive you. Wait, don't celebrate yet. Liam's version of forgiveness is absolutely brutal. He's not holding a grudge because he plans to wipe the entire family off the map. Why leave survivors to be a pain later? The hammer drops. No mercy, no deals. Just a public execution for everyone affiliated with the Berkeley house. Liam doesn't care about the land, but he'll definitely put it to good use while showing the people who their new master is. Time for some housekeeping. While his subordinates efficiently scrub the remaining family connections, Liam decides anyone okay to kill should be executed immediately. He's got to admit, his team is actually pretty competent. Liam drops a bombshell. He's bored. He leaves the scene to head back to the mothership and relax, leaving the defeated noble in total despair as he realizes the man of mercy he expected is actually a cold-hearted tyrant who doesn't care about them at all. No mercy here. Tia shuts down the noble's screams with a brutal smash, promising that his entire family will soon join him in a special execution. But when it comes to the children, she pauses, Killing them would only stain Liam's reputation. Tia reveals her own fall from grace, now just a regular night by Liam's order. As for the children, they aren't getting a death sentence, but something arguably worse. Exile to a frontier world, an inescapable hell until the day they die. One of the knights steps in to drag the defeated prisoner away for a final interrogation before the end. While the others worry the situation could turn ugly, Tia remains confident that the prisoner's fate is already sealed. While the citizens celebrate their liberation, some are left mourning losses that no victory can fix. Meanwhile, a mysterious woman named Ulysses slips through the shadows, fueled by hatred and a desperate desire to witness Liam's downfall. Ulysses sees her golden opportunity. Liam is alone in his office. She bursts in, but instead of a weapon, she uses a different kind of attack, bending over to catch him completely off guard. It's a calculated gamble. Ulysses bets on Liam's suppressed urges to lower his guard for a killing blow. But Liam isn't fooled. He's more interested in commenting on her choice of underwear. Just as the tension peaks, the door flies open. Nias crashes in, wailing at the top of her lungs for Liam, leaving both him and Ulysses completely speechless. Ulysses is absolutely livid. Nias just ruined the sexy impression she was trying to make. But Nias is in a total meltdown, sobbing about how the higher-ups stole all her research funding and materials. Ulysses can't even fathom what Nias did to get her funding stripped, while Liam remains blissfully indifferent to the chaos. But as Nias weeps in her strange attire, Liam finally asks the real question. What on earth is she wearing? A massive explosion rocks the area, but instead of anger, Liam is surprisingly soft. He pats the head of a clumsy researcher who just blew something up, promising to handle the factory for her. Watching from the side, Ulysses is completely baffled. Why is this man so gentle with the people close to him? Ulysses is having a full-blown existential crisis. Seeing Liam's weakness for innocence, she realizes her fatal flaw. She can't act innocent. The realization hits her like a truck, and she completely collapses in despair, convinced she'll never make him fall for her. Then, the dam breaks. Ulysses explodes, in a fit of tears and rage, confessing the most absurd plan ever. She spent decades trying to make Liam fall for her, just so she could dump him as revenge. Liam is left standing there, absolutely clueless, wondering what on earth she's talking about. While the glasses-wearing woman scoffs at the absurdity, Ulysses is in full breakdown mode. She lists her sacrifices, getting qualifications and joining a special forces unit, all just to get close enough to break his heart. Decades of hard work, all for a revenge plot that failed miserably. Liam's reaction? A simple, confused nod. He asks if all that effort was really just for him, which only sends Ulysses into a fresh spiral of screaming. She's staring at the true face of her vengeance and wondering how it turned into this pathetic mess. Liam doesn't hold back, calling her pitiful for such a roundabout plan. But then, he drops a bombshell. You can dump me. He's basically giving her a free pass, but Ulysses isn't letting him off that easy. She pouts, pointing out that he hasn't even confessed his love to her yet. With a heavy sigh, Liam decides to just go for it. He looks Ulysses in the eye and makes a bold, life-changing offer. Come with me when I leave the military. For a second, Ulysses is ecstatic. She's finally won. But then reality kicks in. If she rejects him now, she's stuck in the military for hundreds of years because of the investment they put into her. She starts weighing her options, and suddenly, Liam starts looking like the best deal she's ever had. Ulysses is basically running a mental checklist. Assets? Perfect. Looks? Pass. Personality? Barely passing. Liam is confused by her intense staring, asking why she hasn't rejected him yet to finally get her revenge. The revenge plot is officially dead. Ulysses lunges at him in a massive hug, screaming that she'll stay with him forever. Liam's evil lord persona is completely gone, replaced by a blushing, shocked mess as he's claimed by his pitiful subordinate. Pure chaos erupts as a woman in glasses screams that Liam is her patron, while Liam desperately denies it. Meanwhile, another woman clings to him in tears, sobbing that since he has no concubines, she finally has a chance at a future. In the midst of the madness, the guide looks on with a smirk, wondering why he's so pitiful. The guide has had enough. With a sharp snap, the noise is cut short, as the guide declares that this is not what vengeance is supposed to look like. The familiar presence looms over Liam with a chilling smile, noting that it's been a while. Liam freezes in shock. It's the guide. But the revelation takes a dark turn when the guide proudly admits to orchestrating everything, bringing all of Liam's enemies together in one place. Liam is completely blindsided. The guide mocks his slow realization, pointing out how suspicious it was that the Berkeley family, the nobles, and the military all converged at once. It finally clicks for Liam. The guide did all of this just for him. The guide leans in, demanding to know if Liam has finally realized who his real enemy is. Liam is left spiraling in thought, wondering if there's a hidden foe he's completely overlooked. The pieces fall into place. Liam realizes the guide was the puppet master pulling the strings behind the Berkeley family. As he gasps in realization, the guide expects him to be furious, and Liam, with surprising calm, simply agrees. Suddenly, the guide begins to crackle and dissolve. Liam doesn't react with anger, but with a heartfelt thank you. In his mind, the guide gathered all his enemies so he could crush them in one go, and Liam actually feels guilty for not noticing what he interprets as kindness sooner. Liam's gratitude overflows. He beams at the guide, thanking the figure for always helping him so much. But for the guide, this isn't a reward. It's a disaster, and the sincere gratitude is almost impossible to endure. The guide is completely overwhelmed by Liam's gratitude. The sheer force of those positive feelings makes the guide's form glitch and multiply in a series of poofs, turning the entire revenge scheme into another source of suffering for the one who planned it. The guide finally loses it, screaming at Liam to stop thanking them. After trying so hard to make him miserable, the guide can't understand why Liam keeps responding with gratitude, and starts wondering if he's doing it on purpose, because he somehow knows how unbearable that gratitude is. Liam stands completely unfazed in a rain of projectiles, each one bouncing off him with a sharp metallic clang. The scene erupts into total chaos, with blinding flashes and explosions hammering down around him. The attacker is overwhelmed, not by force, but by the sheer crushing intensity of Liam's gratitude. Panicking, the mysterious figure vanishes in a blur, leaving a bewildered Liam shouting after them, still wanting to say thanks. The moment the silence returns, Liam is suddenly swarmed. One girl clings to him, swearing she'll never let go, while another desperately begs for more funding. Amidst the clingy chaos, Liam is just trying to figure out how to thank his guide. Time skips to a celebratory drink. Liam and a royal companion toast to the end of their military commissions. For Liam, 4 years of service have ended with the rank of admiral, though it's more of a title for show than a true triumph. The truth is far less prestigious. The promotion was essentially a bribe disguised as a large donation. While his subordinates like Eulesia and Nias earned their promotions through merit, Liam's achievement was purely financial. His companion, Wallace, is absolutely livid. He can't believe Liam didn't advance further despite his noble status, and Wallace's own efforts as his backer. He's practically screaming in frustration, feeling embarrassed that his protege stalled out. Wallace tries to play it off as a strategic choice to not stand out, but Liam shuts him down with a cold reality check. He's just making excuses for his own lack of progress. Still, with the Imperial University on the horizon, Liam decides to let him off the hook. Wallace is already dreaming of the wild party life at university. But Liam is more concerned about how his engagement will affect his social life. Suddenly, a subordinate appears, completely floored to learn that Liam has rented an entire luxury hotel on the capital world. While the girl fantasizes about a life of poolside luxury and shopping, Liam turns his attention back to Wallace. He mentions a need to discuss an adjutant with Rosetta, triggering a wave of panic in Wallace, who is hiding a scandalous secret about a mistress. Liam's victory over the Berkeley house wasn't just about power. It was a total takeover of their assets and domain. But managing a sprawling empire is a nightmare when the planets are scattered across the stars. The Berkeley house had gone too far, using planetary development devices to strip worlds bare just for elixirs. Liam's solution? Keep a few for himself and sell the rest to the empire. With the alchemic box already providing everything he needs, Liam doesn't care about the profit from the elixirs. His real prize is the horde of planetary development devices. He plans to mount them on a Fortress-class ship to breathe life back into dead worlds. He knows he needs a massive, bountiful territory if he's going to survive the true enemy the guide warned him about. Brian tries to haggle for a piece of the pie, begging for a developed planet, but Liam isn't giving away his hard work for free. He offers a wasteland instead, leading to a comical plea from Brian, who remembers Liam's hobby of developing planets during patrols. Eventually, Liam agrees to find him something basic, but as they wrap up, Liam reveals he's heading back to his own domain. Brian doesn't get a choice in the matter. Liam practically kidnaps him, dragging him along for the ride. They arrive at the grand estate, and the homecoming is nothing short of chaotic. A tearful subordinate is practically drowning the floor in tears of joy, praising how handsome Liam has become. Though Liam seems more focused on the absurdity of the situation, back at the estate, Liam checks in with Amagi, his efficient maid. While she reports on the messy aftermath of the military operations and the demands for reparations, Liam makes one thing clear. The soldiers must be treated well. But the peace is short-lived as Brian starts questioning Liam's spending habits, specifically his sudden acquisition of several Fortress-class warships. Brian is absolutely devastated, wailing that Liam is finally showing interest in women, only to find out he left both Rosetta and Ulysses behind at a hotel to avoid the awkwardness. While Ulysses is living her best life in a bikini, Liam ignores Brian's despair to show him a strange object, secretly hoping he doesn't have to admit he only took Ulysses as an adjutant, not a concubine. The object is a machine heart, a legendary artifact said to grant life to the lifeless. In a moment of sudden awkward intensity, Liam presses the device right against Amagi's chest with a distinct squish. Amagi is left completely frozen, her eyes wide in sheer confusion. Liam's hope is heartbreakingly earnest. He genuinely wanted Amagi to come to life. But Amagi isn't buying it. With a cool clinical gaze, she dismisses the artifact as a fake, stating that such legendary items aren't just found lying around. The dream of a living machine is crushed instantly. Shifting back to business, Liam confirms he's using his new planets as bases for reclamation, much to Brian's disbelief. But the real surprise comes from Amagi. She informs Liam that she's stepping down from managing the domain, having already trained capable successors, supported by AI from now on. Her sole focus will be acting as Liam's personal support. Brian explains that this means Amagi can finally accompany Liam to the capital world. Liam's excitement hits the roof, immediately demanding a massive welcoming parade. Amagi quickly shuts him down, warning that such a display would only upset the Empire's nobility. A humbled Liam settles for a regular reception, while Amagi remains as composed as ever. A chilling grin splits his face as he screams the question that's been eating at him. What was the point of joining that special forces unit? The revelation hits hard. A desire for vengeance born not from hate, but from love. Standing amidst the ruins, he can't wrap his head around the sting of it all, whispering a name in disbelief. Ulysses. The scene shifts to the heavy tread of boots through the bamboo, the air thick with tension as another name is called out, Yasushi. Finally, he looms over a lonely hut, his voice dropping to a deadly promise. If there is another betrayal in store, he won't let them get away with it.